Chapter 1001 Blaze. Hugh. Elena stood in the deepest depths of the tomb of Ayakashi. Drip, drip. Droplets of black water leaked from the ceiling and dropped onto the ground around her, the only remains of the opponents she once faced. Finally, it's over. Her body was stained in dry blood, and her spiritual world was filled with cracks caused by the last week of bitter battle. The branch of Yggdrasil she wielded was dyed in an eerie black aura, a consequence of the countless demonic spirits that were vanquished by its body. She was no longer in the central area. No, she killed that massive agglomeration of demonic spirits within 2 days. After that, she moved through the various corridors of the lowest layer of the pyramid and sent every demonic spirit she found back into the clutches of oblivion. Their total number was close to 60,000, and the endless battle was far more taxing on Elena than she would have ever expected. In fact, she tried to escape and heal 3 days in, but she found that there were no exits present at all, with even the entrance she found her way through completely gone. The amount of blood vitality I've been forced to burn is concerning. I've sacrificed around 15,000 years of lifespan. Elena frowned. Even though I specialize in life laws, my lifespan is still only around 30,000 or 40,000 years. Blood vitality was a last resort for a reason. The ratio of the amount of blood vitality burned and actual power granted was far too unbalanced. After all, though the act of sacrificing oneself for power in this way was approved by the universe, it still went against the way of heaven in a certain sense. Short-term gain without consequences wasn't possible. Her comprehension wasn't high enough to do it on her own, but the treasure was different. It was far higher in league than she was, so while it could only do so at a snail's pace, it was still somewhat working to heal her. Still, it's not smart to exert myself too much for a few weeks. Elena glanced at the walls around her with a sigh. If only I could find a way out. The corridors were even stronger than the central area, which had been thoroughly worn down by the power of the coagulated demonic spirits. It was impossible to leave this place. Or was it? Elena's attention abruptly snapped to a glint she noticed out of the corner of her eyes. Flash! She appeared in its position in a second and dug her arm into a small hole in the wall. She exclaimed, grabbing the furry creature at its end. She pulled it out, ignoring its screeching and scratching as she finally caught sight of her target. She muttered. Her eyes lit up magnificently. In her grasp was a little orange tabby cat, its big and dumb eyes gazing up at her defiantly. Elena asked, her voice suddenly several pitches higher. Hiss! The cat hissed in hostility, making its position clear. However, to Elena, this gesture only made it cuter. Did you get stuck? Her question was baseless since she had no means of accomplishing what she promised, but she asked anyway. After all, who could resist those eyes? Unfortunately, the cat was far less enthusiastic about the interaction than Elena. Regardless of her coaxing and prodding, it only made attempts to flee her grasp and escape. Elena's eyes hardened. Meow. The cat purred in fear and cowered as Elena reached into her spatial storage with an extremely evil expression. Naya! The cat let out a scream and closed its eyes, turning its face away from danger before. I think you should take a look at HM. What was that smell? It opened a single eye and peeked at its captor, who was currently holding a massive piece of meat in her other hand. Drip! Elena grinned as she watched the cat visibly drool. She asked temptingly. The cat nodded furiously. It didn't know what she was holding, but it definitely wanted that. But there's a problem. Nya. Meow. Forming a contract with me means becoming partners. The cat eyed her strangely before glancing back at the meat. Its eyes moved between the two multiple times before it finally lowered its head. Elena smiled. She didn't have a cat when she was on Earth, but she always adored the little things. What she knew about them was that they were extremely bratty, extremely cute, and extremely addicted to food. She gently pressed her index finger against the cat's forehead, initiating a beast contract, which it also accepted. Elena shrugged as she felt the newly formed connection between her and the little creature. Take it. "It's all yours," she proclaimed with a smug expression, finally letting go of the cat and throwing the large slab of meat in its direction. The cat's eyes immediately lit aflame as it rushed to the meat and devoured it. This texture, this juiciness, this utterly magnificent taste. How come it had never tried something like this before? Hee hee, I didn't know you'd love it that much. Nya, I thought so. Elena giggled as the cat glared at her. There were only two proper ways to treat cats. The first was to coddle them and pamper them to the extreme, and the second was to bully them as much as possible. Of course, as a true cat owner, Elena was going to balance both, but that was beside the point. She asked again, "Nia, meow, that's possible?" Her eyes lit up excitedly. From Isla's thoughts, Elena learned the cat was born and grew up within the tomb of Ayakashi, but it had found several routes to traverse the tomb itself. Only, it was blocked from ever leaving by a mysterious restriction. After finishing her meal, Isla skittered through the winding corridors until she came across a nondescript wall, only differentiated by the rest by the faintest scratches on its surface. Elena asked, receiving a nod in response. Her smile widened. Finally, she could leave. She walked into the wall, and mystically, she passed right through it, her eyes landing on a weathered staircase that led upward as far as the eye could see. She exclaimed inwardly as she began making her way up. She could finally make her way out of this damn tomb. However, as she made her way up, a thought floated in her mind. Chapter 1002 Blaze. A voice only heard in Luxurian prophesied the Holy Light Realm's belligerent future. Elena felt the change from within the tomb of Ayakashi and only became more solemn as she got closer and closer to its exit. However, not many were like her. Regardless of their position, these geniuses didn't quite notice the slight darkening of the sky. The atmosphere heated up only a few degrees at first, but in a single instant, boom! A terrifying heat swept through the realm. Flames burned through heaven and earth, and the sky was covered in a thick black smog. The geniuses on Holy Light Star were abruptly wrapped within those flames, their yells of panic drowned in the blaze. The first and second banquet halls were met with an influx of hundreds of geniuses in that moment, as they were burned and expelled from the realm by the disaster. As for those who remained, they ran, scattering in every direction. They desperately searched for shelter from the flames that could burn even them in just a few seconds. Some tried to fight back, but that wasn't as easy as expected. Because this flame burns through mana, Surin realized with interest. He observed the spherical force field he'd placed around himself and Xiaoyu to protect them, and watched as tongues of flame devoured it piece by piece, breaking it down to nothingness. Xiaoyu cried, evident fear in her voice. Surin turned around calmly and responded, "Nothing special." Xiaoyu asked, clutching his sleeve. Surin clearly felt her shaking hands. He sighed and placed his own hand on her head warmly. He asked comfortingly, "No." Surin smiled inwardly as he felt her calming down. He turned his attention back to the disaster outside, his eyes slightly narrowing. This shouldn't be an original mechanism of the realm. The flames were incredibly powerful, and those early and middle stage fourth-class geniuses had no way of surviving more than 1 or 2 seconds inside it. With Su Rin's strength, which could match Damien at his power level that surpassed the fourth revolution, making it through this calamity was not that hard a task. However, not everyone could enjoy this same relaxed attitude. VOM. Whoosh. The roaring inferno was almost nonsensically loud. Rose rushed through its embers, her skin red and peeling from the heat attacking her. She yelled inwardly. She swept her hand through the air, affecting a large area with her mana and pushing illusion laws into that space. Whoosh! The flames immediately quieted down. Their material blaze had been turned into an illusion, removing any effects it had on reality. Rose didn't wait to admire her handiwork. After clearing the area, she shot back into the firestorm, her eyes constantly searching for any signs of shelter. Boom! From behind her, the terrifying sound of tides of flame clashing against each other as they rushed to fill the space she cleared resounded. It didn't even take a single second for this to occur. I can only use illusions to create momentary respite. Huh! With a sharp battle cry, she leaped into the air and summoned a massive scythe from her spatial ring. She twirled it through the air, her every movement attracting tongues of flame like a snake whisperer with his flute. However, what she controlled was not flame, but wind. Whoosh! A tornado formed around her body. With the nature of fire, this tornado only served as an attractive force. The swirling winds drew in the surrounding flames and instantly transformed into a small firestorm within its greater counterpart. I think you should take a look at Rose's eyes sharpened as she stood in its center. I can't keep going like this. Even if she could avoid the fire, she couldn't avoid the mana-burning heat. Her skin was blistered madly, and she could feel its ability to protect her internal body dwindling. She gritted her teeth and shot down to the ground. Boom! The impact created a crater and disrupted the tornado she'd created, but Rose didn't care. Her scythe tore through the ground, digging the crater deeper and deeper. She freed one arm and threw it in the air, controlling her illusion laws to fill in the space above her head. She bought herself this short amount of time by tunneling into the ground, and now that she was away from immediate danger, she rapidly spread her awareness in every direction, looking for a subterranean tunnel or any sort of isolated area that could shield her from the disaster. In a realm densely packed with hidden areas and fortuitous encounters, her awareness that spread over 10,000 kilometers easily found a place for her. She gently tapped her foot on the ground and glided forward, straight into the wall before her. And mysteriously enough, she passed right through it. Rose's body became incorporeal, which allowed her to travel through solid rock for several hundred meters until she reached the open area she found. Boom! Bang! 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 The faint sound of her illusion breaking and the storm invading her original hiding spot resonated through the rock and vibrated against Rose's back as she made the final push and rematerialized in reality. She let go of the breath she'd been holding and leaned against the wall, taking a few pills out of her spatial ring and eating them. Her scarred and blistered skin began to heal, and even her muscles saw some slight readjustment. Her mana recovered as well, but only to half of her full capacity. After all, she wasn't trying to waste pills. She glanced up at the damp ceiling, through which she could still hear the roaring flames above. I'm not too deep underground, but I'm deep enough to be safe. As for this location, honestly, she didn't pay much attention to where she was going due to the time constraint, but she was hoping it would be the location of a lucky chance. Compared to the rest of the group, Rose rarely received such chances. It wasn't a matter of luck, nor was it a matter of talent. In fact, Rose's ability to keep up with the rest despite this fact was a testament to her great talent. Merely, she studied illusion laws. Her win laws were entirely secondary, and she only ever practiced them when she had free time, which was hardly ever. Illusion laws, in the way Rose used them, were rare on a universal scale, as she was essentially learning to manipulate reality itself. How could it be easy to find chances for such a law? Rose sighed wryly as she explored the dark cave around her. Whether it's through awareness or regular perception, I can't find anything wrong with this place, both in a good way and a bad way, she muttered. She sat down once more, planning to simply wait in the empty cave and recover until the firestorm passed. She leaned back against a nearby wall and placed her hands on the ground to her sides, entering a relaxed state until, click, Rose's right hand sunk a few inches along with a square portion of the ground around it. Rose exclaimed excitedly. Her smile only widened when she felt the ground dropping out below her. She eagerly gazed into the darkness below as she fell several thousand meters and slammed into the ground. Bang! Her expression soured the moment she fell flat ground. She sighed once again. She drew her scythe and took a battle stance, facing several tens of thousands of hostile beasts that occupied the massive abyss she'd fallen into. Chapter 1003 Blaze. Boom! Flames tore through the open entrance of the tomb of Ayakashi and stormed through the entry corridor, making it impossible for anyone to leave. Elena's eyes narrowed as she jumped back and avoided the spreading blaze. She wondered inwardly. She set up a defense around her body and turned the corner into a connected corridor, avoiding the flames that slammed into the wall behind her. She had to run through several hundred meters of the corridor before she finally felt the heat on her heel weakening. She sighed in relief as she stopped and rested against the wall. There was nothing wrong with destroying a tomb like this one, but the problem was that she was still inside it. She complained to herself. The fire may have weakened, but it wasn't dying down nearly enough. Its heat still corroded the entry corridor and was slowly creeping into the connecting pathways as well. With my strength, it's still possible to escape, but what's the point? As she entertained her thoughts, her attention turned to the left, from which she heard several sets of footsteps approaching. A group of men was revealed from the shadows. When they noticed Elena, their brows raised in unison. The second foremost man said, nudging the man at their head. The so-called big brother looked Elena up and down before pulling out a piece of parchment. A grin spread on his face. You're right. That's her, he said suspiciously. Elena's eyes narrowed. State your names and affiliations, she uttered, quietly summoning Yggdrasil's branch. The foremost man said, turning his head towards her strangely. Who we're doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is... He turned the parchment towards her. On it was a picture of two people together. Naturally, they were Damien and Elena. All you need to know is that someone wants your head, and there's no way for you to escape death. Elena clicked her tongue and jumped back as 6 bandit-like men leaped at her in unison. She swung Yggdrasil's branch in a horizontal arc, infusing it with the concept of transcended death as she let the slash go. Sheeing, the branch sliced through the air with the sharpness of a peaked treasure, beheading all 6 men at once. She turned back to their leader. She asked, boredom evident in her eyes. The man exclaimed, his face red in fury. He drew a large axe from his spatial ring and charged at Elena, swinging it powerfully. Bang! 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 His every swing caused the air to quake and the earth to shatter. His gait was like a raging bull, untamable and unstoppable. Elena dodged left and right, swerving her body with utter precision to avoid the impact of the blows. Yggdrasil's branch lightly vibrated in her hand as she quickly maneuvered it to redirect any force she couldn't dodge. Whoosh! She ducked down, avoiding a great sweeping slash of the axe as she placed her hands on the ground and kicked her lower body into the air. Her legs went through the gap in the man's arms and wrapped around his neck. Whip! Bang! Elena snapped her body with a force that seemed impossible from her smaller frame and slammed the bandit leader's head into the ground, using the same momentum to straighten herself. Slash! Slash! Yggdrasil's branch went through the man's arms and legs, rendering him immobile. He groaned in pain. Elena ignored him and stabbed her branch into his chest, lightly pressing its tip against his heart just enough so he could feel the grip of death. She smiled. It was a cold and unfeeling smile, not reflected in her eyes at all. The man scoffed. Do you think I'm cheap? If you want to kill me, then do it. Oh, of course. Just as the words came out of his mouth, he choked, blood splattering on the ground around him as he coughed uncontrollably. Elena raised her brow. She kicked the corpse to be sure, but the man was truly lifeless. I guess the person behind them was prepared for their stupidity. It was a shame that she couldn't get any real information out of him, but it was fine. She swept his spatial ring off his hand and emptied its contents into her own, specifically taking out the parchment he showed her earlier. The picture was truly a good one, almost like a professional painting of Damien and Elena while they were in Beast Emperor Star. And along with it were a few words written on the page. Elena's eyes widened as she read it. The charges were one thing. If someone was going to use another's knife to kill them, they needed to make up at least this much. However, Tisich were only worth 150 million. Elena tore up the bounty paper annoyedly and clenched her fist. Damn it, You sent bounty hunters and your own subordinates against us, but you're only offering such a measly reward." She scoffed to herself and leaned her back against the wall again, brooding slightly as she went back to patiently waiting for the firestorm to calm. In reality, the reward wasn't a small amount at all. Her entire fortune was only around 150 million in currency cards. However, what she held was the fortune of a level 399 master who wasn't yet at the extreme peak. Nevertheless, it became clear that someone was targeting her and Damien. Elena glanced at the strange needles in her spatial ring, trophies of her recent victory, and she glanced at the detailed account nearby that clearly explained how to circumvent the realm's laws and definitively kill within. Perhaps the first enemies she met were disappointing, but Elena slowly realized the plot behind the scenes was far more dangerous than this group let on. Good. It had been around a day since she first encountered the firestorm, and nothing special happened aside from the first encounter, until finally she saw the flames retreat. Elena walked into the entry corridor and looked into the blue skies beyond. Chapter 1004 Blaze. Roaring winds and the booming sound of explosions were the most common to hear at this time. The firestorm raged for an entire day before stopping, and not everyone was lucky enough to find shelter during that time. Specifically, Long Chun and Xue Fang. These two, rather than finding safety, ended up finding each other. They stood back to back with their swords drawn, sword intent blazing around them and slicing through the immaterial flames. Their bodies were just as injured as Rose's was when she escaped, but they didn't have the luxury of rest. They were exhausted already, but they had no choice but to keep fighting. Otherwise, they'd embarrass the human domain. Long Chun roared, his voice drowned in the air. "Of course," Xue Fang responded, clearly understanding him. "Xing." His sword slashed through the air, sending waves of ice into the inferno and weakening it slightly. Long Chun joined him, using his own sword intent to break through the storm so they could once again push forward towards safety. Long Chun raged inwardly. Despite all his improvement, he was still stuck in a situation like this. Unacceptable. He yelled with all his might, slamming his massive sword into the ground. A menacing bellow exited its blade as a titanic dragon shadow manifested itself and opened its mouth, letting loose a fierce, devouring force that encompassed the surrounding flames. Like a swirling torpedo, the flames entered the dragon's mouth and sat in its belly. Long Chun could feel their heat in his own stomach, making him want to gag. He exclaimed, quickly ignoring the discomfort. Xue Fang nodded and instantly shot to the west, Long Chun following not far behind. The dragon shadow bought them a considerable amount of time. Its devouring force spread for several thousand meters, clearing a large path for the duo. However, just how unlucky were they? Regardless of their efforts, they could find no shelter at all. The roaring flames crashed through the surroundings and slammed into each other like colliding tsunamis. The force rapidly spread and found its way to the fleeing duo. Xue Fang yelled hurriedly. He stuck his sword into the earth and sent a pulse of mana downward, opening a large crater in the ground. Long Chun jumped in with him and slashed his sword through the earth as well. The two spread their awareness in search of shelter, but they didn't have any time. Whoosh! Flames rushed into the crater and enveloped them, burning their flesh and bones. The two roared in pain as they tried to put their mana up to block the attacks, but the corrosion force of the flame only seemed to grow with their insistence on fighting it. Xue Fang said solemnly, "Then we can only fight and die honorably." Long Chun replied. Xue Fang nodded in agreement. It was unfortunate to be expelled from the realm here, but nothing could be done about it. Rather than dying cowardly deaths like those they'd come across as they fought for survival, they would put on a beautiful show for those outside to make sure they were never underestimated. The duo raised their swords in unison, their fighting spirit blazing with more heat than the surrounding inferno, and they confronted the world itself with everything they had. A beautiful icy display covered one half of the world, while dancing dragons of gold graced the other. The laws they utilized were not only mystical, but filled with a complexity that allowed their mana to exist without being immediately burned away by the flames. It truly was a magisterial display. The experts watching from the outside were thoroughly impressed, and both Long Chun and Shui Fang became names to watch as long as they could survive. Their display almost usurped the flame's light entirely, but it had to come to an end eventually. With so many powerful attacks being thrown out every second, their mana dwindled within minutes. And when their mana finally ran out, they stared the blaze in its face without fear and accepted the death that approached them. Whoosh! Bang! Long Chen's eyes widened. Mysteriously and miraculously, the flames slammed against invisible walls that formed around the duo. On all sides, regardless of their attempts to burn through the walls, the flames were completely unable to penetrate their surface. Long Chun cautiously pressed his hand forward and felt the mana of those walls. A wry smile formed on his face. Old friend, within the central region of the Holy Light Tomb, a small smile formed on Damien's face. He lowered his hand and shook his head. His words were those of disappointment, but the smile widening on his face gave him away. How could he ever be disappointed? His companions were outshining almost every genius who came to the Grand Assembly, including those from great forces with huge status in the universe. I can't affect such long distances with anything else, but luckily dimensional cages directly affect natural space, so it's different. Damien's awareness was extremely powerful, more than enough to wrap around most of Holy Light Star. When he felt the strangeness filling the air, he spread it to check on the situation, only to find an utterly calamitous atmosphere outside. Dimensional Cage allowed him to alter portions of space that already existed in reality. Thus, its effective range was anywhere within his awareness. For normal attacks that had to be exerted from the body, such distances couldn't be covered unless Damien wanted to destroy everything in the path between him and his target. Only Dimensional Cage operated on such strange principles. Rose and Ryue found shelter. Elena is also still in the other tomb, and I don't need to worry about Suren. He and Schwer couldn't even feel the heat from where they were, so he wasn't really worried about being affected by the situation. Currently, Schwer was challenging the main opportunity of the Holy Light Tomb, so what Damien wanted to do was be sure nothing would ruin both his and her concentration at the moment. He was fortunate enough to save his friends, but seeing their outlines and his perception only made him want to meet up with them all the sooner. Well, we should be able to reunite after this firestorm dies down, since Schwer should also be done by then. But he paused as a sudden thought entered his head. The timing was almost too coincidental. Suddenly, Damien felt something wrap around his leg. He looked down alertly, only for his eyes to widen in shock. What he found was none other than a certain little girl hugging his leg like a daughter overly attached to her father. And in fact, that explanation wasn't too different from the actual situation, because this little girl, Riva, who came with the human domain's forces, was none other than the little girl who acted as Damien's daughter while he was in Nibelheim. Chapter 1005 Shattered. Damien stared at the little girl on his leg with no idea what he was supposed to do. How'd you get here? And why did she come? He wanted to get the answers to these questions, but he didn't know if it was actually possible. He asked awkwardly. Riva nodded with dull and clueless eyes. Riva nodded again, nothing changing about her expression or demeanor. Damien scratched his face in genuine speechlessness. Am I supposed to consider her an enemy? I can't really bring myself to be cautious against her. The way she appeared and latched onto him while evading his perception was definitely concerning. If she truly was an enemy, she could have made an attempt on his life in that moment. But her non-aggression wasn't the reason for his calmness. Rather, it was the strange connection he felt with her, almost like they were from the same source. However, she isn't a product of the void. Back then, Nibelheim's situation spiraled out of control extremely fast, and he eventually forgot about this fake daughter of his in the confusion and destruction. Now that he'd seen her again and felt that bond, his curiosity was once again awakened. He asked. Riva shook her head. Damien sighed. I figured. Riva stared at him for a moment, quirking her head just slightly before nodding. She closed her eyes and lifted her chin to face Damien, and in response, he gently placed his index finger on her forehead. A wisp of void mana traveled into her head and infiltrated her spiritual world. At that moment, it immediately shifted into the breath of nothingness and swam towards her memories. Damien received a view of the inside of Riva's mind, and genuinely, he could not make sense of the scene at all. What is this absolute chaos? Riva's spiritual world was made up of a collection of swirling vortexes, the force of each colliding with the rest and practically tearing apart anything between them. Damien was sure that any other person, regardless of strength or ability, would not be able to stand this kind of spiritual torment for years on end. How old was Riva? While she looked no more than 10, she looked the same years ago when Damien first met her. And with the state of her spiritual world, it was clear that her age didn't match her appearance in the slightest. Damien eventually found a narrow gap between the vortexes, not in three-dimensional space, but in four. No, that's just the fourth dimension. If I'm sensing it properly, there are at least 16 dimensions making up the structure of this spiritual world. Damien maneuvered the breath of nothingness through the fourth, fifth, sixth, and many other dimensions, each showing a state of decay that differed from the rest. It fell from the first three dimensions, which were a representation of total chaos. Each preceding dimension showed a more complete state. By the 10th dimension, Damien could faintly make out physical structures, best compared to stray debris. By the 13th, those structures solidified into small rocks and celestial bodies. By the 15th, the size of the space had grown rapidly, and it was beginning to look like a true universe. And finally, in the 18th universe, Damien encountered the universe itself. However, this universe, Damien thought solemnly. With a turbulent sigh, he pulled the breath of nothingness out of Riva's spiritual world and returned his mind to reality. He looked down at the little girl who was still staring at him with the same clueless expression. He didn't need to see her memories. No, he'd already seen them. "I'm sorry," he said, slightly mournfully. However, Riva only quirked her head in confusion, because the memories locked behind several layers of decay, were nothing more than pieces of code that Riva didn't have access to. And Riva herself was not a human. Damien's mind moved at lightning speed. With his understanding of the void, dimensional magic, and universal flow, he could somewhat make out what occurred at that time. Somehow, that universe was destroyed. It was consumed by the void, but either intentionally or unintentionally, the universe itself split a portion of its law and tried to save it. That piece of universal law collided with the void, and somehow it gained a physical body. How she gained a physical body was unknown, which pointed to the fact that there was surely a third force involved in the event. In addition to that, how she made it to Grand Heaven's boundary was also a concern. As a consequence of that phenomenon, she almost wholly lost her ego, left as an empty shell that could only follow its instincts. And that instinct connected it to Damien, who was practically the void's apostle. She is not part of the void, but the void aided in her creation. Not only that, she is also a fragment of a universe, which falls under my celestial authority. Damien didn't know how common it was in the universe, but he was a double-class individual, with both elusive and rare classes drawing a connection between him and Riva. It was natural for him to be unable to understand it. Though, now that he knew this information, what was he supposed to do with it? She isn't some avatar. She's a genuine piece of universal law, and a foreign universal law at that. If I can restore her memories, she can be invaluable in all three of my main comprehensive paths. As a celestial, as a voidbringer, and as a follower of universal flow, Riva's existence was extremely profound. But if he wanted to interfere so deeply in her psyche without harming her already fragile mind, he looked back to Riva hesitantly before finally opening his mouth and asking. Riva shook her head in denial. This time, she didn't give a proper answer, seemingly unknowing of what she wanted. "I have a way to help you, but you'll have to become my subordinate first." Riva's eyes suddenly clouded over. Flash. Their clear and dull appearance shifted as they were filled with the light of shining galaxies. And as the light emitted from them grew, it materialized into the form of a beautiful woman with long flowing white hair and a body made of stars. You are. The projection shook its head, and Damien's eyes turned solemn. I understand what you want, he asked, his expression containing utmost seriousness. The woman reached out, her ethereal hand brushing against Damien's face almost as if it was tangible. And Damien's eyes briefly became covered in the light of stars as well. When he came back to reality, he sighed lightly and nodded his head. Fine. Damien pushed his hand out again and sent a celestial mana thread into Riva's forehead, imitating his previous action. However, this time, the meaning behind it was far, far more complex. Chapter 1006 shattered. The projection of the woman disappeared as soon as the celestial mana thread made contact. Damien only briefly saw the relief on her face as she left, choosing to ignore it for now. The binding of a universe fragment, what did it entail? In all honesty, Damien had no idea. The fact that other universes existed wasn't known to many at all, let alone fragments of them existing in this universe. I doubt this is the first time, but those who found universe fragments would do everything possible to keep them hidden. Damien let loose a distressed breath as the binding process ended. He closed his eyes and looked inward. There, he found a new entity inside the world core fusion reactor. Sitting above the many worlds under Damien's control was a rhomboid crystalline object that shone with rainbow light, representing Riva's bind. Only, this newly created bind didn't benefit Damien in the slightest. He smiled wryly. I guess I'll only find out how crazy what I just did was after I've unsealed her. But what can you do? His thoughts drifted back to that woman, the shattered universe's true universal law. What she'd shown him. Never mind. He opened his eyes, and Riva had disappeared. Is her physical body that unstable? Like Damien originally said, nobody could survive with such terrible damage in their spiritual world. Regardless of her true identity, Riva's physical body wouldn't have been able to bear the pressure of her mind for much longer without any support. Damien finally set Riva's matter aside, as it wasn't something he could focus on at the moment, and swept his hand through the air. Over 100,000 protective layers of space and time were dispersed, returning Damien to the real plane. As for when he'd set them up, of course, it was the instant he spotted Riva. With so many eyes on him, his every action had to be taken with caution. Nevertheless, now that he was out, he was once again graced by the sight of Schwer sitting in a lotus position in the midst of a cloud of white and gold aura like a warrior who returned valiantly and victoriously for battle. This chance of hers, he had no idea what it was. In fact, he was sure the central area of the tomb was untouched by the angels, and whatever Schwer was currently experiencing was a factor of the original mystic realm that the Holy Light realm was built on. Hadn't Elena experienced something similar before? Damien had no way of knowing it, but the angels were never able to conquer the two tombs of the original mystic realm. It wasn't a matter of their ability, but the tombs themselves, because mystic realms were, in part, created by the universe itself. The true benefits to be gained from them would never appear unless they found their proper owners. All I can say is that she's benefiting immensely. Damien shrugged and sat back, observing and making sure nothing went wrong. Anyway, putting that aside, this is supposed to last for 2 months? He smiled to himself. What could he say? The forces of Grand Heaven's boundary really underestimated the younger generation this time. Let's hope she finishes quickly. His awareness spread past the bounds of the Holy Light tomb. In his eyes, the firestorm faded into the atmosphere as if it never existed. After raging for one full day and night, it vanished in the wind like a passing wanderer with no desires or ambitions. Geniuses in all corners of Holy Light Star peeked their heads out from their various hiding places, embracing the bright sun and the passing of danger. It was a moment of respite, but it was not one to be cherished. A message entered the ears of the human domain geniuses. Within 4 hours, 3 geniuses gathered at their original rendezvous point. In fact, they weren't too far from it, but after the chaos, orienting themselves and understanding their position took time. Nevertheless, as the 3 of them reached the rendezvous point, Fang was the one to speak first. He asked, looking at Ryue. Ryue rolled her eyes. "I'm not your sister." Fang put his hands up, in surrender as sweat dripped down his temple. "What are you talking about? The Shui clan has long been destroyed." Little Yuan, don't talk about her. Anyway, let's drop this for now." Ryue nodded, looking at the 2 men solemnly. "First of all, the concentration of evil aura in the atmosphere has increased significantly since the passing of the firestorm. The smell of blood radiating from the east is extremely concerning." Longchen's eyes widened in realization. The firestorm didn't just kill, it destroyed the environment thoroughly. Every beast in the realm has been deprived of a home. Fang shook his head and joined the conversation. "That isn't the case. The beasts on the surface have likely all died. The subterranean world, on the other hand." Her eyes hardened. Her expression was immediately mirrored on the faces of her companions. They didn't doubt her words at all, nor did they question how she knew this information. Because the bond of sisterhood between Rose and Ryue was something inexplicable that neither of these men could understand. They always had a perfect understanding of what the other was thinking, and this ability seemed to transcend reality itself. If Ryue felt Rose was in danger, and in the subterranean world at that, it could only be so. "We need to find her first," Longchen asked. Ryue nodded once more. "Yes, and that's why I called you here." The sound of 3 weapons being drawn as one resounded through the air. Bang! 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 A crater was formed instantly, and it was torn into a cavern within seconds. Bang! 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 The furious impacts attracted the attention of many geniuses, but who would dare go near people who could exert such power to casually slap the ground? These crazy people had to be avoided at all costs. Under this atmosphere, the human domain geniuses tunneled roughly 4,000 meters into the earth until finally, bang! Ryue's spear slammed into the rock, causing it to collapse inward. The trio fell through the same abyss Rose experienced. But unlike her, they were able to see the slightest flashes of light coming from below. Ryue thought in relief. Her expression sharpened as she used mana to actively increase her falling speed. She shouted powerfully. Chapter 1007 Tide. Shio! Whoosh! A body swerved through the darkness of an underground cavern, almost big enough to be considered its own world. Its movements were lithe and graceful, yet held an element of brutality that couldn't be ignored, especially when considering the massive scythe in that individual's hands. Rose was always aware that she didn't have the best luck. It wasn't just due to the laws she studied, but also due to the special pupil she possessed. As someone who could see and toy with the karma of all things, how could she be allowed positive fortune of her own? Rose had experienced her fair share of extreme situations, and falling into a beast den wasn't anything new. This specific situation she'd experienced 3 times before. Only, this one was far more dangerous. Shio! 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 The projectiles flying through the air were balls of razor-sharp white thread. The threads were strong by themselves, but when grouped, their slicing power could raise any 4th-class being easily. Rose flipped, using her momentum to narrowly dodge the projectiles as she wielded her scythe, slashing through the air with utmost precision. Spurt! Her scythe pierced the head of a massive spider, roughly the size of a semi-truck. Its blue blood sprayed through the air, sizzling as it interacted with the air. Rose clicked her tongue and jumped off the spider, wiping the blood off her face and wincing. Damn! Rose retreated several hundred meters, swiping her hand through the air and creating a massive windstorm that tore through the space. Boom! 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 The explosions were deafening, and the cracking of the area's structure made the noise far more harrowing. Yet, Rose was more than aware that her attack didn't cause much actual damage. Svel, there were over 10,000 beasts in this cavern when she first entered it. As she was forced to fight them, she realized that not a single one of these beasts was weaker than her. The lowest level beasts were still level 375, and their true strength surpassed that level completely. I've killed around 1,000, but I've used up too many pills here. This is life or death. So it isn't the time to be frugal, but what other choice do I have? Her eyes were hardened, but her spirit was raging as bright as ever. Regardless, this is a setting where I can be a little more serious. Rose's power of illusion was her strongest suit, but it wasn't her only specialization. She'd always been trying to upgrade her eyes, following that beautiful vision she saw all those years ago in the Eternal Secret Realm. Unfortunately, the power of her pupils couldn't be tested casually, for wrongly using them could completely destroy people's lives, even people she didn't intend to target. Her mother's story was a prime example of this. There weren't many strong beasts in the human domain, only traitors and shitty scum who were bringing us down. Now that I have some prime test subjects in front of me, her eyes widened as she stood in the air, shining in beautiful gold light. The world she saw changed. Every beast became a muddled lump of gray strands, while several colored strands connected them to each other, creating a web of relationships that defined the ecosystem this cavern had created. This web was crucial information. Rose immediately learned how these beasts interacted with each other, as well as their specific roles in the ecosystem. Despite the cohesion they showed when an outsider disturbed their peace, they were actually quite divided. With this knowledge, the possibilities became endless. Rose stared into the interwoven strings and slowly reached her hand out, pinching two strings between her fingers and pulling slightly. Snap! The sound of those strings breaking was deafening. Rose's eyes instantly returned to their usual color, and the mana in her body drained to nothing. However, as she took a load of pills to replenish her systems, a change occurred. BZZZ, BZZZ. A furious buzzing emerged from the depths of the cavern. There, a group of abnormally large black wasp-like creatures crowded around. A corpse. It was the mangled corpse of a spider, but nearby were several greatly disfigured corpses of their kind. The situation was clear. These spiders had sacrificed one of theirs to kill tens of wasp larvae. Scree! A wasp twice the size of the rest let out a terrifying screech. The sound wave bounced through the cave and amplified several times over. BZZE. The buzzing of extremely fast wings filled the cavern. Countless wasps appeared from the shadows, and together as one. They launched an all-out attack on the spiders. Rose staggered to her feet in an isolated corner of the cavern, just barely recovered again, and smiled. She shook her head and started moving again. Her scythe materialized in her hands, and she re-entered the battlefield. The wasps and spiders would kill each other and eliminate the long-range and aerial threats Rose was facing, but she still had to deal with every other beast on the ground. Insects, mammals, reptiles, and every type of creature one could imagine were present in some quantity, but the insects and bugs took up the majority of the numbers. Rose became a whirlwind of death. Her scythe, backed by pure physical force and just the slightest trace of mana strengthening, slashed through enemies at a staggering rate. Perhaps this rate was only 1 or 2 every minute, but considering the strength of the enemies, this wasn't slow at all. Rose could feel it within her. With every passing moment, she could feel herself growing. Sparks flew into the air and created a beautiful display. Rose's hands took turns wielding the scythe itself, with the non-occupied hand swimming through the air, manipulating reality itself to separate the massive horde of beasts into manageable portions and weaken her enemies before she had an opportunity to personally strike them. All the while, the grudge war that originally started with just the soldiers and wasps, in this space without much free ground, involved several other beasts until it became an all-out melee between the beast tribes of the underground cavern. At this rate, Rose wouldn't have any trouble managing the situation as long as she acted with caution. And, boom, the ceiling caved in. Bang, bang, bang. Bang! 3 objects slammed into the solid ground, kicking up massive clouds of dust and throwing tens of beasts back into the hordes they came from. Rose's attention turned in that direction, curiosity written on her face. That expression turned into a smile within a second. Hee, you came before I could even have any fun, she said, projecting her voice toward the group. Nonsense. You're just not allowed to die until I've thoroughly surpassed you. Another voice came from within the smoke. Cheeky, Rose muttered with a grin. Ryue snorted with a slight smile, turning her attention away from Rose and towards the situation at hand. Beast tides on the surface and beast tides underground. Not another word needed to be said, because she'd already given the order. Kill until there was nothing left to kill. Chapter 1008 Tide. With Ryue and the rest joining the battle, Rose's burden was greatly reduced. After all, these 3 were fighters just as capable as she was. And with them present, she could use the safer powers of her pupils effectively. Such as, Ryue, go to the far depths and take care of the beast there. The dark aura in that location is extremely condensed, and all the species are Ian attributed. Ryue nodded without question and took off, making it evident that this kind of routine was well practiced at this point. As for you two, spread in opposite directions. Your affinities won't have much of an advantage here, but your sword styles are best used differently. Long Chun, focus on mammalian and reptilian creatures. The 2 followed Ryue's example and spread. Long Chun had a lot more raw power, so using him to crush those without the hard carapaces of bugs was best. Fang, on the other hand, had extreme cutting power that could slice carapaces into oblivion. After watching the 3 reach their assigned positions, Rose nodded to herself. Good, they can take care of the combat. Now my job should be... She raised into the air once again to gain a vantage point where she could watch the entire battle situation. And once she'd mapped it out in her head, she moved her hands through the empty space like she was conducting the most exquisite symphony. Was it reality or illusion? Even her allies could never tell when she used her power. The cavern separated into dozens of rooms, each connected by a series of tunnels. While the structure itself was simple, the mechanics behind it were anything but. Under Rose's precise control, each room was filled with only beasts from opposing tribes that would fight amongst each other. The rooms were constantly shuffled, and the amount of space they took up changed every few seconds. There was no consistency for the enemy, but those who'd fought within this formation knew very well. They were already inside Rose's illusory throne domain. Rose could truly do as she wished in this domain, but her actions were part of an extremely long sequence that didn't repeat very often, a sequence that couldn't be easily followed unless the battle was prolonged to a great extent. But why would these geniuses who'd long since memorized the pattern of Rose's manipulation allow their enemies to reach the same understanding? It was mainly Long Chun and Fang. The duo moved between rooms and incited chaos among the already tense relations between these tribes, assassinating beasts who held importance and instigating enmity. Ryue's job was separate. The space she'd been granted was operating under different laws from the main labyrinth. These laws, in this universe, only Rose and Ryue knew them. Currently, Ryue moved among the darkness as if it was her closest friend. The species around her were strange, just as Rose said. While they showed blatant hostility towards her presence, they didn't move to attack, almost as if they were wary of something. Only kill those that can't be tamed, Ryue wondered to herself. What Rose wanted wasn't to form permanent bonds with these beasts as Damien had done with Zura. She wanted Ryue to control and dominate these beasts so they could be used later. The only question was, for what? Ryue dropped the thought and raised her arm into the air, summoning her mana and spreading it thinly through the atmosphere. The mana of Yin was a powerful force. Some believed Yin and Yang to be mere human concepts, created to explain the universal law. Others saw Yin and Yang as the pinnacle of universal forces, the two sides of the coin from which all other laws and concepts emerged. In reality, The role of yin and yang in the universe wasn't quite known because not many experts had risen while using these elements in their raw form. However, Ryue knew. The mana of yin had untold power. All those beings who existed under its umbrella, boom, would submit under a force of yin more powerful than their own, almost like dragons. Ryue's mana cast a terrifying suppression through the atmosphere that forced every yin-attributed beast in the vicinity to its knees. Her eyes panned the surroundings coldly, picking out every entity that struggled against her pressure and tried to escape. And within seconds, pa, 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 these beasts exploded without a chance to fight back. Ryue just recently remembered the flexibility and serene nature of yin. Until this point, she'd been refining her ability to use its other face. Absolute suppression. The class she received upon completing her baptism was Yin's Spirit Queen, and there was no such thing as a benevolent ruler. If she wanted to truly rule the law of Yin, she needed the cruelty and judgment to control all things. In the distance, Rose watched her display with a smile. She joked happily, with her comrades aiding her. Cleaning up this cavern was no trouble at all. And finally, when those beasts were exterminated, they'd be able to find out what great treasure existed in this space. With all the effort it took to clear the place, there had to be one, right? Rose was usually the one in their group who made the strategic decisions and whatnot. However, this time, Ryue was the one who made a scarily accurate prediction. The skies of Holy Light Star were already darkened by the smog from the previous firestorm, and the environment itself was almost completely destroyed. If it wasn't for the vibrant, vital aura in the earth, one would believe this star was utterly barren and unable to support life. Rumble. An earthquake. In the silence following the blaze, it was incredibly noticeable. There wasn't a single genius that didn't notice it. Thousands of guards went up at once. After their experience with the previous calamity, they weren't planning to take the next one lightly. Rumble. The rumbling of the earth became fiercer. It didn't originate from one specific source, but from the entirety of the ground itself. And after many moments of shaking, bang, a cloud of dust rose on the horizon. A shadowy figure rose into the sky along with it. Roa-Awayer. It let out a deafening roar that shattered the sky around it. It was a dragon, a true dragon whose pressure swept across the lands and struck fear in the hearts of all those who witnessed its majestic gait. It was the first of many. Bang, 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 bang. All across Holy Light Stars, portions of earth imploded and beasts rose up from below. The second calamity, a calamity of beasts, was beginning. And at the same time, many more forces arrived in Luxurian. Countless geniuses were eliminated from Holy Light Star, but an equal or even greater number was always present to replace them. Yet, perhaps entering the realm at this time wasn't such a good idea. After all, for most, it would only lead to a humiliating and extremely fast defeat. Chapter 1009 Tide. The firestorm lasted for a day, which gave people false hope when the second calamity arrived. However, the beast tides didn't end so easily. The calamity of beasts lasted an entire 2 weeks, until the end of the first month of the Grand Assembly. In these 2 weeks, several heroes arose, and even more geniuses were ruthlessly eliminated from the realm. The smaller forces who came to show some face and make connections were mostly eliminated from the competition, and replacing them, several larger forces finally made their arrival in Luxurian. These forces were mostly Holy Land influences, such as Fallen Star Holy Land, as well as individual high commanders and executioners affiliated with Heaven's Army. The only force from the Divine Realm still not present was Blood Azura, Holy Land, but this wasn't uncommon. Of the large forces of the universe, Blood Azura Holy Land was widely known as the most arrogant and domineering. Even when facing the heavenly clan that represented the Divine Realm itself, they kept their same arrogance. The visitor that attracted the most eyes was also the most elusive. Prismatic Sun Holy Land. In the same way the demon-sealing pantheon existed with great reputation but was still unknown to the world, Prismatic Sun Holy Land never showed its head outside of the most crucial moments. The only difference between them was that the demon-sealing pantheon only ever had one successor at a time, while Prismatic Sun Holy Land was a true great influence with countless experts. The 5 geniuses from this holy land were all women, wearing veils and thick clothing that hid their appearances from those who looked at them. Oddly enough, this clothing even repelled the gazes of demigods in the crowd, marking their garments as god-rank artifacts. It was a true show of power to possess so many rare artifacts and use them as regular clothing. The clothing of these 5 women wasn't what drew attention to them. Rather, it was their performance once they made their way in a holy light star. To put it simply, they stood equal to the human domain's spectacular performance, and in the eyes of those experts, were just a step below Su Ren and Damien. Nevertheless, 2 weeks was a great amount of time. Aside from the aforementioned influences, there were 10 more holy lands and hundreds of smaller forces, whose geniuses raised the population of Holy Light Star to over 20,000. As for what the human domain's geniuses did during the time, these newcomers stole the spotlight. Rose, Ruyue, Long Chun, and Xue Fang were currently deep underground. For 2 straight weeks, they've been exploring the world connected to the massive cavern Rose first landed in. Their original goal was to find the treasure the cavern hid, but it didn't take long for them to find that there was none at all. On the other hand, there were 16 hidden tunnels that led to completely different tunnel systems within the earth that didn't overlap at all. Each one led to different beasts and different dangers, but as they learned after fully exploring the first one, each tunnel system was filled with treasures, chaos-ranked treasures with various usages, and even dangerous areas with strong auras suggesting the existence of god-ranked treasures led them to remain in this cave system for days upon days. Their strategy was simple. For chaos-ranked treasures, they split up and worked individually. Whenever they found the signs of stronger treasure, they marked the area and left it alone so they could challenge them all consecutively as a group. It was a great plan that allowed them to systematically claim every treasure they found. But at the same time, this common movement slowed their momentum and made the gazes on them slowly recede. Not that that was a negative, of course. At the end of the day, these human domain geniuses also wanted to grow. Their goal here wasn't just to impress and show off. This was their first experience in the wider universe, and they planned to grow as much as they could from it. Overall, for the geniuses who could hold their own in the perils of Holy Light Star, life became boring. The true trouble existed for those who couldn't, those who faced endless tides of rabid beasts with the only goal of tearing them apart. And finally, near the end of the 2-week period, a beautiful phenomenon occurred in the Holy Light Tomb. The light around Xue brightened and filled the entire central area, glimmering splendorously before finally dying down. Xue sat alone, floating a few inches off the ground in a lotus position. Her eyes fluttered open, and to Damien's surprise, her pupils were now an emerald green color, like 2 shining jewels decorating her face. He asked hesitantly, running her awareness through her body to make sure there were no abnormalities. "Feel?" She responded hazily. Damien's brow raised cautiously. He asked again. Xue looked up at him, her eyes clearing. Damien's eyes hardened. "You." His hand shot out without warning, slapping against Schwetter's forehead. "Puck." Xue naively knocked her head and smiled cheerfully as if nothing was wrong. As for Damien, he could do nothing but sigh to himself. He could only say he was lucky for the breath of nothingness that allowed him to check her spiritual world. This brat doesn't know what I'm like out here. Because Damien wasn't someone who'd panic and mourn, he was someone who'd immediately obliterate the spiritual consciousness trying to take over Xue's body. Either way, it's good that nothing happened. However, her bodily situation, it was like his when he was at her level. With the blessing she just received, her body was raised to the 4th class level, but she had yet to define her law and undergo baptism to actually reach that level. Getting Xue past that boundary became the most important task, and as Damien glanced at the outside situation, The life laws of this world are fluctuating. If I'm reading it right, something major is going to happen. He frowned as he became more and more sure of his feeling. The environment of the entire world was destroyed in the first calamity, which drew the beast from the subterranean world to the surface in the second. Now that the world had gone through its cycles of destruction, the next step was to start revitalization. The problem was this world was also a secret realm, and its methods were severe, to say the least. In the next few days, it'll start. The earth will cry, and then the vitality existing everywhere else. His eyes hardened solemnly. Chapter 10:10 Tide. From the time he'd spent with Schwerer in the past few weeks, he affirmed his notion that struggle was the foundation of strength. Astoria grew rapidly because he forced her out of comfort. Elena was able to progress through 4th class in no time at all because she suffered and survived. And Damien, regardless of the help he had from the Void physique, regardless of his talent, would have never reached his level without suffering. Suffering that turned him into a masochist, built character, built strength, and built fortitude. Even if he was granted the chance to go back and do it again, he wouldn't try to lessen his suffering. In fact, he'd try harder and suffer harder so he could grow even faster than he did in the present timeline. His mind cleared. Emotion no longer ruled his decisions. He wanted to do what was best for Schwerer and respect her determination for strength. So this time, he once again wouldn't help her. "Schwerer, let's go," he said. "There's still a small number of beasts outside, but they've lessened their hostility, so the actual combat taking place has almost completely died down." Schwerer nodded immediately. "Good. I feel a lot more powerful, but it feels weird. I want to know how to fix it," she responded. Damien turned away from her and began walking towards the exit of the central region, hiding his smile. He couldn't help but be proud. Schwerer giggled to herself as she saw the arcing of his lips from the side, but she didn't say anything, happily following him as he led her out of the tomb with ease. The duo saw the light of day once more, but the holy light star in front of them was not the same one they came from. Schwerer exclaimed with widened eyes. Damien shrugged. "Calamity happened. Twice at that. Anyway, it has nothing to do with us." Schwerer once again found herself confused, but she kept her mouth shut. Damien had a habit of saying things she couldn't understand, after all. Unaware of her thoughts, Damien wrapped her in his mana and flew into the air, scanning the world with his awareness. "Okay, I found a good spot." And coincidentally, he smiled as he teleported, being cautious to not overload Schwerer's senses too much, and arrived at the location in a few minutes. There were several beast tribes on the ground below, seemingly regrouping after facing mass defeat in the previous tides. And nearby, the distinct signature of a single woman was fast approaching. Damien took Schwerer with him and landed on the ground between that figure and the beast tide. "Schwerer, go fight." "Ashu." "Teacher, okay, fine." Schwerer moved somewhat hesitantly towards the beasts, and the approaching aura also calmed significantly. Schwerer's eyes narrowed. Her arms rose into a boxing position, and a pair of gauntlets appeared, covering her forearms and hands in shining armor. And then, she charged into the crowd. She shouted as she punched into the skull of the nearest beast. Boom! A blaze pulsed from her fist and exploded the beast's skin, revealing its thick skull. Ruahayer. The beast finally got the chance to roar in pain, alerting its nearby fellows to Schwerer's attack. "Oomph," she said, spinning around and sending an axe kick into the creature's skull. Crack! The skull cracked under her pressure, and the beast collapsed to the ground. Bang! Schwerer sent a final fist slamming through the beast's skull, thoroughly killing it. At the same time, reinforcements arrived. A group of 20 beasts from the same tribe as the one she just killed, a group of bear-like creatures, stood on their hind legs and roared into the sky, their rage evident. Schwerer's eyes shook as she backed away, when suddenly, bang, 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 the 3 massive bears at the front of the crowd exploded into bits of flesh and blood. "Schwerer, don't worry about anything and just fight." Damien's shout came from behind, causing a smile to spread on her face. She happily uttered, jumping into battle before the bears could recover from the deaths of their leaders. Before Damien's eyes, she finally began to showcase what she learned from Elvira, and he wasn't alone in witnessing it. So, this is the fabled little sister, eh? What a first impression, the individual who just arrived said with a smile. Damien turned to her with the same expression. Right? Elena walked up next to him and leaned against his shoulder, and like a couple watching their child, they happily enjoyed the show Schwer presented them. Bang! Another head exploded. Schwer's method of fighting was a strange mix between barbaric and beautiful. On her own, she was truly brutal. She used her body as a weapon, slamming her tiny fists out with enough power to burst the environment with pure air pressure. However, around her swirled a mystical grouping of natural spirits that emerged from all around when they sensed her presence. They were mostly spirits of earth and air, and upon Schwer's prompting, they emitted furious bursts of elemental power that dispersed the crowds of beasts and crippled the weaker ones. It was a true surprise that Schwer had a relatively established fighting style already. Or rather, it turned out Damien had been severely underestimating the sanctuary. It couldn't be helped. He'd been dealing with demigods and supremes so often in recent days that anything under the Holy Land level looked the same to him. But when it came to training geniuses, the likes of Elvira and Bai Longxian were more than capable. Speaking of, I wonder how those guys are doing? Damien hadn't paid attention to their power levels in a while, and he suddenly got curious. But now wasn't the time. Now, the stage was Schwer's, and she was making full use of it. A voice boomed through the first banquet hall. It belonged to an elder from Flame Heaven Holy Land, directed at Lucille, who stood calmly at the front of the hall. He asked, not losing his calm at all, "What do you think I'm talking about? This secret realm is bullshit." The elder roared. He'd been utterly humiliated. Within a few days of their entrance, the geniuses of his holy land were obliterated by powerful beasts, and there was even a true dragon among them. Lucille raised his brow. HM, how could that be possible? Our heavenly clan was chosen to host this assembly because the people trust our integrity. The holy master of the sect appeared and pulled the elder back. I apologize for his behavior, he said to Lucille, retreating without another word. Lucille's eyes glimmered with a mysterious light as he watched them leave. Chapter 10, 11 Geniuses. Whoosh! A light wind flowed from one side of Holy Light Star to the other, almost as if foreshadowing chaos with its peaceful breeze. It took a full day for Schwer to clear out the beast that she'd been tasked to defeat, and even after accomplishing her goal, she wasn't allowed to rest. She was soon introduced to her third aunt, who proceeded to spar with her for many hours to the point where she felt like dying. However, her third aunt was like an angel, able to immediately make her feel like she'd woken up from a good night of sleep in an instant and make all of her injuries disappear. It was helpful training for Schwer before the true challenge that was to come, but while watching them, Damien also noticed something else. He asked Elena after she'd finished training with Schwer. Elena shook her head. It's nothing much. I had to burn a good amount of blood vitality to survive my last encounter, but it only somewhat affected my strength. I just need to be mindful in the future, she responded with a shrug, severely downplaying her state. Damien frowned. Did she really think she could keep it from him? Your aura has already reached the first revolution, but your strength has actually regressed from the last time I saw you. He sighed to himself and placed his hand on her head, allowing the warm currents of heal to flow through her body. This skill that was granted to him by Alaric, the primordial undying tree, was a lifesaver for him whenever he made the same suicidal move for the sake of survival. And, thankfully, it was able to keep those close to him healthy, regardless of what they faced when he wasn't with them. Elena closed her eyes contentedly as she felt the warm power course through her again. This was the second time she'd felt the power of this trait, but it still didn't cease to amaze her. She could sense just a trace of concept within the current that was similar to transcended death, yet far milder, as if it was the true path to immortal life. She smiled to herself. He was following a far more mainstream path than she was in terms of life laws alone, which made her somewhat happy. After all, What would be the point of all her hard work if the path she was following could be mimicked by anyone else? Even if that person was Damien, the fact didn't change. As Damien healed the foolishly grinning Elena, he glanced at Schwerer with furrowed brows. How troublesome. It wasn't long ago when he said promoting Schwerer was the utmost priority, but after seeing her fight, his opinion ended up changing. She's not ready yet. She has a developed battle style, but she still relies extensively on spirits and only contributes physical strength and mana from her body. The actual processes are taken care of by them. Phew. Damien exhaled lightly. He thought he was past the point where he made mistakes in judgment, but Schwerer had rapidly brought him down several pegs. I said I was respecting her wishes, but I was just rushing because I know how bad it is to get stuck in imbalance and cope with the consequences in the future. Whether it was Damien or Schwerer, the laws they studied were far greater than those of the people around them. Their paths were more convoluted, even while following the same flow as the universe's streamlined path. The reason my space-time became so profound is because I spent time slowly understanding my law and purpose before finally grasping it for maximum results. I'm going to send her back, he finally said out loud. Elena asked. Damien responded. Then time is the only answer. Damien sighed and dropped his head, letting himself fall into Elena's lap. Yeah, how could I not? True. Elena glanced at the little girl who was peacefully sleeping off her fatigue nearby. Probably not, she finally said. Damien sighed. In the end, this place was meant for fourth-class beings, and the strongest among them at that. Realistically speaking, the troubles of this realm weren't challenges to Schwerer. They were true hells. Damien kept his eyes on the sky above, enjoying the feeling of Elena's hands running through his hair. Nonsense. But I couldn't get you back to your original lifespan. That's more than enough. Damien smiled to himself and closed his eyes. There was nothing particularly special about this moment, but it felt especially peaceful. For some reason, his mood turned reminiscent. He thought about the past and the present. He thought about the people who he held dear and the enemies he'd vanquished along the way. His life. He and Elena held an extreme connection to the element of life, and unlike the rest in the realm who were soon going to experience a terrible calamity, to them, it was something else entirely. The world was going through a cycle of creation and destruction like a beautiful microcosm representing the universe itself. To them, it wasn't a calamity that was coming, it was a resurrection. And the ambient mana's strange movements that foreshadowed such an event were like a serenade to them specifically, unheard by anyone else. Damien suddenly asked, Elena mutared. The reason plundering everything became meaningless is because the competition is too weak. You can't be thinking of... Damien rolled his eyes. Holy Land geniuses. Could they really live up to his expectations? Chapter 10-12 Geniuses. Damien sent Schwerer back to the sanctuary after giving her a short explanation and some homework, transferring her to Elvira for further training. The only gripe was that he had to promise to bring her back out when he saw Xiaoyu. Evidently, her rivalry with the girl had formed in full in the few minutes they'd interacted. He also separated from Elena again. Since she wanted to continue their original plan, he also decided to go along with it. They compiled the treasures they'd gotten until this point, which weren't many considering how Elena had been spending her time, and went in opposite directions to once again plunder the realm. Because this time, they would hold an absolute advantage against any and everyone. When daylight struck, the realm began to change as well. A barely noticeable suction force emitted from the ground, funneling the ambient vitality of the realm into the earth to start the process of reconstruction. As of now, only the atmosphere was being affected, but both Damien and Elena were well aware. By the time the day was over, no one would be safe from the force. At the moment, Damien stood above the realm, looking down on it without expression. Actually, his strange mood from last night was only partially caused by the ambient aura. The true reason was more complex. To put it simply, Damien didn't know what to do with himself. He'd reached a level where he couldn't really identify with the younger generation, because 99% of them could be killed with a single movement of his finger. He'd been fighting against the older generation, those monsters who'd lived for thousands of years, for so long that he'd forgotten what it meant to be young. He was only 30, yet his peers were 10,000. With this kind of disconnect, it was natural to become confused. I didn't think about it much before because I didn't have such a visceral comparison presented to me like now. The switch into a teacher mentality happened mainly due to Astoria's existence, but it came so naturally that Damien didn't even notice how prominent it had become. I'm not a damn old man yet. Frankly, he was pissing himself off with the pure inability to do anything. He'd become addicted to the constant movement he'd been doing for years now. It wasn't tiring, it was fulfilling. He couldn't just sit still and teach people anymore, acting as a background character in the universe. That wasn't what he wanted at all. My true stage is the conference that'll happen in a month, but I don't want to just idle here for another month. Now, the only two who didn't really have a place on Holy Lightstar were Damien and Su Ren. His senses suddenly tingled. His head snapped in a certain direction, where he saw a group of 5 geniuses traversing the realm. He thought to himself, as he felt their aura and peered through their treasures, maybe I should have some fun. Damien still had several goals to accomplish on Holy Lightstar, so he couldn't just leave, but acting normally would just bore him to death. Was it Schwennis' influence? Or did that peaceful night have a more profound effect than he expected? I feel like I've been having mood swings or something. Despite what he said, Damien felt the playful spirit of his past reawakening. Well, it doesn't hurt to try, right? He threw on a disguise with void mana, just in case, and bang, an explosion blanketed the air. Damien coughed a mouthful of blood as his body shot out of the explosive cloud. Bang, bang, bang. 3 more explosions rang out, throwing him around the air like a rag doll before finally slamming him towards the ground below. Boom! His body crashed into the earth and blew a massive crater into its surface. And coincidentally enough, the crater wasn't too far from the group he observed earlier. HM? Senior sister, something seems to have landed over there, a woman said. I noticed. I don't care, but if you want to go check it, you can, her senior sister responded. The woman approached the edge of the crater, her eyes slightly widening once she saw its contents. She yelled back towards the group. Just a corpse? Leave it, and let's move on. We have much to do, the senior sister said without much interest at all. However, just as the first woman shrugged and stood up to return, the unknown corpse twitched. She exclaimed, motioning the whole group to come over. Look at this man's wounds, she said as her sisters approached. The one at their head was a woman named Pandora, the same woman referred to as senior sister by the rest. She looked at the body, her cold eyes containing the slightest glimmer of interest. The mystic realm expels anyone who takes fatal damage, but that also varies according to what is truly fatal for the genius in question. Since this man is still here and breathing at that, it is clear that he isn't some minor character, she muttered. One of the women asked, what else? Let's just leave him here and move on. Another one chimed in. The first woman, the youngest of the group, asked. Pandora furrowed her brow in thought. Finally, she made a decision. Their goals this time didn't have anything to do with Holy Lightstar, but rather a few of the people on it. Now that the endless killing had concluded, what they needed most was information. And who better to provide it than this man, who had obviously been through hell and back. Damien's body was lifted into the air with mana and transported to a shelter only a few kilometers away that was built by this group. The explosions that hit him were powerful. He made sure to leave countless lacerations and internal injuries on his body that couldn't be healed with normal means. And now that he'd met these women that obviously came from an extremely powerful force, he was curious. Would they save him or abandon him? However, much to his surprise, he soon felt a pill entering his mouth and spreading its nourishing energy through his body. He thought to himself, he had to say, his first impression of the prismatic sun Holy Land was an incredibly positive one. The only question was, how would they act from this point forth? Chapter 10:13 Invitation. Chapter 10:13 Invitation. One, Damien wasn't a stranger to the rumors about Prismatic Sun Holy Land. Many experts he devoured had memories related to this place, making it clear just how much of an unsolved mystery its existence was in the universe. The laws they studied were mysterious, and while most of the time the disciples used fire laws, their specific version of the law was far more complex than one would expect from a basic element. On the other hand, their most powerful disciples and the majority of their elders wielded a different law that nobody in the universe had been able to decipher yet. Damien, as someone who'd never had contact with the Holy Land, was one of these people. However, he knew a bit more about them than ordinary people, because the Prismatic Sun Holy Land had a connection with the universe's primal sovereigns. The fifth primal sovereign's memories had several moments where he had contact with the Holy Land, but he was an independent thinker and set his sights on the void early, so the amount of available information wasn't much. All I know is that the higher primal sovereigns are much more in touch with them than he was, and their holy master is... Damien couldn't put his finger on what it was about that woman, but she gave off an extremely dangerous scent, and her contact with the primal sovereigns was incredibly significant, as these beings were quite literally some of the oldest entities in the universe. The secrets they held were unimaginable. When Damien realized that the Holy Land group he came in contact with was actually from Prismatic Sun Holy Land, his mind whirred. It simply couldn't be a coincidence, right? Many hours had passed since they first saved him, and with the help of their miraculous pill, the grievous wounds on his body had long since recovered. Damien scanned with his awareness first to prevent a situation like the last time he was saved for Crater before allowing his eyes to flutter open, revealing the dry, rocky ceiling of the cave to his gaze. MMGH! He moaned lightly and hazily sat up, rubbing his head groggily. A voice came from the side. Damien immediately shot up and made distance, flaring his mana warily. He growled at the veiled woman a few meters in front of him. "Eh, why are you panicking?" The girl exclaimed angrily. "My life is my own to control." He responded with an arrogant expression on his face. The girl pointed at him angrily, clearly fuming, but before she could make any hasty moves, another woman walked into the cave. "Dahlia, relax. Leave here. You can't deal with him," the woman said, staring at Damien. "Do not be wary. We are disciples of Prismatic Sun Holy Land." She continued after her junior sister exited the room. Damien echoed, "I see. So that mysterious force has come here too. Straight to the point, I see. Indeed, there's a reason we saved you. Anyone who can survive an impact like that is not normal." The woman flicked her sleeve and sent 2 scrolls at Damien, which he caught and opened. His eyes didn't change, but his mind went alert. There were many individuals on the list, all of which were the most prominent geniuses of the universe. Naturally, Su Ren's face was much larger than the rest and placed at the top of the first scroll, but what Damien didn't expect was that his own face held the same position on the second one. "I should have been unknown to most of the universe before I showed up here," he asked, gesturing to his own face while inwardly praising his disguise. The woman nodded in understanding. "It's normal if you haven't seen him. He is one of the most elusive geniuses in our grand heavens boundary, but our Prismatic Sun Holy Land has been following his movements for a long time. If you have seen him or the others, please tell us their locations." The woman's eyes abruptly sharpened. A highly contained yet extremely sharp aura surrounded her body, giving Damien a feeling like his throat was on the edge of countless blades. Feisty, I do know where quite a few of. The Mar, but I have a condition if you want me to tell you," Damien responded, putting his hands up innocently. The woman questioned coldly. Damien grinned without care. The woman's eyes slightly widened at his request. Damien shrugged. "I don't know. You want information, and I want entertainment." The woman glanced him up and down, and even scanned him with her awareness. From their interaction, she could tell that he was strong, but he wasn't stronger than her. Preferably, such a thing wouldn't be done. However, they were currently in need of this man's help. It would be far easier to find someone else to procure information from, but this man is strange. Disregarding his strength, his aura almost reminds me of Phoenix. "We will do as you say," she finally said, making her decision. The people on the list were important targets, but they weren't the only targets. If she had stumbled upon a hidden gem in this man, she couldn't waste the opportunity. Then, it's a pleasure working with you, Damien responded with a smile. The woman glanced at him indifferently and turned around. Pandora, we will leave when the sun rises tomorrow. Damien watched as the woman left, and when her figure finally vanished from his sight, he muttered some words of advice. In the distance, Pandora's head turned in his direction, a frown forming on her face as she turned around and continued walking. As for Damien, he lay back on the rocky floor and placed his hands behind his head. This should be fun. Chapter 1014 Invitation. Chapter 1014 Invitation 2 Dawn arrived relatively quickly. The suction force from the earth increased, just barely manifesting itself to Su Ren's senses. Damien stood up off the cave floor and stretched his body, cracking his joints and refreshing himself after a long day of laying on the rocky floor. He walked out of the cave and was soon greeted by the group of 5 women from Prismatic Sun Holy Land. "Good morning, ladies," Damien said with a smile. "There is no need to make small talk," Pandora responded uninvitingly. She raised her hand and, on the spot, made a mana oath. The terms were simple. As long as Damien didn't target the Prismatic Sun Holy Land disciples and provided the information he promised, he would be able to travel with them and share their resources. Damien shook his head wryly and made his side of the oath easily. When the procedure was finally finished, the atmosphere cleared up considerably. Pandora's tone was no longer obviously hostile as she continued the conversation. "Ah, of course I have. Fair argument." Damien handed over a small jade slip, on which he recorded the locations of almost 80% of the geniuses on Pandora's list. It only took a quick sweep of his awareness to estimate their positions, and anything too specific would have been suspicious, so that was enough. Nevertheless, these geniuses were only low and mid-level targets on the list, nothing too spectacular. "With the way you were talking, I assumed you knew the location of a top-level target," Pandora muttered. Damien raised his brow. "Oh, but I do," he said, "only I can't really put his information on the same level as the rest, right?" Pandora looked at him for a second before closing her eyes. We can talk about that later." Damien smiled and shrugged, knowing she'd already conceded. "Since it's settled, let's not waste any time." Pandora's junior sisters finally showed a reaction. They truly hadn't been able to understand the conversation until this point, and they were even more confused about why their senior sister was allowing this hooligan to travel with them. But as if laughing at their childish thoughts, Damien's response was absolutely shocking. "Didn't you want to see the Blade God?" The group of 4 exclaimed it as one, unable to process what he just said. And even Pandora shared their next thought. Just who was this man who dared to speak so arrogantly? At this point, with the first month already passing, the forces gathered actually added up to an immense amount. The experts from these forces already filled up the first and second banquet halls, and the third was starting to reach that point as well. Other forces from the infernal realm finally made their way to Luxurian, their speed no match for their leader. The giant domain and soul world and also sent many more forces, showing their sincerity. The beast domain was a bit further away, so their clans were still on the way, and many forces from Soul World and Hephaestus were missing, but the congregation of experts at this moment had reached an unprecedented degree, and their geniuses all entered Holy Light Star in the most dangerous circumstances they weren't even aware of. Luciel didn't greet all of them, as most of that work was allocated to lesser angels, but he was keeping a close eye on each and every force that entered, more specifically, their geniuses. He watched thousands upon thousands of them entering Holy Light Star, and indiscernibly, he sighed. "It is time. I didn't expect it to come at this time, but it cannot be helped." His attention shifted to a nearby angel, who nodded in acknowledgement and left, following unknown orders. Meanwhile, events in the mystic realm were about to get far more chaotic. Unlike Luciel's bleak prediction, nothing much changed in the mystic realm, at least not at this time. It had been around 2 hours since Damien and the Prismatic Sun Holy Land group set off to meet Su-Run, and they were approaching the given destination. Yet, despite the closeness of the meeting, those accompanying Damien still couldn't believe what he said. "Your name is Long Chun, right? I've never heard of you." "Yeah," like Junior's sister said. Two of them were specifically chatty, standing on both sides of Damien and barraging him with questions. He could only shrug and smile wryly. What kind of answer could he give them? "I've already told you 1,000,000 times. Since I've signed a mana oath with your senior sister, is it even possible for me to lie? Anyway, we're almost there." He didn't know how many times he'd repeated the same line, but he was extremely thankful that this would likely be the last. The group stepped into a valley between two mountains in the northernmost part of Holy Light Star, and Damien led them to shade from the sun under an isolated tree that somehow managed to grow alone in the valley. "We're here," he said, sitting down and leaning against its trunk. Pandora said suspiciously, looking around at the desolate scenery. "Don't judge it so quickly." Damien suddenly glanced up at the peak of one of the two mountains around them. From that peak, a small shadow drifted down, becoming bigger in a man and a little girl. Bigger in their eyes until it finally cleared, turning into the figures of a man and a little girl. "Hey, my good friend." Damien immediately interrupted Su-Run before he could say anything and walked over, using sound transmission to give Su-Rin a quick rundown of the situation. Su-Rin's eyes narrowed in scrutiny for a second before he turned to the Prismatic Sun Holy Land group. Pandora stepped up and pulled an envelope out of her sleeve. "Sir Blade God, we've been specially tasked to invite you to our Holy Land," she said, handing him the envelope. Su-Rin took it out of courtesy, but didn't hesitate to offer an immediate rejection. "I am unaffiliated, and it will stay that way." However, Pandora immediately shook her head. "In fact, our goal this time is not to recruit you, but to invite you." Su-Rin suspiciously looked her up and down before turning to Damien, who could only shrug. After all, it was his first time hearing it as well. But a hidden holy land that never showed itself to outsiders was suddenly opening its doors. Wasn't this quite interesting? Chapter 10:15 Attack. Both Damien and Su-Rin's eyes landed on Pandora with evident confusion and intrigue. However, she didn't seem to have any plan to answer them. "Our Holy Master has explicitly stated that we must not reveal any information prematurely. Even if you are the Blade God, please trust our word for now and consider attending the event." Her words were succinct and her stance was clear, so the duo didn't ask any more questions, but each had their own thoughts on matter. Damien had a slight frown on his face. It was incredibly suspicious timing, and since Prismatic Sun Holy Land itself was so mysterious, there was no way to tell what their actual intentions were. However, he didn't think it'd be a bad idea to go. He was also curious about them, after all. As Damien watched Su-Rin and Pandora continue their conversation, changes took place in different parts of the Mystic Realm. Many of the newly entered geniuses had gathered together in groups of 10 to 15 and spread across the realm, showing no interest in its treasures whatsoever. Their movements were already suspicious, and it seemed they never planned to hide their intentions. A man sat at the head of one of these groups. He faced his fellows and raised his fist into the air. "Re Aoea!" A loud cheer, louder than possible from such a small crowd, erupted from their bodies. And following that cheer, they began to morph. Their skin grayed, their eyes became feral, and their bodies expanded into massive, hulking forms. Bang! The first man slammed his foot into the ground once his transformation ended and grinned. "For freedom! For power!" The crowd spread out, their newly transformed bodies acting as tanks with their pure strength, and only worsened by the addition of mana. They weren't the only ones either. Countless groups, adding up to over 10,000 geniuses in total, completed the same transformation and made their advent on the realm. They didn't allow their presence to go unknown. Boom! 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 "Everyone be careful." A man spoke to the 4 disciples behind him. His name was Alex, and the group he led was from a smaller sect called the Ice King sect. They survived through the first two calamities with a mixture of luck and skill that had landed them the attention of a few experts watching from the outside world. And though the second calamity was over, they stayed alert in preparation for the next one. Alex stood at their head and raised his sword, facing the direction of the noise. Boom! 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 It sounded like explosions, but his perception wasn't so weak. He could hear the trees cracking and exploding. He could hear the ground shattering at the furious steps of those creatures. Bang! The trees in front of them finally exploded, and the beasts were revealed. They were terrifying abominations that looked like massive humanoid gorillas. Their eyes were dye black, and their teeth were framed with two massive fangs that seemed to have no purpose but to rip enemies to shreds. A young genius exclaimed, taking a step back as he shakily gripped his sword. Alex's eyes narrowed. He gritted his teeth. He could feel how powerful these beasts were, but he didn't want to be eliminated like this. Firming his will, he stepped forward and slashed his sword, entering combat with the... His sword raced through the air and slammed into the creature's side. Clang! Sparks flew like two metals clashed, but the sword wasn't able to pierce the beast's defense at all. Alex looked up. It was an instinctual movement, and he saw it. The mad grin that decorated that beast's face. Bang! His vision went dark. Alex's junior siblings watched in terror as their senior brother was turned into meat paste in a single slap. And his body, why wasn't his body disappearing? Ha ha ha! The beast's words were jolting. The beasts in this mystic realm weren't supposed to have any intelligence. But before any of the four could think further about it, they met the same fate as their senior brother. 5 puddles of blood were left among the destroyed remains of a forest that had just regrown. These 5 geniuses from the Ice King sect wouldn't have the same pleasure of life as those who died in this realm before them. No, they met their true ends at the hands of those beasts. Holy Light Star became a slaughterhouse. Those transformed geniuses ran amok and killed without care, bringing true death to tens of geniuses every minute. Boom! Damien and Su Ren's group all turned their heads at once as an explosion rang out nearby. The same beasts entered their eyes, only their number was over 20. They were almost 10 kilometers away, but they were approaching at a rapid pace and would surely arrive within a minute. Su Ren asked, somewhat confused. Fuck, Damien said at the same time. He sighed. Su Ren, let me put Xiao Yu where Schwer is and get ready for battle, he said solemnly. Su Ren raised his brow but didn't refuse. Without explaining anything to the girl herself, Damien sent her to the sanctuary. Huh, he sighed. Pandora said, looking at him slightly angrily. Damien smiled wryly, knowing she definitely didn't believe his disguise. He wanted to have fun with the Prismatic Sun Holy Land geniuses for a bit longer, but it couldn't be helped. Those beasts have a strong scent of Nox mana on them. It looks like some traitors couldn't wait any longer, he finally said, revealing his true face. Pandora's eyes widened slightly, and her junior sisters reacted far more violently, but now wasn't the time to care about them. Pandora asked again, according to you, you've been tracking my movements for a while now. Pandora hummed, slightly embarrassed, but soon turned to face the approaching beasts. We can discuss things further when this is dealt with. Damien and Su Ren joined her and drew their weapons. The Nox worshippers arrived, stopping to face the group, and the battle on the horizon started with Damien. Bang! He dug his foot into the ground and shot forward like a bullet, leaving only a few words as he rapidly approached the enemies. Void Sword Art 4th Form. Spatial Collapse Boom. Space bent and twisted into a beautiful piece of conceptual art, and 3 of the Nox worshippers were directly sucked into its grasp. The rest immediately roared and began their attack, charging both into the spatial storm and at the remaining 6 geniuses. Su Ren clutched his blade firmly and smiled. Chapter 1016 Attack. Damien, Su Ren, and Pandora were all geniuses with force surpassing what was common in the Mystic Realm, and the rest of the Prismatic Sun Holy Land geniuses weren't weaklings either. The first thing they did upon entering battle was separate the enemy into smaller groups. Damien took 6 Nox worshippers for himself, Su-Rin took another 6, Pandora took 3, and the remaining geniuses handled the rest together. Damien fought zealously. As Mirage sliced through the hardened bodies of the Nox worshippers, he realized that the defensive strength of the enemy was far higher than expected. Bang! A bullet shot out of Freya's barrel, slamming into a Nox worshipper's body. However, the mana actually splashed off like water instead of penetrating. Damien couldn't stop himself from grinning. How interesting. The Nox worshippers he'd fought until this point had extremely unstable power, and their bodies were more similar to lesser Nox. These guys, on the other hand, retained their intelligence and had the signature ashen gray skin of the higher Nox. It was quite curious. He wondered as he dodged a furious claw. His body flipped backward, and Mirage slashed in tandem with his movements. The blade couldn't pierce the enemy's defense on its own, but since when was Mirage meant to be used like that? An arc of transparent mana traced its blade and cut outward, phasing into the diamond-like exterior of the nearest Nox worshipper. Void Sword Art's second form. Horizon Break. Unrestrained, a modification of the original Horizon Break that allowed its concept to act fluidly, turning any move into a defense-piercing attack. Spurt. Blood spurted from the thick gash that formed in the Nox worshipper's chest. Before he could react, Damien dug his arm into that gash and directly grabbed the man's heart. Bang! He clenched his fist and crushed it before teleporting away, avoiding the attacks of the other 5 enemies that surrounded him. Nice! He exclaimed inwardly, but now wasn't the time to have fun. Since there was a method, who was he to not exploit it? He teleported between the 5 Nox worshippers like a fly who always managed to avoid being caught. His sword slashed out furiously, each move infused with the concept of distance within Horizon Break. Black blood painted the air, and the Nox dissolved one by one into puddles of ink that wriggled across the ground. Damien didn't stop them. Once all 5 were dead, and their inky remains combined in normal Nox fashion, though, thin black smoke wisps entered the muck and secretly consumed it and banished it to nothingness. Damien glanced at the others. Su-Rin was almost done with his group, and Pandora was the same. The only ones struggling were her junior disciples. Damien shrugged helplessly and sent a few arcs of sword light into the Nox they faced, injuring them and creating openings for the geniuses to take advantage of. Once he was done, he turned his attention to the horizon once again with a slight smile. Oh, he muttered. There was another group approaching, but this one only had 2 members. The problem was, the auras of the approaching enemies were far too domineering. Damien would expect Nox like these in a place like Ion, but never in a gathering of geniuses. Looks like it's not just young geniuses who entered the realm. There is only one way to know, devouring them and reading their memories. He asked without turning his head. I have finished, Su-Rin responded from not far away. Damien glanced back and saw the puddle of ink left by him and nodded. Su-Rin asked, arriving beside Damien. Damien nodded. Oh, that is concerning. Damien nodded and stepped forward. Kill first, ask questions later. Damien checked one more time to make sure the prismatic sun geniuses were fine, and without hesitation, he flashed forward. He met the approaching enemies in a second and immediately used Horizon Break to cut through their defenses. One of them shouted boisterously. Damien responded with gritted teeth. His sword blade scraped against the Nox worshipper's chest, and the transparent blade of mana clashed against his body as well. However, it didn't pierce him. Damien's eyes sharpened as he teleported away. Bang! The air exploded fiercely at the force of the Nox worshipper's terrifying claw. In the same moment, the second Nox worshipper shot forward, his claws aimed at where Damien had reappeared. Shing! A blade swept through the air, countering the claw and pushing it down. Su-Rin turned his body, placed his feet on the Nox worshipper's chest, and kicked out, using the force to push both him and the enemy backward. Strong, he muttered. Just as Damien said, these 2 beings would give them a good fight. They weren't like the rest of the regular Nox worshippers. State your names, Su-Rin said, pointing his blade to 2. And unexpectedly, the Nox worshippers grinned. I am called Hua Xian. They spoke together as one, and though Damien had no reaction to their names, Su-Run was different. The Hua twins, he'd heard of these people before. Damien, this is more complicated than expected, he said. Damien looked at him casually and shrugged. Su-Run shook his head with a smile. Then, what's the use of talking about it? Damien and Su-Run moved as one. Damien took Hua Xian, while Su-Run set his sights on his brother. And as if they had known each other for years and years, they attacked in sync. Boom! For forces collided, and a massive explosion swept the realm. Countless eyes turned in that direction, but only for a few moments. There were over 10,000 Oct worshippers polluting Holy Lightstar at the moment, and barely anyone had the time to pay attention to other things. If they wanted to do that, they first needed to survive. As if the situation wasn't already bad enough. Blood pooled in the earth, sending rivers of corrupted vitality into the world's surface. And the world, which had been slowly savoring the taste of vitality as it regenerated itself, suddenly tasted the joys of blood. Its desire grew, and, subsequently, the suction force it emitted grew as well. Boom! An air of suppression filled the entire realm. At the worst possible time, the third calamity erupted in full force. Chapter 10:17 Attack. The third calamity's eruption was the start of absolute chaos. Terrifying suction force from the earth pulled the vitality of all things into it, and in return, it gave birth to flora dyed red in the blood of those who contributed to its growth. The only safe spaces in Holy Lightstar now were the high in the sky and deep underground, as these locations were outside the force's reach. Nevertheless, this wasn't something widely known, and not many were able to capitalize on it. The only plus side was that the Nox worshippers were also being affected by it, yet their regeneration abilities made it far less of a threat to them. The geniuses on Holy Lightstar would have to do everything in their power to escape, lest they die true deaths in the mystic realm. On the other hand, on Damien's side, it was like the vitality calamity didn't exist at all. Damien's sword was like a flurry of light. Mirage swung out with ferocity it had hidden for many years, sending gashes and ruptures of space flying across the lands as it slashed into Hua Xian's armored skin. However, whether it was Bladeless, Dance of the Void, Horizon Break, or any other move designed to chip away at the enemy without paying attention to their defense, they couldn't penetrate the armor. Bang! Damien thought to himself as he twisted his body and dodged Hua Xian's massive claw. His strength is around the same as mine, but his defense is at least at the level of a high commander. Hua Xian shouted, swiping his claw through the air. A cage of Nox mana appeared around Damien, and beams of dark light, like a laser field, manifested with Damien at their center. BZZZZET. PSHHHHHH. Countless holes were burned through Damien's body before he had the chance to move. He hissed in pain as he teleported out of the trap and charged at Hua Xian again. As he approached, bang! Hua Xian clapped his palms together and generated a terrifying air burst that pushed against Damien and sent him backward towards the laser field. Damien wanted to teleport away again, but Hua Xian was already coming at him. He changed his plan immediately, twisting his body in the air as Hua Xian arrived before him and latching his calves around the man's head. He slammed his body backward, empowering himself with mana and flipping Hua Xian over him into his own cage. He exclaimed mockingly as the laser field vanished behind him. Damien responded with the same cockiness as he appeared above Hua Xian. Void Sword Art 5th Form. Dimensional Severance Shiying. The thin black line that sliced the dimension itself slammed into Hua Xian. Scree! Sparks flew from a section of Hua Xian's body that was hit, but Dimensional Severance couldn't cut through him. Instead, after it made it roughly an inch into Hua Xian's defense, he managed to cover himself in his own mana and use a strange phasing technique similar to teleportation. With no target, the black sword light sliced into the ground and created a several-kilometer-long gash before dispersing. Damien grinned. "You're quite good," he said. Hua Xian responded. Damien didn't know what technique the enemy used to escape, but since he knew it existed, he wouldn't allow it to work again. Damien and Hua Xian charged at each other without a hint of mana surrounding their bodies. Bang! Their fists clashed heavily, sending shockwaves spreading through the earth and breaking its integrity. Crack! Damien's bones shattered instantly, and even Hua Xian felt the impact reverberating through his body. Damien didn't waste any time, using his free hand to punch out again, this time with far more intention. 7 stars encircling the moon, 3 life stars, 3 death stars, and 1 elemental star surrounded a moon of space-time in a chaotic orbit. As Damien's fist slammed forward, their paths destabilized fiercely until, boom, the final impact totally disrupted their peace. They crashed against each other in distorted bursts that combined into a huge flash of mana that enveloped both Damien and Hua Xian. Bang! Whoosh! Hua Xian's body flew out from the explosion, riddled with small cuts and bruises, and Damien followed with the speed of a racing comet. Bang! Suddenly, another huge noise rang out from nearby. Another body flew out of an explosive cloud belonging to Huadong. Su Ren chased after him with both blades drawn and covered in mysterious clouds of gray mana. Compared to Hua Xian, Huadong's wounds were more severe. There was a simple reason behind it. While Su Ren also couldn't pierce the enemy's armor, his unique mana was directly opposed to regeneration and other healing-like elements. Every inch-thick cut he made could draw blood, even if it was in small amounts. Nevertheless, both Nox were still in relatively good shape, but the longer the battle continued, the more disadvantaged they would be. Su Ren slashed his black blade powerfully and followed with an intricate and elegant stab of the white blade. Huadong was pushed further and further back without any opportunity to attack, which meant he couldn't do a single thing to Su Ren, just as the latter could to him. Su Ren was confident that enough of the same would eventually kill the enemy, and he was constantly watching for an opportunity to end the fight early. His swords flurried enough to change the weather, and he entered a hyper-focused state where nothing existed except him and the enemy. Damien's voice awakened him, and he instantly spread his awareness. His eyes widened. He rapidly broke his flow and shifted his body to the side, pushing his foot into Huadong's side heavily. Boom! The Nox worshipper was shot to the side by the force, just in time to evade the worst-case scenario. Phew! Damien let out a breath of relief. Before he and Su Ren had noticed, they fought back to where they started, the same place where Pandora and her junior sisters were taking care of the weaker Nox worshippers that had come to attack them. Just then, Su Ren almost drove Huadong into the crowd of 4 Prismatic Sun Holy Land geniuses, but he was luckily able to save it. The problem was, could Damien do the same? He twisted his body to avoid Hua Xian's claws, which were now infused with the terrifying corruptive force of Nox laws. Every time the claws scratched Damien's skin, they entered his blood like a virus and fought directly against the energy of transcendent regeneration. Damien couldn't interfere in that collision, and until he removed the virus, he had to be careful about getting injured. He wondered inwardly, slamming Freya's trigger thousands of times. Bang! 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 Countless mana bullets blasted against Hua Xian's body and pushed him away. In that single instant, Damien consciously controlled his void mana to eliminate the inner scourge and checked on Pandora's position. I need to drive him away from here. Damien frowned as he flared his mana and prepared to re-enter combat, when abruptly, Hua Xian grinned. Bang! He crashed his foot against the ground, widening the cracks that already existed. Are we pretending to be gorillas? Damien asked back, warily watching the man's movements. Hua Xian roared and sent his foot powerfully into the ground one more time. Bang! Rumble! The ground shook. Damien's eyes widened as he looked down. As Damien had the thought, the massive cracks in the earth suddenly turned to gashes, and a several-meter-long portion of it came loose. Finally, boom! The earth collapsed, dragging those surface dwellers into its maw. Chapter 1018 Attack. Damien, Hua Xian, Pandora, and the 2 Nox worshippers she was fighting were all dragged into the sinkhole. Damien exclaimed, Su Ren, handle up here! He shouted as he fell. Su Ren shouted back, Damien nodded without a word and looked down into the abyss below, where the other three were falling. Pandora and the Nox worshippers were still engaged in combat as they fell, and while there was panic in her eyes, she didn't look like she would lose. The problem was elsewhere. The expression on Hua Xian's face wasn't right. It was like he had no intention of flying back up and was certain he'd survive the fall. If that was the case, he needed to be killed before he reached the ground. Damien angled his body as straight as possible and shot down with all his power, catching up to Hua Xian in seconds. Before the man could sense his presence, he wrapped his arm around the Nox worshipper's head and slammed it into the nearby wall, dragging it against the rocky surface. Bang! He pushed in the wall with such force that he tore the jagged edges off with Hua Xian's head. Hua Xian roared as his hair was torn off and the skin on the back of his head was reddened. While the severe pain made its way through his nerves, he reached both of his arms out and grabbed Damien's head, using his weight to reverse their position and slam Damien's head into the wall. Damien shouted as he was put in the same situation as Hua Xian, the wall carving up his face. He exclaimed again inwardly. This wasn't enough to pierce his defenses, it still hurt a lot. The duo was traveling hundreds of kilometers every minute as they plummeted through the abyssal sinkhole, and they'd both felt the immense pain of having their skin ripped apart by the wall as they moved at such a pace. To put it simply, Damien wasn't willing to suffer this humiliation any longer. Damien reached back and grabbed Hua Xian's arm, gripping down on it. Hua Xian exclaimed. Spikes of Nox mana rose from his skin and pierced Damien's arm, but this only made him grin. In that moment, Damien slammed his foot into the wall and sent a pulse of mana into the rock. The pulse erupted as his torso passed by the spot and exploded the rock wall into a rain of debris, pushing Damien and Hua Xian away from it. Crack! 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 Damien disregarded human body mechanics and popped his shoulders out of their sockets to grab Hua Xian's neck with both hands, ripping his right arm off the spikes in the process. He tightened his grip before Hua Xian could react and twisted his body to face the enemy. Crack! His neck snapped, as his head was still in Hua Xian's grip, but Damien was unfazed. Om! Damien sent constant pulses of death mana into Hua Xian's neck, forcing him to experience extreme pain and loosen his grip. The opportunity didn't go to waste. Snap! Damien's head snapped back to its rightful place, a grin lighting up his face. He said tauntingly. He pushed his knee down into Hua Xian's chest, using his weight to maneuver them away from the sinkhole's walls and towards its center. Hua Xian flapped his arms around until he found something to grab, Damien's sides. He clenched down with his claws and started tearing Damien's body apart, but transcendent regeneration worked equally fast. Damien let out broken breaths as he coped with the pain, but he didn't let go of Hua Xian. He sent pulse after pulse of mana into the traitor's body, using death mana's properties to force him to experience pain even though his defenses couldn't be penetrated. And perhaps Hua Xian was powerful, but he wasn't unfeeling. ROAA KKKGGCH. Hua Xian opened his mouth and roared in pain, but before he could finish, Damien shoved his arm down the Nox worshipper's throat. Crunch! Hua Xian bit down without hesitation and tore Damien's arm apart, separating his forearm from his elbow entirely. Spurt! Damien's stubs spurted a fountain of blood, but he did nothing but wince. Instead, he jumped off Hua Xian and made significant distance. Hua Xian grinned with bloodied teeth, taunting Damien for retreating in fear. And Damien grinned back. Hua Xian's eyes widened, as Damien's arm was reshaped by transcendent regeneration. Boom! The arm he left in Hua Xian's body exploded violently in a mixture of countless powerful law auras. In the end, despite their transformed appearances, they were still humans on the inside. Hua Xian's head burst into tiny bits of brain matter and skull shards that flew into the sinkhole walls and fell into the abyss. With his brain exploding, even someone with Hua Xian's regenerative power and defense couldn't survive. Damien wondered to himself as he silently celebrated the victory. The combined regenerative power of transcendent regeneration, his new samsara blood, and the heal trait was astonishing, but Damien definitely wasn't willing to test its upper limits. Damien shot down and collected what was left of Hua Xian's body before scanning the area to find Pandora. She was several thousand meters below where he was, but despite already finishing her battle, she wasn't flying back up. Damien flew down into the abyss rapidly and caught up to her falling body. Without hesitation, he grabbed her and flew. He tried to fly up. Flash! He tried to teleport, but he couldn't go up. Instead, he found himself displaced several hundred meters to the left. He immediately understood the situation. His expression became dignified. It wasn't a restriction on flight like the ones he'd seen before. This restriction quite literally disallowed one from going up past a certain point, regardless of means. There were two things this meant. The first was that Damien was in for an extremely painful fall. And the second, it seemed that, as he guessed when he first entered Holy Light Star, the greatest mysteries were left in the subterranean world. He held Pandora tightly and shifted his body so she was on top of him and his back faced the abyss below. This is going to suck, he thought wryly. And with nothing to do but fall until he felt pain, Damien began to wonder. How were those on the surface doing? A beautiful display of blade light illuminated the world, and the body of a terrible beast was split in four. Surin swept the blood off his swords and made sure the ink puddle was thoroughly extinguished before turning back to the four women from Prismatic Sun Holy Land. While he couldn't see their appearances through their veils and clothes, he could see slight peaks of the skin around their eyes and on their extremities. And though they stood relatively straight, Surin frowned when he saw them. They look awfully pale. Chapter 1019 Gather. They look awfully pale, both because he'd been fighting so intensely and because he himself was powerful enough to avoid it. Surin had completely forgotten about the early signs of calamity he'd sensed days earlier. Now, seeing these girls walking as if they were drunk, it dawned on him. He sent his senses into the earth, immediately coming in contact with the powerful suction force. This isn't good. The natural aura is being corrupted by evil, and the realm's nature is changing. He wondered, while they didn't cause the world's situation, they were some of the main contributors to it. If it wasn't for their skirting of the realm laws that led to such a massive accumulation of blood, the change couldn't have taken place. Yet, on the other hand, this change only displayed another face of the Holy Light Realm. If it was truly the realm of purity it was advertised as, it wouldn't have had the capability to exhibit such a change in the first place. Surin asked the girls. They had seen how the previous course of events panned out, and Surin was currently both their savior and protector. Looking at each other, they came to a collective decision. Now wasn't the time to act tough. We may not be able to fight on our own, but we will still be able to provide support. The eldest among them stepped forward and responded. Surin asked again. The woman nodded in affirmation. Good, Surin said. Then let us begin immediately. He took off after gaining the girls' approval, supporting their movement with his mana so they could focus on survival. As they made it several tens of kilometers away from their starting position, they were finally greeted by the bloody flora spawned by the corrupted world. Surin muttered as he sent his awareness sweeping through the space in front of him. In this large stretch of bloody forest that covered a good portion of Holy Light Star, thousands of Nox worshippers lurked and prowled on the hunt for prey. There were several geniuses spread through the area, either hidden or fighting against the enemies, but none of their situations was good. The top disciples of the universe's leading alchemy sect were known to have excellent qualifications. To make pills that could contain and replenish vitality shouldn't be a hard task for them, as long as they had the materials. Wait here and protect yourselves. If trouble comes, use this Sacred Heart mirror to hide until I come back, he said to the girls, passing them the mirror and rushing into the forest before they could respond. The four watched his back with complex expressions, unknowing of how they should treat this man, but the only reaction they could let out was a collective sigh. In the current situation, Their power wasn't useful to him at all. As he thought, the best they could do was survive, using all their mana to protect their internal bodies. For these Holy Land geniuses who always held themselves in high regard, this kind of damsel in distress status was extremely humiliating. After leaving the Prismatic Sun Holy Land geniuses, Surin was able to act much more freely, using his strength to plow through the bloody forest and save the geniuses he came across. At this time, there was only one concern he had. Xiaoyu is with Damien. He didn't doubt Damien's character, so he was sure Xiaoyu was safe, but he didn't know how Damien was doing at the moment. Since he didn't come back from the sinkhole after falling, it meant he either found something down there or he was trapped, with both being situations where Surin couldn't know when the next time he'd see Xiaoyu was. Is this what Master was talking about? He sighed as he realized that the little girl had managed to carve herself a place in his heart before he even realized it, but he couldn't help it. As someone whose only family was his master, Surin was a bit weak to affection like Xiaoyu's. It was just as Damien said. Was there ever a route that wasn't to kill until there were no enemies remaining? Surin showed power that inspired the geniuses who watched him cleave through the thick bodies of those Nox worshippers and provoked them to join him in his tirade. The crowd behind him started small, with only a few people willing to come out of their safe hiding places, but once they realized the threat of vitality, more and more geniuses joined his ranks. Perhaps the Nox were trying to scare these geniuses into submission, or perhaps their goal was something entirely different. But none of that mattered anymore, because before they could accomplish anything, they would be slaughtered. This was the oath made by each and every member of Surin's group. The bloody forest Surin attacked actually took up almost half of Holy Lightstar, so it wasn't a stretch to say many important battles were taking place there, but it wasn't the only place of importance. Whoosh! A figure broke through the edge of the forest and ran through the flat, barren land outside its reach. Boom! The red organ-like trees exploded as tens of Nox worshippers tore through the barrier they created and chased that figure. The Nox worshippers were fast, but they weren't nearly fast enough to catch their target. She weaved from left to right, jumped up in the air, and flew behind them just to taunt them, and maneuvered the flat land as if it was a complex terrain of hills and valleys. The bulky Nox worshippers were built for strength and defense, so their speed suffered. They could, at most, barely keep her at the edge of their eye line. As they became more and more furious, the figure suddenly came to a stop in the distance, kicking up a cloud of dust as she abruptly broke her flow. The Nox worshippers didn't plan to miss the chance. They flared their mana and leaped into the sky, arcing through the air and slamming down in front of the woman. Yet, all she did was smile. Thank for the extra force. Rumble. The earth rumbled, following her words at the most perfect timing. And as had happened several times already in the mystic realm, the ground collapsed. The woman and the Nox worshippers who chased her were dragged into the depths of the subterranean world. Chapter 1020 Gather. Nice, Elena thought to herself as she fell through the darkness. Originally, this was supposed to be a fun event for her, a time for her to happily abuse her life laws to loot and plunder while the rest suffered from the vitality calamity, but these damn Nox worshippers had to come in and ruin it for her. The original vitality calamity would have been a breeze for her, but this corrupted version was the complete opposite. As someone who chased the purest and most powerful form of life laws, she held an aura that the corrupted world saw as a threat, which made it target her much more fiercely than any of the other geniuses. As if that wasn't enough, she was chased by a horde of Nox worshippers that didn't give her a single second to plan forward. Therefore, there was only one thing to do: drag them into the subterranean world. It's easy for a life practitioner to sense it, so I was able to act quickly. I wonder if the rest can be so lucky. The origin of the suction force was the earth itself, which made the underground and the sky the only safe locations in the world. And even then, safe only meant the suction force was weak, not that it wholly disappeared. Bang! Elena's body slammed into the ground and formed a crater in the underground tunnel. The first thing she did was send her awareness into the earth so she could bang, 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 bang. The Nox worshippers slammed into the ground around her, and the tunnel's bottom fell through, sending the group tumbling through the air again. The fall isn't too long this time. Elena immediately took action, moving towards the nearest Nox worshipper. Transcended Death was similar to Su Ren's gray mana in its ability to harm the Nox worshippers despite their strong exteriors. Why? Because Nox mana inherently contained extreme similarities to Death mana, and Transcended Death was a concept that specifically suppressed this breed of mana. Elena wrapped her legs around the Nox worshipper's throat and spun her body, sending blades of Transcended Death mana into its neck as it twisted at an impossible angle. The Nox worshipper was stunned as Elena's body entered its body and froze its systems. Instead of killing it, she jumped off and moved to the next one, repeating a similar process of stunning the enemy while evading the various claws and jaws that assailed her as she went about her task. Bang! Crack! She soon slammed into the next portion of ground. Her leg broke upon impact, but she quickly moved to heal it as her enemies fell around her. Bang! 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 Despite reaching solid ground again, the Nox worshippers didn't move. They struggled and attempted, but it was impossible to rid themselves of her bindings so easily. Using the chance she'd made for herself, Elena sat down in the middle of their collapsed bodies and entered a meditative posture. Their vitality flowed into the atmosphere like rivers, guided by Elena's mana inside of them, and entered her body. Thankfully, you guys are weak. Who knows what would have happened if a stronger one came, she said as their bodies wilted. Boom! Elena flinked. She turned her head robotically to look at the being that just crashed through the tunnel wall. It was indeed a Nox worshipper, far bigger and more daunting than the one she'd just faced, and with a far stronger aura as well. However, it already had a massive hole in its chest where its heart should have been. Elena peered into the dusty opening in the tunnel wall, her eyes barely making out the figures of a group of people. She raised Yggdrasil's branch warily. She asked. It was a bit arbitrary, but she felt the need to make her presence known. As she watched, for people stepped through the smoke and entered her tunnel. She looked at them, and they looked at him. Pink and white. Elena muttered. That blue. Rose and Ryue said together. Three women suddenly felt like an explosion went off in their minds. In this nondescript tunnel, with no witnesses but two men who awkwardly took steps back with no place in this moment at all, Damien's. Three wives reunited. It truly was a spectacular coincidence. Boom! It was silent before the explosion, and it was silent after. Like a tree falling in the middle of a secluded forest, none noticed the unfortunate fate of the man who hit the ground. When the dust cleared, he didn't move. He lay there on his back, letting out pained gasps as he turned his gaze over to check on the woman who'd fallen with him. To say he was in extreme pain would be an understatement. He'd fallen at least several hundred kilometers after hitting the restriction. When he landed, he felt like he broke every single bone in his body. NNGGH, damn it, if I could just control teleportation. He found as he fell that the restriction didn't just prohibit one from escaping to the surface, it confused one's senses and mana. Whenever he teleported, the direction he ended up in was random. He couldn't even hover in the air without being randomly displaced several meters. Damien let out another moan of pain as he felt and heard his bones snapping back into place. Within a minute or so, he was sitting upright again, scanning the surroundings. This place definitely holds a supreme treasure. That's what the confusion effect of the restriction is hiding. He gritted his teeth and stood up, cracking his joints and readjusting to his body for the second time in recent days. Also, the angels are definitely spouting a load of bullshit. They definitely didn't build this damn world. The angels likely just built the surface to match the height where the two tombs were located. It was like they put a wrap on a car and said they built the car from scratch, when, in fact, even the wrap was filled with air pockets and tears. It has to be that damn Lucio guy. He was staring at me all creepy before I came in. That's definitely some foreshadowing right there. Shit, did my nightmare of meeting a trickster god finally come true? Damn angels. Damien muttered a load of complaints to nobody in particular, which happened to wake Pandora up as well. She murmured as she opened her eyes. However, she immediately went alert and flared her mana. Hey, relax, Damien said, suppressing her aura with his own. Pandora questioned. We've been over this already. Nonsense. Wow, I didn't know you had it in you to talk so casually. Pandora sighed in concession and spread her awareness to see the same scene Damien viewed moments ago. Currently, the duo stood in the middle of a massive amphitheater-like area. There were 16 tunnels leading out of the large cavern they were in, spaced precisely and intentionally, unlike the natural formations that populated most of the realm. Damien turned to Pandora and grinned. Pandora glanced back at him, unamused. That's not your line. Stop with your joking. It couldn't be stressed just how deadpan Damien's expression was as he stared at her. With this kind of person, could he really survive going on an adventure with this kind of person? Chapter 1021 Tunnels. The amphitheater had 16 entrances. Damien and Pandora split up and moved in opposite directions, approaching the walls to begin scouting these tunnels. They were ancient, that much was for certain. The rock that made up their walls was weathered extremely, and the signs of ancient writings present on them were so long worn that they looked like nothing more than the scratches of madmen. But as the duo sent their awarenesses into these tunnels, they only developed more questions. The walls are also so thick. Damien ran his fingers along the walls as he moved between the tunnels and investigated each one separately. Dealing with traps would waste their energy needlessly, and Damien was sure the traps present in a place protected by such a powerful restriction wouldn't be light. He eventually left the wall and returned to the center of the amphitheater to meet Pandora. Pandora responded sighingly. To say she wasn't used to danger would be a lie, but she'd never really had to explore uncharted territory on her own, so she wasn't aware of the procedures or to-dos of the task. It was annoying, especially since she was trapped with an untrustworthy man like Damien. Let's just pick a random tunnel and go for it. Damien glanced around the area while Pandora did the same, and while they tried to make a decision. Rumble. The ground rumbled and the walls of the amphitheater began to move. The entire structure rotated around the duo, the 16 tunnels disappearing behind walls of rock as a new set of tunnels revealed themselves. Damien's eyes sharpened. Be careful. This isn't a good thing, he said, provoking a nod from Pandora. Thump, thump, thump. Like the marching of armies, footsteps echoed through the new tunnels. Large shadowy figures appeared in the darkness, moving closer into the light and revealing their forms. Pandora's eyes narrowed as she held up her weapon, a ribbon-like object that thrashed in the air like it was alive. She never expected to see golems here, because, in her knowledge, golems were protectors of ancient civilizations. It was rare to use golems in the recent era due to multiple factors, such as the rise of soul-controlling techniques, as well as the threat of the marionette lord taking control of them. However, in the eras of civilization before the Forgotten War, golems were an extremely popular method of protection. And these golems weren't weak. Their bodies were largely humanoid aside from their size, which was more like giants. Their exteriors looked wooden, but the sturdy aura they gave off made it obvious they weren't so simple. Each one had a specific gem in its head. Each gem came in a set, with each golem holding the same gem standing on opposite sides of the amphitheater. Damien's eyes scanned all 16 of the golems that exited their respective tunnels and stood in front of them like guards. The all-seeing eye activated, causing Damien's irises to swirl mystically. His gaze turned to two specific golems with onyx gems in their heads that stood on opposite sides of the amphitheater. It wasn't a perfect method to find out where to go, but since their strength was supposed to remain deeply hidden, their presence should have held significance, right? That was Damien's reasoning, and without hesitating any further, he moved. Pandora, take the one on the opposite side with the onyx in its head. By the time she made up her mind to respond, he was already gone. Boom! An explosion signified his advent in a battle, and Pandora could only grit her teeth in frustration. I am a Holy Land genius. I am the prismatic sun saintess. Stay calm, stay collected. The way Damien casually started giving orders, as if she was less than him, was extremely annoying. But what could she do? He truly was better than her. Pandora could only scream her grievances in her head as she begrudgingly followed his order, launching an attack against the onyx golem. Bang! Her ribbon shot out like a whip, cracking in the air as it slapped the golem's torso. The air exploded, and the golem was thrown back into its tunnel, but there was no visible damage on its body. Pandora exclaimed immediately. Perhaps the hit wasn't too hard, but she still used a portion of her force combined with a god-rank artifact. It was rare to find beings who could survive such an attack unharmed. Pandora frowned as she watched the golem return to its place in front of the door. Despite her actions, it didn't attack. Is it perhaps? Bang! Pandora took a quick step back to avoid the extremely fast fist that almost struck her. However, she faced no second attack after she evaded it. I was correct. These golems only respond if the attacker is within a certain range. Perhaps I should tell. Boom. Pandora abruptly shifted her head to the side, narrowly dodging the wooden head that shot past her like a speeding bullet. Bang! The head collided with the torso of the golem she was fighting and tore through the wood-like material, revealing its mechanical insides. Flash! A shadow appeared behind it. An arm dug into the hole and ripped apart the circuitry within, forcing the golem to fall to the floor, ineffective. Damien wiped a bead of sweat off his forehead and nodded. Nice! He kicked the golem parts on the floor in front of him and looked back up at Pandora. I thought this would be a fun, all-out brawl, but these guys are individual protectors, not an army. What a shame. Pandora's brows furrowed as she watched the man tap his foot against the ground like a city dweller late to work and scan the amphitheater like he was waiting for his dealer to show up. She suddenly got the feeling that something bad was going to happen. What are you? Damien muttered to himself and vanished, leaving a trail of afterimages behind as he used pure physical strength to shoot through the amphitheater. Boom! 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 One by one, the heads of the golems exploded. There was no specific order in which gems were destroyed, but Damien made sure to destroy each pair before moving on to the next one. He had figured out the answer to this amphitheater's question wasn't any one of the answers it provided, but all of them together. Chapter 1022 Tunnels. Damien systematically destroyed all 16 golems in the span of a minute. These regular first and second revolution golems, with the restrictions placed on their attacking ability, were nothing in front of him. After blasting open the last one, he jumped back and made his way to the center of the amphitheater once more. Come over, he said to Pandora, who was still watching from her original position. She responded instinctually and joined him in the center before she even realized what she was doing. And before she could find a chance to complain, the floor shook once more. Rumble. The amphitheater floor rotated like a dial in the opposite direction of the wall rotation that took place previously. Dust flew through the air as the cavern trembled. The walls changed again, and the stone floor changed as if sand was being sifted off of it, revealing the intricately beautiful picture below. A single tunnel appeared at the end of the rotation. Damien and Pandora jumped up and landed on its surface, gazing into its darkness with narrowed eyes. They didn't have other options, so there was no need to think about it too much. Nodding at each other, they took their first steps into the darkness. But they wouldn't be alone in their search. Bang, 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 bang. A group of bodies fell through the open roof of the amphitheater, having entered the same sinkhole as Damien and Pandora. They raised off the ground as if their injuries didn't exist, and within seconds, their injuries truly ceased to exist. They all had stark ashen gray skin and the sharp features of Nox beings. And in fact, a few of them were. The Nox had found ways to evade the realm laws. This didn't just translate to their ability to kill in the mystic realm. It also meant the level and age restrictions others faced meant nothing to them. At their head stood a man, roughly 7 feet tall and with a body like he'd never stopped training for thousands of years. On his hip was a large sword dyed red in blood. and to his back was a group of 4 knocks with features similar to his. Let's go. His eyes went to the singular tunnel present in the amphitheater. This was the second stage of the mechanism, something that couldn't be activated easily. It could only mean the enemy was strong enough to pay attention to, we must succeed this time. Otherwise, he glanced at his companions for a moment before turning back to his target, jumping up to the tunnel. Their goal was hidden behind several dozen riddles that weren't solvable through ordinary means, and despite the strength of the enemy, it wasn't certain they'd reach first. But haste was to be made, for any variable had to be eliminated before they had a chance to interfere with the plan. The man and his group moved into the tunnel, following the steps left by Damien and Pandora just minutes before. Would the situation become a rat race, or would the two groups have to fight until one no longer existed? Perhaps the most likely situation would be both at once. The tunnel system was truly like a labyrinth filled with deadly traps meant to slaughter any who dared enter its halls. But Damien and Pandora didn't encounter much trouble while traversing it. As a man who held the all-seeing eyes in his grasp, it would be embarrassing if Damien couldn't see and avoid these traps. Now that he knew the general direction he was supposed to be moving in, navigating was almost too easy. He led Pandora through many weaving corridors, a few staircases that both ascended and descended, and eventually came across the mouth of the cave. They walked in, silent and wary, not even letting their awareness out too far in fear of giving away their presence. It was extremely dark in the cave, but Damien could feel through his natural spatial perception its general layout. There were 3 ways to go from here. The first was straight, which would continue into a new tunnel system. The second was upward, along the path of a trickling underwater stream. And the last, Damien thought with a grin. He grabbed Pandora's arm, causing her to jerk, but she relaxed when she felt him leading her through the cave. Unlike him, the darkness was truly blinding for her. It obviously wasn't natural darkness, and when this unnervingly pregnant feeling was combined with the intermittent, strange echoes of sound that resounded through the cave, it was an environment that put one's danger senses to the test. Pandora didn't want to continue from here, as she realized that her power couldn't get her past this point, but she decided to accept Damien's lead, only because he had proven his scouting abilities far better than hers. The duo walked about 10 steps forward and 3 steps to the left. They zigzagged to the right and continued moving forward for 6 more steps before Damien suddenly stopped. Is it perhaps a pattern? Pandora sent her awareness into the ground, just in time to witness Damien's foot sinking into an unknown mechanism. It was already too late to do anything about it. Before she knew it, the stationary abyss around her started moving. No, she began to fall through it. The path Damien chose was neither forward nor up, but straight down at the fastest speed possible. His reasoning was simple yet effective. The duo fell for almost a full minute before the narrow trench that could barely fit their 2 bodies widened massively into a huge cavern. They floated to a stop, allowing themselves to be displaced as they landed on the ground and spread their awarenesses. Damien frowned. That's strange. This world has no world core. At their current depth, they should have already been able to sense its powerful fluctuations. Damien immediately activated his celestial authority and felt the breath of the world itself, the frown on his face deepening with every passing second. There is something acting like a world core, and it is present in this cavern. However, the world core itself, it had been too long for Damien to know whether it had disappeared or it never existed in the first place. His attention turned to the center of the cavern. There was a massive stalagmite that reached halfway up the cavern's height, its gate like a mountain in the otherwise flat landscape. Damien walked up to it and raised his head, peering at its peak. His previous reasoning turned out to be far more accurate than expected, because not only did he sense the mystical aura of treasure, he saw clearly the being crucified on this stalagmite. Damien's frown finally traveled to the rest of his face, his expression turning extremely solemn as his ears pricked up. The sound of approaching footsteps, the feeling of that murky aura that he'd never forget. The enemy was already here. Chapitre 1023 Intentions 1. 5 people entered the cavern under Damien and Pandora's watch. The two groups gazed at each other from their respective places, neither moving prematurely. Damien's solemn expression persisted as he used all-seeing eyes to inspect the enemies. Damn! A high commander and 4 second and third-class Nox. This group was far beyond what the realm should have allowed. And tracing their eyes, their goal was also clear. That man must be... Damien suddenly got flashbacks to the situation he experienced in the 3,000 Beast Mountain range. A sealed demigod that was close to breaking free from his shackles. A catastrophe caused by the collision of such world-breaking forces that killed hundreds of millions of beings. You are talented humans to make it here. The man at the head of the Nox group started, his gaze landing on Damien. He spoke as if it was a foregone conclusion that the two of them would die in combat against his group. And he wasn't necessarily wrong. With Damien's combat strength, he could at most take on the underlings. Their leader was far out of his capacity. And Pandora, Damien didn't have many chances to see her strength, but he didn't think she was stronger than him. You tell us not to waste our lives, but aren't you just going to kill us anyway? He said cautiously, entertaining the idea of escape. The Nox High Commander scrutinized him before speaking again. There's a way to survive. Join us. Damien scoffed unwittingly, and even Pandora turned her head to the side in amusement. Do you think anyone who can make it to this stage would join you? The one who quipped back wasn't Damien, but Pandora. At the same time, a mental transmission entered Damien's ear. We have to take care of these trashes before they can accomplish anything. Damien's eyes widened as he looked over with no idea whether or not he was hearing things. Was this the same stale and petty person he'd been dealing with thus far? He immediately regained composure and responded. Not really. That guy is a high commander, and neither of us has the strength to deal with him. Alive but sealed. I see. Damien almost couldn't hide his blank stare. What was this attitude? It was like she was saying, it's just killing demigods, right? But she wasn't talking to someone ordinary either, so her words weren't as nonsensical as they normally would have been. Damien finally responded, only half serious. However, Pandora didn't seem to notice his sarcasm. High Commander, it can be done. Damien couldn't stop the smile forming on his face. What a daring individual. In front of the Nox, Pandora's entire demeanor changed into that of a true Holy Land saintess. And Damien, he was confident in saving himself at the very least. And if Pandora wanted to risk herself, why should he interfere? The exchange between the two took place in a split second, and with the way their expressions changed, it looked more like they were laughing at Pandora's quip rather than formulating a plan. And unlike the two of them, the Nox were not amused in the slightest by the situation. All you geniuses choose death. The High Commander sighed. Very well. If that is your wish, I shall grant you deaths befitting of warriors. The name of your killer is Malik. The High Commander, Malik, took a single step forward, and Damien moved instantly. He shouted as he exploded with strength and jumped into the air, climbing up the spire. Pandora responded with a snort and moved to stand between the Nox group and Damien. She clapped her hands together and maintained a praying position. The artifacts on her body began to shine with magisterial light. She whispered the words, and as her prayer floated into the air, her garments changed into mystical smoke that coalesced over her head. Pandora's form was revealed wearing the beautiful top disciple robes of the prismatic sun Holy Land. Long locks of her navy blue hair swam in the air like an ocean, and while her piercing eyes and sharp jaw made her face look extremely serious, her beauty was also truly unparalleled. It made sense for her to wear garments that hid this appearance, lest it destroy worlds. In the star-filled orange manna that encased her body, this beauty was even more enunciated. Only, it was shadowed soon after by the being that formed from the smoke atop her head. Disciple, why have you summoned me? A heavenly voice oozed out of the mystical beauty in the smoke, filling the entire cavern in a contrastingly dominant way. Malik didn't take his second step once that being appeared. You are. The figure's eyes turned to the Nox High Commander scornfully. I see. Her words were simple, but the power behind her voice increased severalfold. Pandora closed her eyes and allowed the smoke to descend into her. And when her eyes reopened, they shone with a rainbow light that completely differed from their regular color. Beast, you actually dared to bully my disciple. The woman in Pandora's body, no, the prismatic sun holy master, stepped forward and without a hint of hesitation, dragged the Nox group into battle. Damien watched the entire situation pan out from the very tip of the spire, a smile forming on his face. So this is your trump card. He didn't expect to meet the prismatic sun holy master so soon, but if he wanted to converse with her, it'd have to wait until the current situation ended. This time, the Nox's attack is just plain stupid. This is the gathering place of the universe's experts, and they were destined for failure from start. There is absolutely no reason for them to throw suicide troops into this realm unless either this demigod was incredibly important or the treasure aura on his body was linked to something the Nox valued deeply. Bang! An explosion of rainbow light kicked up large clouds of dust in the cavern, bringing Damien out his thoughts. Chapitre 1024 Intention en deux. In fact, Damien was more than happy to take on this sealed demigod. Entering the man's mind was something he wanted to do on his own, and if he was truly a Nox demigod, killing him was par for course. All Damien knew at this moment was that this man was strange. His Nox aura was definitely present, but it wasn't the same as the aura carried by the Saint Emperor or Marionette Lord, Nox demigods Damien had personally met. Who was he? Why was he sealed? The only way to answer these questions was to enter his mind. And perhaps some of the questions Damien had been pondering for so long would be answered too. Damien slapped himself in the face. Without knowing how long the prismatic sun holy master could maintain her presence, he couldn't be wasting time thinking meaninglessly like this. He jumped and stomped his foot into the tip of the spire, breaking it down and flattening it until it was a surface he could sit on. Once he finished, he reached down and placed his finger on the top of the crucified man's head. A strand of the breath of nothingness swam into his spiritual world, and Damien's vision blurred into a new world. He was greeted by an ancient voice that boomed through the space and struck his ears like cymbals crashing centimeters away. Damien gritted his teeth and shook off the pain, looking around to find the source of the voice. "Don't bother," the voice came again. Damien asked. The man said. A frown formed on Damien's face as he listened to the man's strange words, but before he could respond, "I will show you what you wish to see." The man's attitude completely contradicted what Damien expected, and not even a second after he finished processing the current events, the scene around him shifted again. Damien realized as he looked at the river that appeared before him. It was massive, like an ocean of its own, but the water was murky and brown, as if it had been polluted for countless decades. Damien once again reminded himself. He was in the mind of a demigod. Anything could happen. After stabilizing his ego and making a few preliminary preparations to keep himself safe, he went to the river bank and slowly submerged himself in its waters. A story began to paint itself in his mind. The situation outside, as Damien expected, wasn't as apocalyptic as it could have been. Surun was a blessing upon Holy Light Star. His banner attracted countless geniuses who followed him and acted together to counter the Nox worshippers. And his mysterious gray mana was perfect for eliminating the bloody environment and correcting the world's laws. The latter mission was a difficult one. No matter how Surun moved, he found that he could only destroy the bloody forests on a surface level, and the seed for their regrowth simply couldn't be extinguished. And more than the Nox, the Vitality Calamity caused severe damage to his forces. What they found after a few hours of facing its wrath was that the corruption of the world evaded the realm laws just like the Nox, and those who fell to it would truly die. The most imperative task was to find a way to counter it. The answer didn't come from inside, but from Luxurian. There were multiple things that made the Nox's current attack counterintuitive. One of the greatest was that, while the experts present were already strong, there were even more strong experts and forces arriving in the Sky Castle by the hour, which meant an endless stream of geniuses was entering the mystic realm. Not all of these geniuses were loyal to the universe. But since the forces arriving in the current days were usually those with respect and status in the universe, the majority were those who would put their lives on the line for their homeland. Among them were the geniuses from Medicine Emperor Holy Land, the very geniuses Su Run had been searching for. They entered the realm and immediately took their stand as an apothecary that provided pills and elixirs that could counter the vitality suction. They were aided by geniuses from Primordial Light Holy Land, who used their purification abilities to help those affected regain some of their lost energy. Though this effect was still temporary. If these geniuses wanted to regain what was stolen, they needed to defeat the world itself. The universe's geniuses were able to rapidly form a united front that allowed them to combat the Nox worshippers without losing too many forces, and meanwhile, the experts that backed them made it known why they had their acclaim. A line of more than 100 experts kneeled in front of the portal to Holy Light Star in the second banquet hall. Their arms and legs were bound by rope that radiated with the aura of divinity, and their faces were black with shame. They weren't killed. They were sat in front of their previous comrades and humiliated. It was like they had 4 massive letters written on their foreheads. Fool. Fools who dared to betray the universe. Fools who let power get to their heads. How could such fools be given easy deaths? No, they were sat in front of everyone and forced to watch as their geniuses were slaughtered meaninglessly due to their idiocy. And they were sat waiting for the torture that was sure to come. To attack in Luxurian was the stupidest thing they could have done. This sky castle was the lifeblood of the Heavenly Clan. It was built with so much specification that it was impossible for traitors to infiltrate it. Hell, they couldn't even kill themselves due to the restrictions. Whether it was a supreme or a demigod, a small sect master or the holy master of a massive holy land, none of them were given treatment better than dogs. Including the holy master of Flame Heaven's holy land, the master of Huaxian and Huadong, who were killed by Damien and Su Ren. He wasn't stupid enough to participate in this raid. How could he be? He was an exalted personage who was fully aware of the universe's power. He knew from the beginning that this was a suicide mission. However, he didn't have a choice. The moment he chose to submit to the Nox, unresigned to the impossibility of ascending from the demigod level to true godhood, he became a slave whose opinion no longer mattered. All it brought him was humiliation and loss. The bleakness of the fates of these traitors only made the question on everyone's minds all the more pronounced. Why? Just why would the Nox plan such an attack? Chapter 1025 Intention à trois. The world was dark. Didn't all these stories start that way? A boy was born into this dark world, his fate bound to slavery from the beginning. His mother was killed for giving birth to him. As it was rumored his father was a powerful man who cheated on his wife with her, and he was sent across worlds to become the slave of a certain family that had prominence in the universe. They were cruel people. Even as a child, he viewed himself as nothing more than a dog. As he grew and learned more about the world and his status, his desires and the slave mentality bred into him fought each other, this fight worsening as he suffered more and more abuse from his masters. One day, the masters decided to take a trip to a different star. Through the whispers of the servants, he heard it had something to do with a massive business opportunity. However, karma would always punish those she disliked. The family starship experienced a fatal malfunction and was attacked by raiders. The women were taken away, while the men were left in the starship as it was destroyed. The starship exploded, killing almost everyone left on board. The boy, a teenager at this point, miraculously survived. His body drifted through the void, unaffected by the turbulence of the starry sky, and landed on the surface of a dead star. He remained in a coma for almost 2 years before awakening and realizing his situation. This dead star was nothing more than a burial ground for most, but it was there where he found his talent. He had the ability to set world laws. He couldn't interfere with the operations of a world core, but if he was put on a dead star, he could truly turn it into his own world. However, there were limits to this power. Each world he set the laws of would be tied to him in mind and fate, and he would feel every change they experienced tenfold. He first realized just how double-sided the coin of his talent was when one of the dead stars he bound was hit by an extinction-level meteorite. For 7 days and 7 nights, he experienced the worst pain imaginable to man, as if he was being burned alive and drowned at the same time. He was hardly sane when he came out the other end, and he immediately broke his connection with every star, accepting the loss of power wholeheartedly. He retired to a secluded cabin in a relatively small world hidden somewhere deep in the universe, hiding his existence from enemies and allies alike. He finally gave himself a name, the first one he'd ever had in his life, Hassan. However, he wasn't able to live in peace for more than a few years. Somehow, the Nox found out about his talent and sent a squad filled with Supremes to kidnap him. They took him to one of their worlds and tortured him brutally. They left him near death without even the ability to scream or cry in pain. Once again, he nearly lost his sanity. That was the moment the Nox had been waiting for. They entered his cell and shoved a parasite into his mouth, forcing him to swallow it. The parasite spread its influence through his body, and soon enough, he realized that he no longer had control over his actions. This was the beginning of his life as a slave to the Nox. His captors dragged him across the universe to bind several worlds, a total of 37, 36 of which were transformed into infected source worlds. The 37th was Holy Light Star, or rather, Hathor, the world that existed before the angels claimed its ruins. Once the task was completed, the Nox ran out of use for him. After seeing how his state deteriorated every time he bound a new world, they sealed him in the middle of a temple on Hathor and switched his human heart for a god-rank artifact, the Glass Lake Heart. The Glass Lake Heart had a single purpose. It allowed its bearer to keep their mind clear from corruption under any circumstances, regardless of the danger level. This treasure was originally meant for good, but it was instead used to keep Hassan's mind from collapsing under perpetual torture and force him to maintain the world laws of the infected source worlds. These world laws were set by the Nox, according to their whims. Hassan became an accessory to the creation of true plagues that claimed the lives of billions upon billions of innocents. And at the same time, he had no choice but to maintain the corrupted laws of Holy Light Star that made it impossible for anyone to find his existence. He was Holy Light Star's world core, and, as the Nox already controlled him, wasn't it simple for them to bypass the laws set through him? Damien sighed as he reached the current day in Hassan's memories and made his way out of the river that contained them. His spiritual avatar was dyed in murky black ink, corruption that infected him from the river itself. Damien allowed the forces of his own body to clear this corruption, sending the Nox mana elsewhere. And he peered into Hassan's spiritual world, hoping to see a glimmer of his appearance. Unlike Damien's expectation, the man had no ulterior motive for being so cooperative. He was in limbo in a near-death state due to the destruction of many infected source worlds, and he had been waiting for someone to come and kill him for many years. Until now, the Nox never interfered with his existence, but now that they'd made a move, a path to him had opened for the first time in over 100,000 years. It wasn't a coincidence that Damien and Pandora managed to find their way into the cavern. The Nox sure are cruel. Damien felt true pity for the man, because the memories he so graciously allowed Damien to peruse also served a purpose in solving his own doubts. Mainly one curious fact: there were only 9 infected source worlds in the current era, of which the ones in the Elven Domain, Human Domain, and Calypto had been destroyed. However, at the start, there were 36 infected source worlds. Hassan's era was 100,000 years ago. His imprisonment took place during the Forgotten War. When these facts were put together, only one conclusion could be reached. Damien felt his understanding of the universe and its history deepening, and as he gazed into the unervingly serene spiritual world around him, he realized he had a decision to make. He either killed Hassan or found a way to save the man. The man had lived a life of sin, but not because he wanted to. The blood on his hands was painted on by the Nox. Hassan himself had lived a brutal life, an extremely unfortunate life where he saw no good. Did this man deserve to die? Absolutely not. But if he lived, would he be able to find redemption? Damien truly didn't know. The only way to earn redemption was to desire it and work towards it. But with how broken Hassan's mind was, he didn't know if the man would be able to formulate that desire. The only way to know was to ask. And frankly, Damien wasn't excited to hear the answer. Chapitre 1026 intentions à 4. He said, addressing Hassan's formless voice. Ido, Hassan responded succinctly. Damien didn't get a response for a long time. It wasn't an easy decision to make, after all. Did he want to give up? Or did he want to try again? Hassan was unsure whether or not the man before him could grant him the redemption he still wished for in the bottom of his heart. But it was true that Damien was the only individual who had been able to enter his spiritual world and survive the tumultuous journey of his memories. Yet, even if Damien truly could give him a chance at redemption, did he want it? He wasn't good for anything. He couldn't grow his power without binding worlds, but he couldn't bind worlds without experiencing torture. He was tired of torture. Hassan had lived his entire life, over 100,000 years, being tortured. What else could he contribute? Did the world even need him anymore? It was a new era, and in this new era, there were geniuses like Damien and the girl who came with him who could fight with such determination against the terrifying threat posed by the Nox. How could he help them? Hassan had lived most of his life in solitude, alone in this quiet realm with nothing but his thoughts to entertain him. His mind was much more rational than one expected from someone who found themselves in this situation. This was mostly due to the influence of the Clear Lake Heart, but it still stood that he didn't allow his emotions to control his decisions. He thought about it rationally. If he couldn't provide any benefit to the universe and the innocents he'd hurt so terribly, there was no point in living. The best way to atone for his sins would be to suffer in the afterlife and in his next life. In the end, he could only sigh. I can only offer two things, my talent and the Clear Lake Heart. However, neither of these things can be given to others, he finally said. Damien raised his brow. The Clear Lake Heart can only ever recognize one owner. If it is removed from my body, it will fade back into the universe and be reborn as a new treasure, Hassan explained. Damien frowned. With this attitude, it's clear there's no way for me to convince him to continue living. Damien decided to follow his usual style and be completely honest. I can work around both of these issues. Hassan asked incredulously. Maybe not for other people, but it is for me. Hassan made his stance clear. Damien sighed. This was the third. The experts of the olden era were never willing to live in this new generation, and Damien couldn't blame them. Everyone and everything they knew was gone, and as strangers in this new world, their only purpose would be to be used as tools of war. Nobody wanted to live such a dire fate. Damien could only acknowledge their existences and carry their stories within him, so their legacies never died out. Whenever you're ready, I can start the process. Do not worry. You will not feel any pain, Damien said firmly. And Hassan, even though his spiritual form was incorporeal, Hassan smiled radiantly. Very well. Damien gently allowed void mana into Hassan's spiritual world, with the latter providing not a single hint of resistance. It was an incredibly smooth process. And when he finally gathered enough mana, he uttered that sacred word. Hassan closed his incorporeal eyes. The Clear Lake Heart kept his mind lucid at all times, which meant pain could never inhibit his thoughts. Rather, he felt the pain much more clearly due to the heart's influence. Yet in this moment, even though he could feel his life force and spiritual world being sucked away in a vacuum of mysterious force, he didn't feel any pain. The feeling of death slowly encroaching upon him, the feeling of drowsiness that lulled him into the eternal sleep he'd been longing for, he cherished it to its fullest, finally free from the torture that life had been. Eventually, Hassan's body wilted into a soulless husk, and his spiritual world became nothing more than an empty plane lacking any ego. Damien felt his body changing. That pleasantly painful feeling of the void physique altering his body overcame him, and the trait, Law Controller, manifested itself on his status window. When the process ended, he opened his eyes and swept his palms through the air. Shing, 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 shing. The chain stabbed through Hassan's arms and legs were cut away, and his body disappeared into the sanctuary. Perhaps to Damien, this was just another encounter with an unfortunate senior. Perhaps to Damien, this interaction would be nothing more than one of many legends that led to his eventual ascension. However, to the universe, it was something much greater. Hassan was dead, which meant his influence on the universe would begin to fizzle out. Those 6 remaining infected source worlds wouldn't feel the effects for a few months due to the solidity of the laws established on them. But Holy Light Star felt the influence of his passing almost instantly. And Damien himself soon realized that Hassan's gift to him had propelled him into his second revolution of the extreme peak. The prismatic sun Holy Master's mana held the same rainbow color as her eyes, and its effects were equally mystical. As she fought against Malik and his group, she displayed prowess far surpassing Pandora's level. Utilizing a law that held such profundity, it could be compared to Damien's space-time laws in pure aura fluctuations. However, despite the strength she held as an individual, she was still confined to Pandora's body. Unless she wanted to turn her disciple into a waste by overexerting her body and promoting her strength too much, she had to conform to several restrictions. The problem was that Malik had his full strength, so the best the Holy Master could do was fight him evenly. Their battle had gone on for several minutes already, and Pandora's body was reaching its limits. If there wasn't a change soon, it was like the gods listened to her wishes. Boom! The entire Holy Light Star shook. There was no massive mana pulse or other catastrophe that accompanied this shaking, but something changed. Holy Light Star became a dead star. With no world core, with no world laws, there was no longer a means to maintain the calamity cycle, nor was there such thing as a restriction remaining in the realm. The Nox lost their advantage, and the vitality stolen by the realm itself was returned to the air and reabsorbed by those it was stolen from. With Damien's Pyrrhic victory against Hassan, there was nothing left to be said. This battle was already won by the Grand Heaven's boundary. Chapter 10, 27 Proceedings. Chapter 1027 bang. Rumble. The underground cavern rumbled heavily as the Nox High Commander Malik's body shot across it and crashed through the opposing wall. In that instant, he lost his advantage. The jarring shock of the realm laws disappearing disoriented him for a second and left him open to the prismatic sun Holy Master's brutal attacks. As he crawled out of the wall and saw his comrades being suppressed by the Holy Master, a deep frown formed on his face. It was an expression of helplessness that manifested after he realized the current situation. They'd lost so easily. He knew it was a suicide mission from the beginning. If it was anything else, he and his comrades wouldn't have been dispatched. Malik's story was a bit complicated. In simple terms, he'd offended someone very powerful, and his status had been reduced to nothing more than a hunting dog. In his most rational opinion, the only one who could save him from his predicament would be a Nox Emperor, but how could he have the capabilities to contact them? He and his team were forced into this mission and many others so they could die in battle after being used to their fullest capability, but they managed to survive until this point. Their survival ability gave them relatively widespread acclaim, but their strength wasn't as impressive. However, it shouldn't have ended so quickly, right? He was appalled by the strength displayed by the duo he had the misfortune of encountering, and he was even more unable to accept the rapid response of the majority of geniuses that cut off the Nox's chance for success. Malik already knew he was going to die, but he didn't want to die meaninglessly. If he had no other choice, he at least wanted to leave an impression of himself in the hearts of his allies and enemies before he disappeared. With this thought in mind, Malik crawled out of the wall and stood back up, wiping the black blood from his mouth and taking his first steps back into battle. However, a figure appeared in his path before he could make it too far. The man among the genius duo smiled at him somewhat teasingly, a frustrating expression. Malik raised his fist to attack, not bothering with conversation. But Damien had other plans. Today, he wasn't trying to fight any further. Relax. Damien's words made Malik's eyes widen in surprise. He finally earlier, yet he still entertained it. Understood how they felt when he said the same words to them earlier. Yet, he still entertained it. Why? Even he didn't know. He pressed frustratedly, glancing at the state of his allies. It seemed the Holy Master's onslaught had slowed considerably. She didn't look like she was trying to kill, but trying to suppress instead. Malik turned his eyes back to Damien strangely as he began to talk. Here's the thing. What Damien wanted to say was both simple and complicated at the same time. Even he felt a bit strange as he allowed the words to flow out of his mouth. The crux of his proposition was just as simple as it had always been. He wanted Malik and his comrades to move to the sanctuary. The complicated part was the reasoning behind it, as well as his stance on the Nox themselves. Other than the universe's previous forms, what Damien saw most in Hassan's memories was the nature of the Nox. They were, well, the universe's perception of them came from a point of truth. For the most part, those in their race were belligerent and power-hungry, those who had succumbed to their vices and allowed those vices to consume them and drive their actions. The Nox thrived on destruction and death. The force of their natural racial mana was just as corrupted, as if they were fated for evil since birth. However, just like all races, the Nox weren't a people who could be painted in black and white. Hassan experienced the most brutal years of his life enslaved under the Nox. But he also met many good people, people who pitted him and gave him the strength to live another day. Perhaps that strength was wasted in his circumstances, but the thought behind their actions was what mattered. Even Nox beings who worked common custodial jobs and whatnot on their starships and war vehicles had to be fourth class, since those under this level were frenzied and unintelligent. In Damien's expectation, these people would use prisoners as torture subjects to relieve stress and utilize a bit of their neglected power. This wasn't an uncommon approach, but there were a select few among those staffers who offered the prisoners food, occasionally dressed their wounds, and even had healthy conversations without them, ignoring the boundaries that separated them. Since when was it common for a Nox to show kindness? Unless it was a being like Zara, who was a Nox being but wasn't raised as a Nox being, Damien couldn't picture it. In fact, while Damien didn't know it, there was another Nox being who exhibited qualities similar to what he'd just seen. That man was named Thaddeus Church, and though he had the mercilessness and ruthlessness of a Nox being instilled in him, he also had a natural curiosity that led him to accompany his plant race companion, Aaliyah, on an expedition across the universe. Thaddeus' personality had gone through severe changes in the period of time he'd spent with that woman. He was living proof that the Nox couldn't be defined so one-dimensionally. And while Damien had yet to meet him, he had personally witnessed too many cases in Hassan's memories to allow his prejudice to guide his actions. So come with me. I can guarantee you absolute protection for at least a year or two. Damien finally finished his words and stepped back. I have some stuff to talk to the Holy Master about, so I'll leave you to your thoughts. If you agree, just stay here until I come back. If you don't, leave on your own. Damien walked over to the other side of the cave, attracting the Holy Master's attention. As she went over to him, Malik's comrades were freed from her barrage and given time to rest, time which they used to regroup with him. Malik watched this take place incredulously. Did Damien forget that he and the Holy Master were still not as strong as their group? At most, they would be evenly matched. However, Malik soon understood where Damien's confidence came from. Without the realm laws in place, there was nothing maintaining the strength and age barriers that the universe's forces abided by until this point. Any second now, experts would flood into the realm, and even Malik would become a tiny existence surrounded by supremes and demigods who could easily slap him to death. As he passed some black pills to his companions and sat down with them to heal, he genuinely considered Damien's proposal. Working for a human, well, it would certainly be a new experience. Whether or not it was worth the risk, Malik sighed. Chapter 1028 Proceedings. Chapter 1028 Proceedings 2. Damien told Malik he wanted to have a talk with the Prismatic Sun Holy Master, but it ended up as a small exchange of words, as that was all that could take place before her avatar dispersed. It couldn't be helped. With the way she was fighting, it was already surprising that she was able to stay present in the current situation for so long. Pandora's body definitely sustained damage due to her overstaying, but luckily, it wasn't too bad. Once she left, Pandora directly collapsed, and Damien caught her, casting Heal immediately to solve her injuries. Damien thought to himself as he healed Pandora. They'd only spoken a few words of greeting at most, with the Holy Master telling him she looked forward to his presence after the Grand Assembly, referring to the so-called ceremony. But there was something about her gaze. It was the kind of gaze that made one shudder. Nevertheless, with her gone, it could be said that the situation truly came to a close. And I can't avoid this ceremony nonsense. Damien heaved Pandora over his shoulder, allowing her to rest for a bit as he carried her back to the surface. As for Malik and his group, it was best to say they died, for their existence wouldn't be seen in the real plane again for a very long time. This Nox attack, while short, opened Damien's world to a variety of new possibilities. And more than anything else, it placed a sense of urgency in the hearts of all those present. The Grand Assembly was sure to change in the coming days. It wasn't suspenseful once Hassan's influence died down. Experts flooded Holy Light Star once its anomaly was understood and aided their pupils in eliminating the threats that were too hard for them to handle. Meanwhile, the rest of the Nox worshippers were essentially funneled and caged, so they could become practice dummies for the geniuses, providing them with real combat experience and giving them the chance to face the power of the Nox head first. While those who needed this training took the opportunity, people like Su Ren, most of the Holy Land geniuses, and the Human Domain group made their way out of the secret realm instead. They didn't need this opportunity and allowed their weaker counterparts to utilize it in full while they rested their bodies and digested their gains from the mystic realm. At this time, with everything settling down, Lucille made an important announcement. The Universal Conference that was set to take place around a week later would be moved up. In 3 days, the Grand Assembly would begin moving towards its originally intended purpose. In the wake of this, the forces that had yet to arrive at Luxurian made haste, and one by one, they touched down on its grounds. Blood Azura Holy Land finally made its appearance, with Immortal Blood Azura bringing some of his strongest elders, as well as a few of his sons with him in an incredibly powerful lineup. Following their group were the Golden Dragon Clan, Supreme Soul Palace, Blacksmith Association, Heaven's Army officials, and many more. The largest players in the universe finally gathered in full, and while the experts among them took the 3 days before the conference to network and form alliances, the geniuses had other plans. For those who didn't have Damien or Su Ren's power level, the Holy Light Star was an eye-opening experience that taught them the insignificance of their existence. They were motivated to train even harder, and Luxurian's training facilities became extremely crowded, with the arenas being the most visited place. Among these geniuses was Atticus. After his altercation with Damien at the beginning of the convention, he hadn't been himself. He cruised by in Holy Light Star and only made some minor achievements, laying low in the background for the rest of the time. And now that he was back, he was finally able to start getting back on his feet again, following Damien's advice to get rid of the stubborn insecurity within him. It was in this environment that Damien brought Pandora out of the mystic realm. He had made sure to cover her exposed skin with some nondescript robes he had laying around in the sanctuary to protect her dignity, and without spending too much time on her, he dropped her off with the Prismatic Sun Holy Land group and left them to their own devices. Damien mindlessly wandered the halls as he submerged himself in thought. This time, his concerns weren't so grand and far-reaching. Blood Azura, Holy Land. Their arrival time was suspicious on its own, but Damien remembered what he'd heard from Elena during their brief reunion in the Secret Realm. She had been targeted by several beings who tried to kill her, following a bounty set on her and Damien's heads. This wasn't too surprising considering how Damien had been moving, but the fact of the matter was that these forces had a method to circumvent the realm laws. With his new knowledge of Hassan and Holy Light Star, Damien would be brainless if he didn't become suspicious about Immortal Blood Azura. His son succumbed to Nox's temptation quite easily, and he seems like the type of guy to do anything for power. He thought solemnly, I need to be even more careful until the assembly ends. Damien sighed. The universe was riddled with too many internal scourges. If this was their definition of unity, was victory ever a possibility? I should start making my own plans. The opportunity to dissect a Nox was impossible to come across due to their nature of turning into ink when they died. Now that Damien had a live subject in his control, there was no way he'd waste the chance. No, I shouldn't think about it like that. That's a high commander, after all. Damien smiled wryly as he thought about just how unorthodox the forces under him were, but he shrugged it off. What was the problem with it? In all honesty, he actually liked this hodgepodge group filled with talents from all walks of life far better than an organization like Heaven's Army. Damien suddenly looked up, broken out of his thoughts. Before he realized it, his aimless wandering had led him to Elena's room. With a small smile on his face, he knocked on the door. And at that very moment, thump! Something in his heart spiked. Beyond that door, he could sense their presence. Chapter 10:29 Unity. Damien stood with his hand hovering in front of the door, frozen. He'd nearly forgotten about it after being swept up in Hassan's memories. By the time he left the underground cavern, the human domain group had already left and his memory had no chance to be refreshed. Damien moaned inwardly in dread. He wished he had time to prepare, but there was absolutely no chance of that happening now. Because just as he'd felt her, Ryue had felt him. The door swung open on its own, revealing his awkward figure to those within the room. 3 pairs of eyes met with one, and Damien felt his heart beating out of his chest. Wasn't it funny? He worried so deeply about his indifference affecting his personal life. He was afraid of this moment of reunion because he didn't know what he would feel when he saw them. But now, standing before them, he couldn't even open his mouth. His chest felt stuffy, his heart pumped faster than light, and contrary to his own wishes. His eyes began to water. Hugh! Damien used an imperceptible trace of mana to protect his eyes and make sure no tears could form, and took a nervous step into the room. He looked between the 3 girls without a word, because if he opened his mouth, he'd definitely choke on his words and embarrass himself. While he struggled to figure out what to do next, Rose and Elena could no longer hold their laughter. They raised their hands over their mouths as they tittered, as if that would stop Damien from noticing. And as he looked at them in shock, Rose finally spoke up. "See, I told you this would happen," she said happily. "TCH, I still can't beat the first wife." Elena snapped back in unwillingness. Rose quipped teasingly. Fine, I concede. Just wait on it." Elena rolled her eyes and handed a space ring over to Rose, and Damien stood there dumbly with no idea what to say. He looked to Ryue for help, only for her to hit him with a helpless smile and a shrug. He finally said, unable to take it, "HM? Oh, right. We just placed a few bets. Nothing much," Elena said, still a bit grouchy over her loss. Damien raised his brow incredulously. This time it was Rose who spoke up. She glanced at Damien in a way that made his heart skip a beat and smiled. "It was a bet about how you'd react when you saw us. Little sister here thought you'd immediately embrace us, but how could the husband I know who has no clue how to express his emotions do something like that?" Damien had no idea what to say to that. As Elena said, nobody could beat the first wife. She knew him better than the back of her hand, and just like it was in the past and would be in the future, Damien felt incredibly thankful for Rose. Because of her, the awkwardness in the atmosphere completely disappeared. Damien walked up to the bed where the 3 of them sat without a single hint of hesitation in his heart and wrapped his arms around them, pulling them into his chest. As he felt their arms wrap around his waist, he closed his eyes. "I truly missed you," he finally said. Rose was right. He had no idea how to express himself, and he had no idea how to show love. He could only say these words and hope they could understand the feelings that stood behind them. The feeling of security they gave him, the feeling of longing that had been suppressed deep in his heart ever since he made his first advent into the divine realm on Dawn World, the feeling of tranquility that he could only ever experience when he was with them. He wanted them to know how much those feelings meant to him. They were his only safe haven in the universe that he'd cherish for eternity. The embrace of the four became that of three after a minute or so, as Elena quietly left the room and gave Rose and Ryua their time. After all, she'd had plenty of time alone with Damien before the Grand Assembly. Now wasn't the time to be selfish. Last time, I left on a bad note. She had a true bond with the two women she called sisters, and, just as much as Damien, she felt the weight of it when she reunited with them. They were family, and there was no need to be selfish around family. Even after Elena left, the embrace of the three didn't end for a very long time. They sat in silence and enjoyed each other's presence, a pleasure they'd long forgotten. And at a certain point, Damien felt the side of his chest getting wet. Take some time and be alone with her. Damien's eyes widened as he heard the voice that entered his head. He looked down with furrowed brows, but shook his head with a smile in the end. He left a soft kiss on Rose's head, and in the next moment, he and Ryua vanished from the real plane. Rose was left on her own, but the expression on her face showed nothing but pure happiness. The growth she'd experienced in the past 2 years allowed her to overcome many of her insecurities. The misconception she had about her duty as a first wife or her status among the harem disappeared entirely as she got closer to Ryua, and she realized that all her previous worries were meaningless. In a sense, she reached the same conclusion as Elena. What need was there to bring things like status or position into matters of family? That was precisely what led her father's harem to ruin. Her husband, the man she loved, and her sisters, the women who would stand by her until the ends of time, were the most important people in the world to her. In front of them, there was no need for pretenses. Coincidentally enough, the dynamic that would bring harmony to their family wasn't formed through time together. It was created through individual birth. As they grew more powerful and obtained a greater understanding of the universe's truths and reality, they also began to understand the value of relationships. Wasn't Blood Azura, Holy Land, the perfect example of what happened if one let them go? A future where they cared for nobody but themselves, where they were willing to sell their souls for power, was not a future any of them wished to see. Therefore, each and every one of them threw away their personal grievances, their selfishness, and their greed. From this point forth, they would be a symbol of unity. Chapter 10:30 Unity. The setting was an area similar to a one-bedroom apartment hidden somewhere in the sanctuary's many dimensions. Two people arrived in this place, embraced in each other's arms. Ryua lost control by the time they arrived. Silent tears streamed down her face and dampened Damien's shirt as she dug her face into his chest and hugged him tighter. Damien responded in kind, touching his forehead to hers. He didn't say anything yet. He noticed when they were in Elena's room earlier that she was being extremely quiet and was just as concerned about her as Rose. He understood what Ryua was going through more clearly than anyone else. After all, he held a piece of her soul. As Ryua became closer and closer to the natural force of Een, her demeanor also experienced a change, becoming far colder and less expressive, almost like how she was before she met Damien. However, the change wasn't a negative. It merely meant her immersion with her laws was far higher than the average person, a testament to her talent. Ryua was someone who didn't expose her feelings to anyone. Rose could read her thoughts through her expressionless facade due to their closeness, but even she couldn't bring Ryua to emote like a normal human. Ryua as a person mirrored ice, yet her love burned powerfully within her heart. That was where she put all her emotions. When she saw Damien again, she wanted to let it all out, but in her core, she wasn't someone who could show emotion in front of other people. When she and Damien were finally alone, the dam blocking those emotions broke into millions of tiny pieces, and everything Ryua had been holding since their separation was poured out in full. Damien brushed his hands through her hair gently as she cried. Even he was forced to reinforce the mana protection in his eyes to make sure he didn't cry. His emotions were connected to hers, but he didn't know how to calm her agitated state. As he thought of various ways to cheer her up, Ryua pulled away from his chest and lightly grabbed his collar. She was a tall woman, standing at 5 feet 10 inches, and she only slightly needed to tilt her head to look directly into his eyes. Yet, The subtlety of her movement made it all the more mesmerizing. Damien stared into those beautiful golden eyes, slightly puffy from crying, and immediately got trapped in them. He stood there in a daze, admiring Ryue's beauty until she finally spoke up. "You?" she said, her voice barely over a whisper. Damien raised his brow at her unexpected words. "I owe you." Ryue made an extremely cute, pouting expression as she spoke, something Damien never expected to see on her face. His smile was warmer than a spring breeze. "How could I remember?" "Stupid." Ryue pounded his chest lightly with a harumph, turning her eyes back to soon after. "No more hiding. I want to make it official," she finally said after a moment of hesitation. Damien's eyes widened at the surprising request. Ryue turned her head away, a rosy blush rising up her cheeks. "You did it with the two of them, but we were never able to take the final step." Her words were almost imperceptibly soft, but Damien was someone who could perceive even what was truly imperceptible. His smile turned teasing. It looked like Ryue was experiencing a bit of jealousy because of this matter. Plus, in the cloud plane, the meaning of such an act was far more sacred and significant than it was in other places. To someone who represented the laws of Een, the moment of connection was practically a supreme ritual that was equivalent to giving the other party their everything, no holds barred for all eternity. For Ryue to bring it up first, and so quickly, Damien couldn't stop the urge to tease her a bit, but before he could get a single glimpse of the expected response. Damien's eyes widened. Ryue pulled him by his collar and firmly planted her lips on his, deeply kissing him. Damien rapidly adapted to the change of pace, bringing his hands up to Ryue's face and pulling her deeper into him. He gently picked her up and walked over to the bed, gently laying her down and climbing on top of her in a single motion. Ryue was always the less dominant party in their relationship, but for some reason, in these most important moments, she was always the one who took the lead. Since she had such determination, Damien couldn't disappoint her. Could he? He knew it too. He and Ryue had grown out of their most difficult times together, and though they'd both long held the desire to become one, neither of them was sure if they were ready for it. It was mainly Ryue's issue, since she'd long known what it meant to give herself to a man. There was a reason why even her own father had lusted after her at one point. All of their plots had been thwarted by those who cared for her, but the scars left by their words and gazes needed time to heal. In fact, she'd want to take the final step before they left for Niflheim, but time and the situation with Elena and Rose didn't allow it. Now, she laid on the bed, staring up into the eyes of the man she loved. She reached out her hands and caressed his face, assuring herself that this moment was real. She really couldn't be saved. She wanted all of him, and she wanted it for eternity. She couldn't stop herself from wrapping her arms around his neck and pulling herself up to taste his lips again. Damien's movements became more daring as their kiss deepened. He ran his hands along her body, exploring its curves and gently removing the barriers that separated his skin from hers. Their clothes were gone soon enough, and Damien finally pulled away from their kiss, taking the opportunity to see Ryue's body in full for the first time ever. She was as enchanting as a starry night sky. Her hair, whiter than snow, spread across the bed under and behind her and painted a hypnotic backdrop that perfectly framed her beautiful face. Her eyes were slightly watery and filled with love and arousal, forming an extremely alluring picture that almost made it impossible for Damien to focus on the rest of her body. But he was glad he managed to tear his gaze away. Ryue had the body of a goddess. Her breasts were large, perky, and perfectly shaped, and her slim waist curved into scrumptious hips and incredibly plump buns. Her legs were long. Her skin was smooth and fair. Did her perfection need more explanation? Damien finished admiring her God-given gifts and gave her one more deep kiss before he cupped her large breasts in his hand, lowering his lips to the rosy pink cherries that decorated their peaks. His other hand snaked down her waist and found its way to a sacred garden that had never been witnessed by anyone else. Ryue moaned sounds of heavenly bliss as she experienced pleasure she never knew existed, pleasure provided by the only man who would ever enter her sight. Damien gave her his everything. He explored every inch of his body with his hands, his mouth, and finally, he gently placed his dragon at the entrance of the cave it so deeply desired to enter. In this hidden place away from any eyes, two lovers finally united as one, a unity that wouldn't be broken for many, many hours to come. Chapter 10:31 Unity. Chapter 10:31 Unity 3. Damien and Ryue's battle didn't end until many hours later, but even after finishing, they didn't separate. In fact, Damien set up a time dilation in the space, so they could have several days to themselves without having to bother with the outside world situation. Damien had a huge smile on his face the entire time as he foolishly reminisced on that first night. And as he watched Ryue become more and more animated as the days passed, his expression only melted further. What was there to say about this time? Damien and Ryue didn't really do anything at all. They talked about many things as they shared their experiences. They talked about nonsensical things and reminisced on the past, and they sat around showing each other affection while living the comfortable life of a married mortal couple. At the moment, Ryue sat on the couch in the apartment, watching TV attentively with a bowl of popcorn in her arms. Meanwhile, Damien was in the nearby kitchen with a wry smile on his face as he watched her. He thought to himself, seriously, this girl really knew how to kick back and relax like a shut-in. Damien almost cut himself as he blazed through ingredient prep and stared at her in a daze. Before he realized it, everything he needed was already done. Damien regrettably turned away from the painting-like scene of Ryue and turned on the stove, pouring oil into the pan and starting his creation. Damien moved quicker than lightning, and gradually, an intoxicating smell spread through the apartment. Ryue's nose twitched when it reached her, and she immediately turned her eyes away from the TV. She jumped up from the couch and joined Damien in the kitchen, hugging his side as she watched him prepare the food. She asked, hints of contradictory worry and reluctance in her voice. "Why?" Damien asked with a smile. "Not necessarily," Ryue muttered. "I just—" Damien smiled to himself as he took the meat off the pan. "I guess you and Rose got quite close while I was away. I didn't think I'd see the day where you worried about her like this," he said teasingly. Is it wrong that I don't want my sister to suffer?" All right, I was just teasing you. Of course, I'm going to spend ample time with Rose as well." Ryue looked away as if she couldn't give a clear answer, making Damien feel endlessly wry. Maybe I really should go see her now. He shook off the thought, finishing off his small show of cooking and plating the beautiful dishes he'd just made. They were classic American burgers, one of Damien's comforts growing up. He'd already shown Ryue and Rose the beauties of Earth all the way back then. But in a moment like this, he wanted to bring a piece of his youth back to prominence. Besides, the scene of Ryue trying to find a way to eat the burger without dirtying herself was possibly the cutest thing Damien had seen in the past decade. Nevertheless, the couple made their way to the dining table and dug into their food, lightheartedly conversing as they did and forming plans for the future now that they were back together again. They calmly spent their time until night fell, and after another show of passion and love, they finally got ready for bed. Damien looked over at Ryue's happily sleeping form on the bed next to him. While he wanted to spend more time with her, her previous words never left his heart. It had been 3 days in the sanctuary, so a full day must have passed in luxuriance. A full day. He brushed his hand through Ryue's hair as he submerged himself in his thoughts, but soon enough, he felt her cool hands wrapping around his own. He looked down to find her looking back at him with an understanding smile. "Go. I'm the one who told you to go in the first place. But, no buts. We have all the time in the world to spend together, so for now, focus on properly reuniting with her." Damien sighed. "I get it," he said. Ryue quipped lightly. Damien smiled. Elena said the same line not long ago, didn't she? It was really silly to see how these vastly different women all agreed on these smaller things. "No, there isn't at all," he finally responded, leaning over and kissing Ryue on the forehead. "I'll take you to Thevel first, so you can explore what your husband has been building all these years. Afterward, I have to cross the most important hurdle yet. Facing Rose, a task far more challenging than fighting demigods. He was slightly afraid of the moment, but if he didn't do it, he wouldn't be a man. Therefore, he firmed his will and moved. It became a question after seeing Damien's attitude of just why he was so afraid to face Rose. After all, she was the first wife and also the most accepting of the three. If anything, wouldn't their reunion be the smoothest? This might have been the opinion of most people, but Damien was different. Because unlike them, he knew Rose. He knew her just as well as she knew him. Rose was not a forgiving person. If anything, she could be considered an extremely vengeful person. Damien had left her alone for so long, disappearing without a trace over and over again. The worst part was, every time he came back, he'd brought a new wife for her to share a position with. Damien knew full well that Rose had no enmity towards Ryue or Elena. She truly loved them like sisters. However, what about Damien? It wasn't Ryue's fault she got charmed, nor was it Elena's fault. Rose understood Damien's appeal more than anyone else. It was he who couldn't stop himself from entertaining other women and accepting them, and it was he who did so while neglecting the ones he already had. Rose let these mistakes go when he was younger, but now that they'd matured, just how would she react? Damien was not afraid of being reprimanded. He was afraid of his actions breaking the trust between them. Chapter 10:32 Unity. Chapter 10:32 Unity 4. The relationship between Damien and Rose was inexplicable, to say the least. It was filled with nuances and subtleties only understood by the two of them, to the point where an outsider would wonder how their love had managed to last until the current day. Rose was Damien's first wife and first unfettered love in this life, and Damien was hers as well. The duo learned how to love and accept another into their lives together, an experience that brought them far closer than anyone could have expected. They fell for each other as teens, and their relationship lasted through their 20s. But the actual time they'd spent together was quite negligible. Starting from the cloud plane, Damien had almost been unable to stop moving from place to place, growing at a pace that nobody in the entire universe could match. As this happened, and as Elena and Ryue were introduced into their relationship, the time they spent with each other decreased even more until they rarely saw each other at all. Damien apologized for his actions that day before he left for Nibelheim, but he never felt that this apology was good enough. He and Rose weren't able to reach true closure before he was swept away into the divine realm. Naturally, this separation wasn't his fault. If anyone was to be blamed, it was the fifth primal sovereign. Because if it wasn't for Damien's interference in that heaven-shaking battle, the human domain would have lost several more demigods, a loss they didn't have the ability to take. Rose understood this as well as Damien, but neither of them could control human nature. Just as Damien feared their moment of reunion, Rose did too, because they truly didn't know what their love would look like after so much time had passed. They'd both changed greatly, and though their core personality traits were the same, their worldviews were far more evolved than they used to be. As people who understood the workings of this world and saw the sights it had to offer, could they still maintain that feeling that they originally captured together? What would happen if they couldn't? Some might argue that this possibility was too minute for it to become such a concern to them. With the lifespan of a powerful practitioner, a separation of several years meant nothing. There are couples who'd be separated for thousands of years at a time and still maintain their love. Only Damien and Rose were still young. They were still on that journey together to understand love. To them who lived every day minute by minute, hour by hour, a separation of several years was equivalent to an eternity, especially one that took place during this period of rapid growth. Nevertheless, they were older now. Rose was in her late 20s, while Damien was a few years into his 30s already. It was a bit strange since they started out the same age, but regardless, it was a little too late for them to just run away, right? Damien entered Elena's room in luxuriant again and saw Rose's figure sitting peacefully on a lone chair, looking through a nearby projection of the starry sky beyond. She was ethereal. Rose was different from Ryue and Elena. Her beauty didn't pop out if she was in a crowd, but if one was able to see her like this in her own environment, it was impossible to find someone more enchanting. As Damien watched, Rose noticed his presence and turned her eyes to him subtly with a smile. She asked, "Not quite, but the rest can be done later," he responded, walking up to the bed and collapsing on it. Rose gazed at him curiously. The awkwardness he carried to this day reminded her that he was the same man she'd fallen in love with, despite the fact that he seemed completely different. Rose was very perceptive due to her connection with the concept of reality itself, and in her eyes, Damien genuinely looked like he existed in a world beyond the rest of them. That back was strong. It was domineering and left no room for doubt. Yet, it was the loneliest back she'd ever seen, reminding her of those days she saw her father, listlessly gazing into the sky. Men who shouldered such burdens needed women by their sides to keep them grounded, but if one thought about themselves from this perspective, it seemed more like a job than a relationship. Perhaps it was like that for Rose. She ended up viewing her role in Damien's life as a job, her duty. She'd gotten rid of the misguided notion she used to hold, but she couldn't get rid of this feeling like she had no worth if she didn't contribute. But it was strange. When she was in his presence, these feelings were suppressed by a more powerful force. The force of love that had existed within her since she was young. Why were they together? It was because they loved each other. Did they need to define this love and find a reason for it to exist? Did Damien give her a reason to seek this answer, to put such strict definitions on their love? No, it could be said to be the habit of someone who once lived as royalty. Plus, it simply didn't matter. All he knew was that Rose's presence alone was able to give him. Damien was unaware of Rose's complex thoughts, because to him, it was guilt that held him back. He never doubted his love for her, nor did he question what his role in her life was. It wasn't because he didn't care, but because his love for the 3 women he was lucky enough to have was one of the only things in his life that he held in absolute certainty. He would never allow himself to doubt it, for doing so would break the foundation of his emotions. Plus, it simply didn't matter. All he knew was that Rose's presence alone was able to give him comfort like no other and remove his worries, and he wanted to be the same for her. He shifted his head slightly as he noticed the edge of the bed depressing. He sat up, his shoulder brushing against Rose's as he looked out at the projection she'd been watching so intently before he arrived. He asked vaguely. It was hard, Rose responded quietly. Rose finally turned her head to face him. I don't, she stated firmly. Damien smiled. The relationship between Damien and Rose was inexplicable. Perhaps there would never come a day when another person could understand or rationalize their feelings for each other. But regardless of the doubts or negative feelings in their hearts, they never wavered or questioned their connection, because Rose could clearly see the thick and vibrant red string connecting Damien to her, materializing his deep and unshakable affection for her. And in a different yet similar way, Damien could intuitively feel the same feelings within Rose. This reunion, when it came to appeasing, was the easiest for Damien, because he and Rose didn't need words of affection or words of apology. Those are things of the past. It was also the most unfulfilling. Maybe those things weren't needed, but what kind of sane person wouldn't crave them from their partner? The odd atmosphere between them was filled with tension of many different kinds. Tension that was on the verge of exploding. Chapter 1033 Conference. What happened between Damien and Rose from that point forth was known by none but the 2 of them. The room was isolated in space from the rest of the real plane, and while they did spend some time on physical intimacy, it wasn't their focus. The only thing known about what happened in that room was that Damien and Rose almost felt like a single entity when they left, as if their souls had truly become one. Nevertheless, Damien had spent a full 2 days, one for Rose and one for Rue, out of the 3 provided before the conference. Since he was in the sanctuary for most of that time, he was able to avoid the eyes looking for him like predators, but his disappearance only led to an increase in these people's interest. After all, Damien had performed many impossible feats in Holy Light Star. The only times he was invisible to the experts outside was when he and Schwerer were in the central region of the Holy Light Tomb, and when he fell into Hassan's restriction. His fight against Su Run, his use of the sanctuary, his impossible healing ability, and mystical techniques. All of these things were clearly seen by a large crowd of onlookers. And Damien suddenly became the hottest topic. This was the natural reaction of all living beings to the unknown. It was true that the younger generation was powerful and worthy of admiration, but most of the important characters among them were already well known in the universe. And even if they weren't, their origins could be traced. Contrasting them was Damien Void, a man who mysteriously appeared in Grand Heaven's boundary and made his advent by cruising through the universe unrestrained, making a name for himself in all corners of the universe. In these 3 days where Damien's name was often discussed, his entire history in the wider universe was pieced together. From the very first moment he entered the Dawn world to his adventures in hidden Death Valley, Calypto, Iron, Beast Emperor Star, and even the Void Corridor, his legend, that always remained separated into its individual parts, was formed into a cohesive whole. And it was a daunting whole to look at. Even more conversation took place regarding the traitors who attacked during the Mystic Realm opening. Their fates needed to be decided. It was too easy to kill them and be done with it. Unfortunately, it was highly likely that they had restrictions on their bodies and souls that would prevent them from giving any useful information. As such, it was finally decided that Supreme Soul Palace and the Royal Demon Clan would jointly handle them, using their methods of physical and spiritual torture to hopefully evade the restrictions. While the atmosphere was filled with anticipation for what was to come, Damien spent most of his time with his wives. After reuniting with them individually, naturally, the next step was to spend time all together. He only left a few times, returning Xiao Yu, who was really unable to hide her unwillingness, to Su Run, and taking care of a few other menial tasks. As Damien comfortably sat with his 3 women and enjoyed the calm breeze of Thevel's prairies, he closed his eyes and sent his perception into his own body. He searched a bit before he found the new trait he'd gained. Though it didn't have to be tethered to a part of his body, it did have a physical presence for him to grasp, just like all his other traits. For Law Controller, this presence was in his fingertips. He sent his mana into them and felt the trait, allowing it to activate. And instantly, he was hit with a wave of severe pain. He groaned inwardly, not showing an outward change in expression so as to not disrupt the current peace. His vision blurred as he was sent to a nondescript white room. In it, 7 worlds floated together. Damien's eyes widened. It seemed Hassan lost control over Holy Light Star when he transferred the trait, but the infected source worlds were much firmer and didn't disappear from his grasp easily. I didn't think it could work like this. It was unfortunate for Hassan, as if he had been able to transfer his trait earlier, he would have been freed from his endless suffering. But to Damien, it was a ray of hope. He smiled to himself. With a slight flexing of his fingers, Damien poured mana into the connection between the trait and the 7 worlds. He felt a constant stream of pain entering his body, allowing him to understand what drove Hassan to insanity. Damien welcomed the pain and watched as the 7 world projections lit up and shined powerfully. He slowly opened his eyes and left that space. For now, he didn't want the infected source worlds to break down. Letting them be destroyed would only startle the snake. At this juncture, it was imperative for Grand Heaven's boundary to hold its cards close to its chest. For now, he would take the pain on himself, and when the time was right, a grin spread on his face. It's been such a long time since we had a definitive advantage against the Nox. Damien stood up on the small hill where he and the 3 women were relaxing. He gazed out into the fields of Thevel, past the happily living common people and towards the only barren stretch of the central continent. There they were, arranged in orderly formations, covered in armor, and holding powerful chaos rank weapons Damien had gathered over time. Were over 500,000 troops. They were Thevel's army, an army that called itself the Void Army, to Damien's horror and anguish. It was mostly made up of 4th-class soldiers, with an elite unit of over 5,000 extreme peak masters. Of course, as they had limited time to train, these masters didn't reach past the 4th revolution, but their existence was enough. After all, to Damien's absolute surprise, all of the 5 emperors had risen to the high commander level. Meanwhile, Elvira herself was only a single step away from becoming an executioner. It's a shame I can't use them freely yet. This was Damien's personal army. They've been training essentially since Damien first took in those from 3000 Beast Mountain Range and had gradually grown to its current size. Damien knew they wanted to experience the bloody battles of the outside world just as much as he wanted them to, and he genuinely couldn't wait for the day they finally made themselves known. But it's good that their increases in strength are solidifying the Sanctuary's universal law. Once I start forming more worlds in here, maybe their training speed will increase even more. Damien had a hunch. He was somewhat certain that his existence was able to boost the training speeds of those around him. The Sanctuary was the best example, but so were the people he held close, like his wives. The strength shown by the human domain pleasantly surprised him, but it didn't seem natural. If his inference was true, his identity held far more secrets than he originally anticipated. Chapter 1034 Conference. When it comes to the Void, is it even worth being surprised anymore? Damien shook off the thought for now. After all, whether it was true or not wasn't important as long as his people could keep improving as fast as they were. Right now, the time to idle had already passed. Rose, Ryue, and Elena stood around Damien as he teleported their group back to the real plane. They exited Elena's room as a unit and made their way through the halls of Luxurian until they finally reached the main conference hall. Brat, don't reveal yourself yet. You put in good work in the time I haven't seen you, offending so many people. A sound transmission immediately entered Damien's ear, and he couldn't stop himself from grinning. Damn old man, he sent back. Don't think you'll be able to talk down to me for much longer. Ha! Don't overestimate yourself. Damien smirked. We'll see about that, he responded cockily, ending the conversation. After sending mental transmissions to his 3 women about what Tianyang told him, he naturally separated from them, as if he'd only met them in the hallway moments ago. He didn't need to have a long talk with Tianyang to understand the situation. For now, the fact that Damien came from the human domain was being hidden both for his and their protection. Since Damien had enemies like Immortal Blood Azura, who had supreme influence in the universe, it was certain the human domain would face trouble if his identity was revealed. It wasn't like Damien didn't have allies. In fact, he had far more allies than enemies. Unfortunately, now was a time when these allies wouldn't have the capability to provide adequate existence since they'd be fighting on the front lines soon enough. Still, my identity can be considered a whole card. The human domain is mocked due to the inferiority complexes of those in power, but it is respected just as much as it is disdained. When the time comes, Damien touched his chest, feeling the absence of a certain force with a grin as Damien shook off his thoughts and walked through the banquet hall, succinctly greeting those who greeted him and exchanging some light words with the people he was or wanted to be familiar with. His sophistry skills had improved greatly after taking in Hassan's memories. Though the reason was cruel, Hassan was someone who was forced to learn how to please people and form connections for the sake of survival. Damien displayed an eloquence that was completely unexpected by those he spoke to, and their opinions of him were naturally greatly positive. As this kind of miscellaneous socializing continued, the Heavenly Clan moved behind the scenes to prepare for the coming event. Lucille sat at the head of a conference table, the same table used in the discussion that brought the Grand Assembly into existence. His hands were intertwined under his chin as his elbows rested on the table. He panned his gaze across the surrounding angels, his mysterious smile back on his face like nothing went wrong. He asked softly, "Yes, leader. All provisions have been set in place and are awaiting your call." An angel responded with a bow. "Good," Lucille said definitively. Another angel asked hesitantly. Lucille repeated with a slight twinkle in his eyes. Then, the questioning angel nodded, unable to hold her curiosity. Lucille hummed obscurely. The questioning angel's eyes widened, and those around her couldn't help but mimic her reaction. Did Lucille really mean what he just said? If so, it seemed even the conference wouldn't be able to take place peacefully. Somewhere in the divine realm, several figures appeared from the folds of space, standing together as they gazed into the distance, where Luxurian brightly shone. A woman among them exclaimed, stretching her arms over her head. It is not as impressive as expected, the man next to her stated. There were 5 young men and women among them, 4 of whom carefreely conversed in the starry sky. Meanwhile, their leader didn't take his gaze off Luxurian. Lord Father said I must go, but for what reason? He didn't deign to entertain those in Luxurian in the slightest, but his father's orders were inviolable. Perhaps there truly will be something. His face was painted with a permanent frown, but he moved regardless of his opinions. Behind his group, hundreds of shadows materialized in the void. They were led by a man with an unfathomable aura and an appearance like an aged version of the man from earlier. As he watched his son move towards Luxurian, a wide and unreadable smile spread on his face. I wonder, will you enjoy my gift this time? The group moved quietly, following their geniuses in the dark. Trouble was soon to descend on Luxurian. The day passed rapidly in the relatively harmonious atmosphere that blanketed Luxurian. No forces took the time to create conflict, and those who had prior conflict were kept away from each other by the angels of the heavenly clan for the sake of peaceful continuation. By the time the day ended, many forces began to filter through the sky castle. Most returned to their rooms and dwellings for the night, understanding that their role here was no longer important. At most, they'd be able to take advantage of Luxurian's facilities for a bit longer. However, the rest moved to a new section of the sky castle that had been restricted from them. By decree of the heavenly clan, aside from the Holy Land level influences, 2 influences from each sector were allowed to attend the conference. This led to a number upward of 500 people going deeper into Luxurian until they arrived at an atrium with an open roof that showcased the starry sky above. Many seats were arranged in the space that was sectioned off into 7 areas reserved for each sector. Naturally, the human domain area was the smallest of them all, but this was not a sight of mockery, but one of reality. After all, unlike the other sectors that sent several forces, the human domain only sent one group of 10. Nevertheless, as the experts and younger generation flooded the space and took their places, the atmosphere around them experienced a great change. Now, the calm and peaceful times in the Sky Castle were over. It was time for them to decide the fate of their universe. The true Grand Assembly was on the verge of beginning. Chapter 1035 Conference. Chapter 1035 Conference 3. There were roughly 5 to 6 holy lands in every sector aside from the human domain, a total of 40. Along with the subsidiary forces that joined them, there were a total of 53 influences in the atrium. After they'd all taken their seats and organized themselves, Luciel and his fellows from the Heavenly Clan, as well as Lucifer and his group, took their places in the head of the space. They were the arbiters of this conference, a privilege granted to them by their position as the strongest influences in the universe. My fellow practitioners, now that we have arrived in this place, it is time to drop all personal feelings and plan for the future, Luciel said, standing up and facing those around him. There are 3 main subjects that this discussion will cover. Our counterattack plan is the most important, followed by internal problems and the nurturing of the younger generation. Luciel snapped his fingers and a formation activated, lifting dark barriers between each group so they couldn't influence each other's decisions. After establishing privacy, he listed the topics and allowed those present to cast their votes. When the barriers fell, he spoke again. A few whispers spread through the audience as they questioned why talk of the younger generation didn't start the convention, but they didn't cause a fuss. The topic of internal struggles didn't pertain to the relationships between influences. These personal matters were left for them to sort out by themselves. The only exception was if their conflicts impacted the big picture. The main point of consideration was traitors. Everyone had surely experienced it on their own, but the raid on Holy Light Star was a true eye-opener to just how corrupted the universe's internal structure was. There were over 1,000 influences that were wiped out due to their participation in the previous event, and the fact that the Nox were willing to easily discard so many rats was a testament to the sheer number of outlets they had. Luxurian was able to locate traders, but not many other locations had the same specifications as the Sky Castle. And recently, we found that it has become difficult to detect the breadth of Nox mana in the defectors. They must have evolved some new technology or technique that is at least demigod rank for it to be able to fool our ancestor-level figures, a man said solemnly. He was a demigod from Supreme Soul Palace, a holy land specialized in soul and spirit techniques. If anyone had the right to speak on detection, it was them. The eye techniques of Supreme Soul Palace were second only to the ancient god clan, after all. And after the demigod spoke up, D, who was also in attendance, raised his voice in support. The ancient god clan has also noticed this issue. Luciel asked, eliciting a wave of nods and murmurs of agreement. A group of dwarves stood up in response. Their height wasn't too great, but their builds are muscular like giants, an odd combination. The Smitheries have already been notified of the issue. We'll start working on a solution right away, the dwarf at their head promised. Very well. Until then, we will have to keep a strict watch for prospective traders. The best temporary solution is the same as we've always done, universal checks and balances. However, we must be more domineering in our approach, Luciel concluded. Wait! A voice came from the human domain section. It was Tian Yang who stood up to speak. Being domineering at this juncture will startle the snakes. He panned his eyes across the atrium, not even pausing briefly as his eyes scanned past Damien, who stood with hidden Death Valley, until his gaze connected with Luciel's. The greatest advantage we have is our perceived weakness. The line of reasoning was very similar to what Damien thought when he chose to maintain the infected source worlds. And in fact, it was Damien himself who urged Tian Yang to speak. After all, his current status was that of a heavenly genius, a member of the younger generation who didn't have enough strength to speak in a conversation like this. He was planning to maintain this status for now, but he was also aware that his deeds had already been spread and the people here understood how much of the universe he'd seen. It was just, Damien didn't want to take his chances this early. He still wanted to see how the situation would pan out. Tian Yang's opinion was relatively well received by the other sectors, and even Luciel gave a nod of approval. This is a good idea. However, such an operation cannot be carried out without cooperation. Luciel said a few more words, and several other experts offered their own opinions. As minutes passed, the structure of a plan began to arise. At this juncture, Luciel brought up the most important aspect of correcting Grand Heaven's boundaries' internal situation, infected source worlds. After the destruction of the Elven Domain and Eden, there are 7 remaining. Parcial suddenly gasped, realizing he'd forgotten to tell Luciel an important fact. Lucifer spoke up in his stead. His eyes turned to the human domain group in amusement. Tian Younggrinet. That is right. Our human domain forces destroyed the infected source world in our domain roughly 2 years ago. Since then, we have been focusing on eliminating traitors and cleaning the domain. At this time, we can proudly declare that the human domain is free of Nox influence. Tang Lingzi finished his words. It was the second shocking revelation of the conference, and perhaps the greatest one so far. Admiration wasn't enough to describe the feeling the crowd felt hearing this news. To thoroughly root out the Nox from an entire domain was unheard of. After all, even if one could kill every traitor, as long as the Nox occupied a world in the domain, new traitors would always appear to replace them. Infected source worlds were strange and unexplainable. Even if one killed every Nox produced by it, halting its production or destroying the world totally had been impossible to this point. This was due to the convoluted world laws they held, laws that protected the core facilities of the worlds and gave them an ability bordering on immortality. But unlike the infected source worlds of other domains, the unnamed world was filled with surprises, such as the 5th Primal Sovereign and the untouched world core that Damien stole. The influence of Hassan's law bindings on it was far weaker than those on other worlds, and the situation in the unnamed world was vague to begin with. While the human domain's victory could be considered a product of supreme luck, Nobody else needed to know that, did they? Chapter 1036 Conference. Chapter 1036 Conference 4. The human domain's news had a relatively negative impact on the rest of the universe, mainly for the reason that it gave them hope that their infected source worlds could also be destroyed. However, worlds with infected cores like Calypto were usually unsalvageable, which was the reason why Damien's purifying and binding of Calypto held such deep meaning. Nevertheless, fate hadn't abandoned them yet. Perhaps previously their hope would have led to their downfall, but the situation of the infected source worlds had changed. Damien smiled as he listened to the various conversations that took place as plans began to form to get rid of the scourges of the universe in one fell swoop. From the looks of it, this conference would be relatively harmonious for a bit. Damien could clearly feel the killing intent trying to break his mind subtly emanating from Blood Azura Holy Land, and he could also feel the surrounding experts quietly paying attention while pretending they didn't sense anything. But their killing intent is just because of a grudge, I guess. Unlike the ancient God Clan and Supreme Soul Palace, Damien's special eyes weren't inhibited by the Nox's new methods. The same person who couldn't stand politics and sophistry. The major influences aren't stupid enough to directly submit. He wasn't able to see any traitors in the atrium, but he'd seen plenty of dark characters while he was entertaining those who wished to speak to him the day before. If not to scout them out, why would Damien ever attend such a dreary function? Regardless of his newfound eloquence, he was still the same person who couldn't stand politics and sophistry. The major influences aren't stupid enough to directly submit themselves to the Nox. At most, they'll use lesser disciples without much status as scapegoats to hold the connection for them. It was difficult. The people he was currently dealing with had been at the top of the universe for long enough that they knew how to control their expressions and auras to give nothing away, and their geniuses were uninformed in the first place. He couldn't glean anything from them, nor did he care for the current conversation. He had his own plans for the universe's traitors, and he was sure they wouldn't escape his grasp. Nevertheless, Damien paid slight attention to the affairs being discussed and faded into the background as the topic shifted and morphed. Finally, after almost 6 hours of discussion, the basis of a plan was formulated and the next topic came into conversation. The plans for counterattacking. It was a natural segue from clearing the infected source worlds. How are they going to keep the Nox from interfering while they made such a big move? It was clear they couldn't be passive anymore. Under Luciel and Lucifer's guidance, the Holy Lands coordinated the forces they held and the forces under them, distributing them through Ion and the starry sky. The crux of the plan was to form an absolute net that was impossible to penetrate and line its edge with an unending stream of attacks that didn't give the Nox a chance to interrupt them. It was a solid plan on paper, but it was hard to say how the execution would go. Regardless, there was nothing to do but wait. It's annoying. Things take too much time to happen, and it's not just because of politics. Maybe I should. A sudden idea came to mind. Damien understood what he could do for the universe immediately, something that didn't need to wait for ages and ages to come to fruition. Coming here was really beneficial. Damien had never experienced this before. He was always alone, and when he joined an influence, he never cared to reach its highest level and become a part of these conversations. He finally felt like he was part of the universe, wholly and truly. And as he rationalized this feeling, the topic made its final change. It had been an entire day, and the allocation of forces hadn't made much progress. This was the stage when the Holy Lands fought their subtle fights and attempted to compete. Needlessly, and as Luciel and Lucifer weren't willing to deal with it at an important time like this, they postponed the allocation discussion to a later time. The final act of the three Luciel mentioned began, and fierce discussion began centering around the younger generation. It was curious. Every influence was naturally biased towards their own geniuses, but after the Holy Light Star showed them how those geniuses ranked against their peers, they were no longer able to show that bias. Instead, it was a generally healthy process where the majority of opinions matched. Until Damien's name came up. Damien Void, a name that had been spoken almost egregiously in the past few days and weeks, was a genius among geniuses, a man who came out of nowhere and matched the universe's top genius in strength. Once his history was put together, his age was also approximated. Damien Void was definitely not 40 yet. It was an inconceivable notion that was somehow absolute fact. He was a genius that all people unanimously agreed must be supported. Or at least, that's how most thought it was going to be. Wait, a man stood up in the Blood Azura, Holy Land section, and raised his voice. His name was Adrian, one of Immortal Blood Azura's many sons and the current spokesperson for their Holy Land. I understand what this young man represents, but we should not put too much effort into him. His origins are unknown, and he has shown a history of leaving his allegiances to pursue strength. The man's words seemed dubious to those who appreciated Damien's talent, but surprisingly enough, several voices of agreement rose to follow them. In this critical period, it is better to support geniuses from our holy lands who have valid backing. Everyone here knows Hidden Death Valley has no standard for the disciples they accept. If Damien smiled inexplicably as he tuned out the man's words and turned his gaze to the old man who sat behind him. He thought to himself in amusement. Immortal Blood Azura acted like he didn't feel Damien's gaze, while the man who spoke turned to face Damien and furiously pointed at him. He finished his words with a bang, eliciting several gasps. Damien responded within the silence, kicking his feet up on the table before him and grinning. The man repeated in confusion. Seriously, control him. Immortal Blood Azura turned his eyes indifferently, glancing at his son. Adrian stopped immediately, quick to the point where he genuinely choked on his words. Quite arrogant, Immortal Blood Azura uttered. His voice wasn't loud, but it filled the space with terrifying energy. Damien shrugged confidently, not bending under the pressure. Why wouldn't I? Immortal Blood Azura's lips curved just slightly. I have no reason not to. Chapter 1037 Conference. I have no reason not to. Immortal Blood Azura's words shook the atrium, but they weren't allowed to fester for too long. Immortal Blood Azura, do you mean to insult me? Damien is my own student. Alucard was the first to speak up, coldly glaring at Immortal Blood Azura. Indeed, Immortal Blood Azura, do not think you can use your status to harm the younger generation. Damien is the savior of our clan. The Golden Dragon Emperor also made a stand, and his words were soon supported by several more influences. The Ancient God Clan, Demon Sealing Pantheon, Azure Rainstar, Fallen Star Holy Land, Prismatic Sun Holy Land, and even Heaven's Army's representatives voiced their support for Damien. Right? He didn't just travel the universe. He left his mark on every corner he passed by, creating connections with countless forces and participating in even more battles against the Nox. Accusing him of being a traitor? It was a laughable thing. Why would a traitorous man thwart the Nox's plans with such determination over and over again? Immortal Blood Azura's expression soured with every force that stood up, but he didn't lose his composure. Until the final one made their stand. Tianyang grinned, causing Damien's eyes to widen. In his eyes, the human domain could be defended with enough effort, but his disciple could never be defamed like this. Damien blushed a bit inwardly at the exaggerated introduction, but he kept his confident expression on the outside as countless eyes turned to him incredulously. Since Tianyang chose to reveal their relationship, he naturally wasn't going to back down. That's how it is, he said with a smirk, his eyes tauntingly meeting Immortal Blood Azura's. I'm an earthling born and raised. Isn't that crazy? The genius you put so much value in is from the domain you disdain the most. The atrium went from silence to an explosion of murmurs and isolated conversations in a single instant. Did this even make sense? The human domain had already proven itself on Holy Lightstar. Their younger generation held the record for most demigod-ranked treasures collected during the expedition, and now it turned out that their top genius was an even greater monster. The reputation they held before their fall suddenly appeared in the minds of these experts. A dwelling of heroes, a domain that only raised emperors. How domineering! Nevertheless, Immortal Blood Azura's sour expression didn't stop him from pursuing the matter. He didn't care about Arthur or Revis' deaths in the slightest, but he couldn't allow this brat to continue humiliating him and his holy land. The Blood Azura Holy Land was always known as the most fearsome of the demigod-level influences. This was because of their arrogant and cruel behavior that consisted of doing whatever was necessary for their own personal gain. So many had suffered under their hand, but they'd never suffered at the hands of another. Gentlemen, do not be so quick to voice your support. As I proclaimed earlier, I personally witnessed his transformation. As he spoke, he turned to Lucille and Lucifer, who glanced between him and Damien with slightly agitated frowns on their faces. It was clear that Immortal Blood Azura was trying to oppress someone he didn't like, but the certainty he showed wasn't normal. There was truly a chance that Damien had converted and found a way to hide the mana in his body. However, it was impossible for him to deflect the perception of a demigod who was bent on checking his body. The only problem was, if they didn't have his consent to undergo the search, such an action would violate the universal restriction on divinities. Lucille asked Damien without an ounce of enthusiasm. Damien shrugged with the same energy. Just get it over with. Lucille nodded and beckoned to Lucifer. The two of them pulled out slips of jade and crushed them, causing the light of spatial fluctuation to fill the space. An angel and a demon demigod appeared upon being summoned, and were quickly filled in on the situation by their juniors. The demon said with interest, "Actually, he wasn't a totally unfamiliar face. His name was Arturo, and he'd been seen once before conversing with Eden's strongest demigod, a woman who still hadn't shown her face in the universe yet. The angel, on the other hand, was a woman with a stern and indifferent expression who did nothing but glance over Damien before losing interest. Damien smiled wryly at these curious seniors and offered his wrists, which they grabbed soon enough. Damien felt two waves of awareness spread through his body. They were extremely powerful, and Damien could sense that nothing he did could repel them from the truth. The only thing that could hide from them was the void. Damien frowned slightly, while Immortal Blood Azura's expression became more and more mocking. His words weren't false. Not long ago, he'd seen Damien intake and incorporate a large amount of Nox mana through his avatar. No matter how he managed to hide this mana, he wouldn't be able to hide it from a demigod. He waited patiently for the anguished expressions of those who opposed him, but when the two impartial demigods stepped away, "Wow, what is this kid's body? This child is gifted." The reactions were completely opposite of what he expected. Damien's body was free of any Nox influence, and was instead filled with countless mysteries that granted him limitless potential. It was almost comedic how fast Immortal Blood Azura and his group's expressions changed. Their gloating turned into confusion and eventually shame as they received the scornful gazes and words of their peers. Perhaps Immortal Blood Azura had seen Damien absorb Nox mana that day, but Damien had long since gotten rid of it. Knowing this exact moment would come, he spent time in Beast Emperor Star clearing the corrupted mana out of his system and feeding it to Zura, who hid in the sanctuary. Damien exclaimed as he watched the situation rapidly evolve. It was great news indeed. Zara had been cooped up in the sanctuary for a very long time now, and it was about time she showed her face again. Damien had genuinely been waiting for this moment to happen for a very long time, and now that it was passing, his excitement was palpable, especially now that he had front-row seats to the roast of Blood Azura Holy Land. Chapter 1038 Conference. As mentioned before, Blood Azura Holy Land was incredibly forceful in their approach towards others, and there was no such thing as an influence who was friendly with them. They were either subordinates or future subordinates, and this exact attitude made them a great deal of enemies and a bad reputation. Immortal Blood Azura never cared for these things before. After all, regardless of what they said, these people still had to face him and his people with respect and fear, unable to retaliate. But today, the negative emotions towards his holy land exploded. Damien's matter was a blatant abuse of power, and it finally happened in the public eye, in a setting where Immortal Blood Azura held no power. Criticisms rained down like a natural disaster, filling the atrium with a cacophony of sound as the remaining Holy Lands used the matter as an excuse to bring the arrogant group down a peg. It was a bit childish considering the status of these people, but it was definitely an entertaining sight to see. Aside from influences closely associated with Blood Azura Holy Land and the Holy Land's members themselves, whose faces were painted black in rage and shame, the younger generation was filled with laughter and snickers as this unexpected scene panned out. Immortal Blood Azura's blood was practically boiling. Eating losses to Damien over and over again was already unacceptable, but now even his peers were humiliating him. He was on the verge of losing his patience, and just as his final straw snapped, crash! A loud sound reverberated from the sky above the atrium. When those present looked up, they saw the barrier protecting Luxurian shattering as several hundred unidentified beings invaded the space. "Be careful!" Lucille yelled, immediately quelling the ongoing arguments and drawing attention to the threat at hand. The group descended intentionally and landed on the ground below without interruption. Nobody was willing to move early, because most of these people were demigods and supremes, beings of unbelievable strength. They were led by a man who just looked like he was born to be a villain, a man whose face was already very familiar to Damien. He muttered under his breath. The Saint Emperor smilingly landed on the atrium floor and gazed around the room, his eyes pausing for a moment on Damien before continuing. "Hello all." His introduction was enough to put everyone on edge. When it came to Nox demigods, the Blight Emperor was known as the most terrifying one, because he was both powerful and not afraid to utilize every loophole possible to involve himself in conflicts where his interference should have been impossible. What was a man like that doing here? No, it was obvious why he'd break into Luxurian. The real question was, what was going to happen now? The Saint Emperor smiled as he felt the fear filling the atmosphere. "Worry not. I have not come to fight." Before anyone could react, the shadows behind him spread through the atrium and raised their weapons, releasing their terrifying auras on the universe's experts. Lucifer thought to himself, they really aren't here to fight. This is a warning and a show of strength. If he immobilized the experts, did he want to target the younger generation? But if he did so, did he think the experts would still care for their lives so cautiously? The Saint Emperor didn't let his audience wait too long before he answered their suspicions, making way for a group of young men and women who were hidden within the crowd of shadows previously. "These are the geniuses my race is most proud of, led by my son." His words were clearly dripping in sarcasm and provocation. The first 4 geniuses were one thing, but the last one was the Saint King himself. This was a Nox being who'd previously beaten Su Run and usurped his position as the universe's #1, a loss the universe would never forget. The Saint King looked down on the universe's geniuses contemptuously as he spoke. "I'm only here because Lord Father thinks there is someone worthy here, but I do not believe him." His words were harsh and elicited several provoked growls, but nobody moved. There's no point in acting here. Face my juniors first." The Saint King crossed his arms and took a seat on an ornate chair he summoned from his spatial ring. Meanwhile, the 4 geniuses who came with him stepped forward, taking out their weapons and pointing them at the crowd. They introduced themselves powerfully and flared their auras, sending their challenge loud and clear. Lucille glanced between the geniuses and the Saint Emperor before letting out a sigh. In the end, it couldn't be avoided. If they succeeded, their future plans would go much smoother, but if they failed, they'd lose momentum before they even began their counterattack. "Go!" His words weren't many, but they instantly motivated the young men and women in the crowd. For people jumped out to face the Nox geniuses before the rest. 3 of them were Rose, Ryue, and Elena, who were eager to test their power and compete to see who was the best. The last was a miscellaneous genius from a holy land in Hephaestus. The 4 duos faced each other with their weapons raised and their bodies readied for combat. As Lucille said, it was time for Grand Heaven's boundary to prove itself. While tensions increased immensely in Luxurian, a great calamity was taking place elsewhere. Boom! A pulse of formless mana tore through a beautiful jungle, destroying billions of kilometers of land and obliterating all life that was present there. In the next instant, the realm regrew itself, and the resident fauna reappeared as if the apocalypse never overtook it. Still, the ground was covered in strange patterns caused by the stress of constant destruction and reconstruction on a grand scale. This area that could be considered a sub-universe of its own, it was being destroyed tens of times every hour, all due to the presence of a single being. In the center of that land, perched atop the tallest mountain, was a being so large its shadow was painted in the clouds. That being was coiled up around itself and breathing calmly, hibernating. However, there was a massive bloody wound on the side of its body that created a stark contrast from its otherwise peaceful appearance. Every time a drop of blood fell from that wound, the mana it carried burst into the realm and destroyed it in full. This being was clearly dying, but at the rate it was going, it would definitely take the sub-universe with it to the afterlife. Chapter 1039 Disruption. The fighting began almost instantaneously. Nox and Denizen experts crowded the hall in a way where neither could make a premature move, and all eyes were focused on the 4 pairs of geniuses currently in combat. The central area of the atrium had been expanded by formations into a true arena floor that gave these geniuses space to fight. Ryue fought against the one named Luxia. Her spear was drawn from the beginning, as the fluctuations of the enemy's weapon were extremely terrifying. The two women faced each other in melee combat first. Ryue's spear clashed against Luxia's staff with immense force. Shockwaves spread from the impact, cracking the ground around them and putting heavy pressure on their wrists. Ryue exclaimed inwardly as her eyes hardened. The Nox truly weren't to be underestimated. This Luxia's physical strength was already so domineering. Her mana couldn't be weak either. But either way, Ryue wouldn't be the first to fold. The only mana she used was infused in her body and weapon like the path of a true body practitioner. And though she couldn't use the moon goddess spear arts without mana, she wasn't dull. Ryue derived a fighting technique out of her main spear technique a long time ago for situations where her mana would be detrimental to her, and now was a perfect time to test its worth. Ryue's spear cleaved parallel to the ground with a relatively slow speed, but extreme power behind it. Luxia snorted condescendingly as she released mana into her staff and slammed it into the ground in Ryue's spear path. However, at that moment, a change took place. Swoosh! Ryue's spear suddenly sped up and twisted like a snake, impossibly maneuvering around Luxia's defense and piercing towards her stomach. Bang! The spear made contact with a mana barrier, but Luxia was pushed back several hundred meters with blood flying from her mouth. Ryue smirked to herself and launched forward, chasing the enemy. As she spoke, her mana flared and the temperature dropped staggeringly. The ground was coated in a thin layer of ice that solidified every time Ryue's feet touched it. The icy atmosphere spread with Ryue until she reached Luxia, raising her spear with killing intent in her eyes. Shing! It was a beautiful strike. The spear moved so exquisitely, yet with such indiscernible speed, that it was like a lens flare in the eyes of those watching. The spear cleaved as Ryue commanded, following the principles of Een she'd only regained contact with. Swift, flexible, and unavoidable. These were the thoughts that flew through Luxia's mind as she watched the blade near her. With no other choice, she exploded with power and shoved walls of inky black mana into its path. Bang! 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 Each wall was torn down as fast as it was put up, but it seemed pointless for them to exist at all. For while her spear continued forward on its path, Ryue concealed herself and snuck behind Luxia, raising her finger to the back of the woman's head. There was no sound. A small black light shone on Ryue's fingertip for a single second before disappearing into Luxia's skull. In the next instant, halfway through expressing her shock, Luxia's mouth dispersed into a cloud of ashes. As the Nox woman's eyes twisted in terror, Ryue smiled. With one last word, She sent a final strike into her opponent's remains, exterminating any life remaining in the blob of ink Luxia had become. It was an incredibly short fight, a show of Ryue's improvement since coming to the Divine Realm, and her sisters were not willing to be outdone either. While Ryue was fighting Luxia, Elena set her sights on the other woman of the group, Harida. And frankly, she was almost pitying her opponent. Since achieving transcended death and becoming accustomed to its properties, Elena had truly become the bane of all things related to death. And the Nox, wasn't the Nox's mana based on the concepts of death? As soon as she pulled out her newly comprehended concept, the battle was already her victory. The Nox named. Harada wasn't bad by any means. She used a bow as her main weapon, and her mana contained a strange property that made her attacks absolutely accurate. But what did this accuracy matter? Every time an arrow came near her, Elena covered her hands in life mana and snatched it out of the air. Her mana corrupted the arrow into one of transcended death, and she sent it back with twice the fury she'd received. Harada was forced into a situation where she couldn't use her main weapon. She put the bow away and moved in for melee combat, but there wasn't a worse decision she could have possibly made. Elena's specialty was always fighting close quarters, face to face. As soon as Harida was in her range, she was subjected to a torment of 1,000 blades and an absolute suppression caused by the domain of life mana that surrounded Elena. The battle ended just a little after Ryue's, mainly because Harida was much stronger than Luxia, but neither Nox women had pleasant deaths. In fact, Luxia might have had it easier since she felt no pain. Harida, on the other hand, was corroded by life mana until she finally couldn't take it anymore, an ironic and excruciating way to die. Truly, Elena held the appearance of a grand Valkyrie vanquishing evil. And finally, the quickest among the three. Rose's opponent was the man named Pollock. While he didn't make any obvious remarks, the look in his eyes was filled with perversion. It was a cruel perversion, like he was imagining the scene of Rose being cut up and brutally tortured and getting excited for it. With Rose's perception, sensing this delusion was as easy as reading Damien. The ability to turn fantasy into reality, to make illusions so true that they couldn't be distinguished from reality, or rather, constituted a reality of their own. This was the path Rose was pursuing, and her attainments weren't small at all. Papal found himself in a white room. His body returned to mortality, and with him not able to make a single move, he was strapped to a chair and brutally tortured until he was finally burned alive and killed. How could he have known that it was all an illusion? All Rose did was place him under her control, walk up to his unmoving body, and sever his head, but the pain he felt was so vibrant that even in that final moment when the illusion dispersed, he couldn't recognize reality. Rose's victory wasn't just convoluted, it was a shocking display to all present. Rose became a name on people's watch lists, enemies and allies alike. Nevertheless, the 3 battles fought by human domain geniuses were proudly won as people had come to expect from the human domain. The Nox was brought down 3 pegs in just a few instants, and the expression on the Saint King's face was priceless. The prospects of these battles suddenly shifted for the better. However, Chapter 1040 Disruption. The first 3 of the battles were spectacular in their own unique ways, but the last was a travesty. The unknown Holy Land genius was beaten down within 3 moves and thrown out of the arena. His body and soul were crippled, and it was his mind was no longer present. A line of drool slipped out of the side of his mouth as he was rapidly collected by his sex elders. They did everything they could to heal him, using a mysterious pill that was rare even in their eyes, but there was no hope. The young man was brain dead, and his body was soon to follow. A new genius came to replace him as fury enveloped the grand heavens boundary crowd, but the results didn't change. In fact, the process repeated itself 6 times. 6 separate geniuses were utterly crippled, and the influences of the universe became hesitant to send their own people forward. In this way, the 3 victories from before were overshadowed by 6 consecutive losses, and the denizens lost the momentum they briefly held. when nobody else was willing to step forward. However, a single man made his stand. He was Atticus. Atticus had gone through a journey of self-discovery ever since he arrived in Luxurian, and now that such a situation was happening before his eyes, he couldn't sit still. Damien and Sue were the strongest two present, but both of them were clearly waiting for the Saint King. Since someone needed to take down a man named Heron, he would step up. It was a moment for Atticus to prove himself, and when he took his place on the arena floor, he did exactly that. He used a splendid combination of lightning laws and fire laws to entrap and ensnare his opponent in an inviolable net of death, slowly cornering the once-thought invincible genius to death. The thing about Heron that made him impossible for others to defeat was mainly his demonic providence, which allowed him to transfer accumulated damage back to its sender as long as he could perfectly parry one of their strikes. Heron had long become accustomed to this limitation and honed his skills until he was a master who could parry even the most convoluted blows. Unfortunately, this skill meant nothing in front of Atticus. Atticus was faster than lightning itself, and so frenzied that it became impossible to figure out where his true body was in the storm of afterimages that appeared. Atticus' fighting style had undergone a complete change, and its effects were shown clearly against Heron. Unable to find an effective time to parry, Heron found the damage he accumulated for his own purposes working against him instead. His death was the most spectacular. Once the damage reached a point past his limit, he exploded into a firework of black ink, which was instantly incinerated by Atticus. The victory wasn't as absolute as the other three, since Atticus and Heron went several hundreds of rounds before a victor was decided, but it was still a great achievement on Atticus' part. Only, not many paid attention to him, as the Saint King began to show signs of movement. Atticus looked at 2 locations for approval. Even if the rest of the atrium ignored him, he would be fine if they acknowledged him. And in return, he was greeted with smiles all around. A wave of relief overtook him as he walked back to his seat in confidence. Damien watched him walk with a genuine smile on his face. The current Atticus was not the brat he fought when he first arrived in Luxurian. That much was certain. However, he could talk to Atticus later. Right now, Sue stood up and walked into the arena, which was now empty aside from several black and red stains on the ground. He asked tauntingly. The undertone of his words was piercing, but Sue didn't back down. You and I both know the truth of the last battle. Come, face me again and prove you're worthy of my place, he responded unflinchingly. The Saint King grinned. Ah, so that is the source of this newfound confidence of yours. Very well, I will show you, whether it was then or now. Bang! He jumped from his perch and landed in the arena, facing Sue. The condescending expression in his eyes created a palpable sense of mockery that emanated through the crowd, provoking countless angered hisses and growls. Sue didn't join the crowd, instead drawing his blades with the same calmness. Sue jumped forward and made the first move, forcing the Saint King into his momentum. Unlike when he fought Damien, the 2 blades in his hand were furious, and each strike held the intent to kill and shatter the soul. During his time observing Sue, he began to understand the nature of the latter's gray mana. It was similar to the mana of a man he'd fought before, an unfortunate young soul named Fang. But while Fang used his mana to contact the spirits of beasts and contract them, Sue used it much more directly. He attacked the spirit, almost touching upon the soul itself. The mana's properties were so mystical that they could halt transcendent regeneration, something Damien didn't even think was possible. That very terrifying mana was currently bombarding the arena with such immense force that it looked apocalyptic. Sue and the Saint King's figures disappeared within the mana cloud, and other than the peak experts among the crowd, the rest could only follow the battle through sound. It was a true shame for them, because witnessing the collision between these superpowers among their peers would have been an absolutely advantageous experience for them. Nevertheless, even without the mana blocking their vision, it was hard to say whether or not they'd be able to follow the speed of battle. Su Ren and the Saint King moved across the several hundred-kilometer large arena floor as if it was no more than a few tens of square feet. Every second, they were in another corner of the arena, absolutely destroying the mana, protecting the outside world from their battle. Several demigods had to step up to maintain the barrier, and in the second it took for the stronger barrier to be out in place, a massive explosion of mana escaped the confines of the arena and blew through the atrium. Ruahayer. It was like the roar of a dragon that sounded as the mana coiled up into the starry sky beyond. While those observing could take the time to watch it, Su Ren wasn't the same. Unlike how it looked, he needed to do everything in his power to fight equal to the Saint King. It wasn't what he was expecting at all. It definitely knew the Saint King would grow, but he didn't expect this much growth. After all, Su Ren himself had stumbled upon a heavenly opportunity, the type unique in the entire universe, and also created his own form of mana to reach his current great strength. What did the Saint King do? Considering the nature of the Nox, just how many billions of lives were taken to give him this strength? Chapter 1041 by Yuma. Su Ren was a powerful genius whose talent was admired by many from the day he was first born. He ended up with his master after a series of twists and turns where he was kidnapped by several sects and greater influences who wanted his talent for themselves. In reality, his master wasn't some saint, but a great thief and someone whose name was dreaded by most. He never planned to pick up a disciple, but since fate allowed it, he did too. Su Ren was raised in this kind of environment, where he was exposed to many things from a young age and learned the world from the perspective of someone who wasn't jaded or possessed by its social structures. Still, it was hard to not grow arrogant when one was a supreme talent. Su Ren grew faster than any of his peers and took his #1 spot on the dimensional leaderboard by the time he turned 60, something impossible for normal people. And as a testament to his power, he held that spot for an entire decade. That's when he met by Yuma, the Saint King, for the first time. Bang! Shio! 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 The longer Su Ren and Bayuma's battle went on, the more frenzied it became. It was hard to distinguish who sent which attacks, or who was getting hurt or disadvantaged by the situation as their bodies intertwined in a dance of death. Hundreds of strikes were exchanged by the second, and complex laws were thrown about like trash on the street. Even the demigods maintaining the barrier couldn't hide their shock and admiration for the level of collision taking place on its grounds. Su Ren's eyes were narrowed into pinholes as they dashed around and took account of the surroundings. His blades never stopped their motions, even when Bayuma wasn't in front of him, sending waves upon waves of pure gray blade, intent raising through the arena itself. These scars seemed useless, but the Saint King knew better than anyone how dangerous they were. Each one became a geyser of Su Ren's energy, stealthily corrupting the arena itself with its aura and subjecting Bayuma to the full force of its invasive properties. "I see you've mastered this little skill," he said as he swerved through the minefield of mana and approached Su Ren's body. He brandished his weapon, a sleek and ornate fan made of unknown metal, and sliced it through the air. Su Ren gritted his teeth as he was pushed back. He clenched his muscles and used mana to forcefully close the gash in his chest as he shot back into combat. Su Ren replied coldly, crossing his swords and twisting them in a strange way as he slashed out. It was a mystical scene. The two blades extended as if they had no physical limits and turned into living manifestations of snakes that cut into Bayuma's body and pushed him away. Su Ren didn't stop his charge, jumping up in the air and raising his blades above his head as he charged an extreme amount of mana into his arms. He descended like a shooting star, his body burning with powerful light as he barreled towards the ground. Bang! It was a move he'd invented recently after seeing a world destroyed by the impact of a single meteor's fall, and his current opponent was the best one to test it on. Su Ren slammed down into the surface of the dead star, his blades slamming into Bayuma's body heavily. Bayuma was an interesting opponent. Unlike the rest Su Ren had faced to this day, he didn't back down in the face of death. It was something Su Ren came to respect as they fought, despite the fact that the opponent was an unreconcilable enemy. And as if his grit wasn't enough, he was also incredibly powerful. Su-ren had never met someone in his life who could stand face-to-face with him and confidently say they wouldn't lose in a fight until he met this Nox being. "I won't allow a foreign invader like you to stand at the top of this universe." His words were powerful and supported by power. Bai Yuma, just like Su-ren, had never seen an opponent like him. It was one of his first true excursions into Grand Heaven's boundary. Before this, he'd been corralled around by his seniors and forced to fight against genius after genius to raise his standing in the universe and accomplish his final task of topping the dimensional leaderboard. This was an important step in his father's plans, a move to divide and humiliate the opposition, and he understood that his place in it was extremely important. However, he wanted to experience these things alone. He didn't want to just say there were none worthy of him. He wanted to prove that he was an existence who couldn't be touched, whether within or without the universe. Su-ren was the final obstacle in his way, and while he wanted to win this fight justly, he didn't think he could do so without ruining his father's plans. Su-ren and Bai Yuma respected each other's strength, but they were destined to be enemies from the start. And with Bai Yuma prioritizing the Nox's plans over their battle, the respect they had for each other shattered. Boom! The force of Su-ren's meteor descent burst the entire arena floor into chunks of debris that chaotically buzzed through the air as they were swept up by the mana currents. At the center of the impact zone, Su-ren and Bai Yuma stood at a standstill. Su-ren pushed forward with the force he accumulated, while Bai Yuma used the force of the earth to support himself while he blocked Su-ren's blades with his open fan. Scree! The metal of their weapons screeched and sparked as they fought for dominance. Su-ren and Bai Yuma never broke eye contact, their gazes holding a number of unknown emotions. Even as they stood in this deadlock, their auras clashed and ruined the environment further, neither of them willing to give up their edge. If their fates were different, perhaps they could have even been friends in this life. But this was not possible, because just as Su-ren put training above all else, the Saint King put his father above any and everything. He was nothing more than a slave to that man's whims, but he was totally content with this status for some odd reason. Su-ren couldn't understand it as someone with the independent mindset of a practitioner, and it felt like every time they fought their beliefs were challenged and placed on the table to debate each other. Whether it was right to be independent and grow on the path one believed best, or whether it was best to grow under an umbrella and never leave its shade. Or was it simpler? Perhaps at the very core of the matter, it didn't matter what their beliefs were. They merely refused to lose to each other. It was a relationship that Su-ren once had hoped for, but as time passed, and as he faced Bai Yuma now, he realized it wasn't possible, because that man would never change his ways. How did the battle end? Su-ren could have sworn he was just fighting, but in the next instant, he found himself on the ground, unable to move or control his mana. He gripped his chest, feeling the disgusting energy swimming within. He sat on the dead star alone and slammed his fist into the ground with hatred in his eyes. He'd been defeated by cheap means and left for dead without an ounce of respect. At this moment, he lost his #1 spot on the dimensional leaderboard without an ounce of resistance. The grand things he'd said during that battle, were they all meaningless? In the end, there was no such thing as fairness in this world at all. Not then, and certainly not now. Chapter 1042 by Yuma. How did Bai Yuma win the first time? Actually, the battle was extremely anticlimactic, because while Su-ren and Bai Yuma definitely started out fighting valiantly with their lives on the line, they ended with one poisoned and the other disappeared. The mana Bai Yuma left in Su-ren's body that day never left him. In fact, the growth path of his unique mana was shifted entirely for the sake of suppressing and controlling that mana, so it didn't spread further and cripple him. This was why it specialized in the spirit. It was directly suppressing whatever strange existence that mana was, and keeping Su-ren alive while maintaining its external advantages. Still, that mana was impossible to cure, even for his master. And today, almost following the exact same flow of events. Cook. Su-ren inadvertently coughed, his face pale. The mana in his chest was acting up again. Or rather, it was being excited. He looked down at Bayuma hatefully, his blade still entwined with the latter's fan, and gritted his teeth in anger. Again, this is the strategy you use. Su-Ren was almost certain this moment would come, but he wanted to hope it didn't. He didn't want to lose here because of an old crippling injury. He didn't want to show this side to the people who admired him, but he acted on his hope, because he wanted to see it get crushed. Only then could he throw away the respect he once had for this man. Swoosh! While Bayuma watched, Su-Ren jumped away and retreated to the very end of the arena, shocking those who thought he held the advantage in the previous attack when he vomited a mouthful of black blood. Apologies, but this is not a fight for our entertainment. I have already mentioned this. Bayuma's response was cold and direct. Human emotions were reserved for humans. There weren't many other races who could see people so individualistically and hope for their redemption regardless of hatred or opposition. The Nox? The only such emotions they knew were negative. Sportsmanship simply didn't exist to them, and there was no such thing as sacred in this world. Su-Ren Saif. He exited the arena quietly without addressing anyone, turning his eyes to the hidden Death Valley seats. He, the Blade God, never had a chance against the man who could control his greatest weakness. But it wasn't just him anymore. Do not gloat for too long. This stage is no longer mine, Su-Ren said with a smile, leaving Bayuma curious. Was he saying there is someone else? At that moment, Bayuma suddenly caught his father's expression out of the corner of his eye. He wasn't stupid enough to believe his father was proud of him or grinning because of his victory. If so, then? So you're the Saint King I've been hearing so much about. Pretty cool powers, but you use them in the bitchiest way possible. A voice came from the side of the atrium. Damien stood up and jumped into the arena, slamming his foot on the shattered floor and spreading a wave of mana through it. Rumble. Instantly, it was like time reversed. The arena restored itself to peak condition within seconds, and Bayuma could feel a portion of the energy he used returning to him. He asked, "Me? I'm the reason your dad brought you here," Damien responded condescendingly. Bayuma wanted to demean Damien, but he couldn't ignore the fact that his father's smile was growing wider with every word the man said. His father said he'd find an unexpected surprise in Luxurian, and seeing that Su-Ren was still corrupted, it clearly wasn't him. That meant this man was someone his father considered better than Su-Ren. No, his father never placed Su-Ren in his eyes. So what did this man have? What made him special? You're staring at me pretty hard. Huh? Bang. Bayuma sent an abrupt burst of mana at Damien. A burst that exploded within sparks of an instant and didn't give him any time to dodge. However, chill. You should definitely recuperate your mana before we fight. Damien's voice came from several tens of meters away, far closer than he was originally. Bayuma almost lost composure. He saw everyone and everything is below him except one person, his father. His father was a great emperor that even other emperors feared. His father was the definition of absolute power. Now that someone that very man respected and anticipated appeared, Bayuma's entire world was thrown for a loop. How was he supposed to approach this battle? Damien didn't plan to give him a chance to decide. You're a man who likes to use tricks to win, right? Perhaps a few days ago, he would have been wary of this fight, but now he was no longer the same. Hassan allowed him to reach the second revolution, and though Damien didn't feel like anything had changed, he felt like his mindset and presence were gradually shifting outside his perception. The current him didn't need to be afraid of the Saint King in the slightest. Damien turned to the Saint Emperor with a smirk. Quite fine. Oh, then he should have come. Damien rolled his eyes at the obvious sarcasm in the man's voice. The Saint Emperor was impossible to read, and while Damien didn't want to do anything that would progress his plans, what other choice did he have? He wasn't just avenging Su-Ren, but protecting the universe's face. Damien glanced back at Bayuma, who had yet to gather his thoughts, and shook his head. The Saint King raised his head with a frown. Nothing. Bayuma scoffed at the audacity. Did he think he was so great? This human? Laughable. Whether it be human, demon, or a god themselves, none would be able to stand before him, Bayuma, and act arrogantly. This was the creed he lived by for his entire life. The Saint King threw away his hesitation and flared his mana. It was the same inky black mana that every Nox had, but there was something else contained within it. Something far, far more vile. Something that was the source of Su Ren's curse. Using all his power from the start, the Saint King pushed his foot into the ground, and bang! He sent a hammer-like punch flying toward Damien's face. Chapter 1043 by Yuma. Bang! Bayuma's fist was packed with all the power he'd recuperated during the short time before he attacked Damien. The just recently repaired arena floor cracked into pieces again, and the winds whipped fiercely under the fist's pressure. However, this was no trouble for Damien. He shifted his body to the left and snapped his arm out, grabbing the Saint King's wrist mid-swing and using his own momentum against him. Bang! Bayuma's body flipped under Damien's influence and slammed against the ground below. Damien followed with another punch straight to the Nox genius's stomach. Bayuma gritted his teeth in frustration at the immediate loss, but he didn't let it distract him from the battle. Damien was different from Su Ren. If the Saint Emperor liked him, he wasn't someone who could be crippled and thrown away with just a few tricks. If so, Bayuma needed to fight like he hadn't fought in a very long time. He rolled on the ground, uncaring for his appearance as he dodged Damien's terrifying fist and leapt back to his feet. Boom! The ground cracked as the shockwave of Damien's fist pushed him back a few steps. His fan sliced through the air and cut the shockwave away. In the next moment, he continued his retreat, making considerable distance between him and Damien. He observed the enemy's movements and noticed how skilled he was in physical aspects. His motions weren't rigid in the slightest, but every heavy strike that seemed wasteful was actually controlled with extreme precision. Usually, physical masters were lacking in law comprehension, but Bayuma wasn't stupid enough to believe this as absolute fact. He flared his mana and pointed his fan out, creating several inky black swords that cut through the air back towards Damien. Damien snorted as he stepped forward. He disappeared just as the swords reached his position, causing Bayuma's eyes to widen. Damien's voice came from behind, accompanied by a firm grip on the back of Bayuma's head. The Saint King snarled as his eyes narrowed into pinholes. To Damien's surprise, the back of his opponent's head began to melt, becoming a viscous fluid that stuck to his hand and drilled into his palm. Oh! Damien allowed a bit of that mana to enter his skin before jumping away and brandishing Mirage. Void Sword Art First Form, Bladeless Rip. Space tore in two as an atrocious gash spread through its layers. Bayuma waves his fan and created more manifestations with his mana, sending them towards the coming attack confidently. Bang! The two clashed in the air powerfully, but it meant nothing. Damien and Bayuma were already gone, continuing their combat without a single break. Damien Void, you are better than that swordsman, Bayuma commented, continuously dodging and using his fan to counterattack whenever he got the chance. Damien responded spitefully, drawing hell and firing a thickly compressed black bullet from point-blank range. It was the first big attack of the battle. The sweeping black light of extermination pulsed through the arena and filled it with deathly energy. When it came in contact with Bayuma, he immediately felt the burning sensation on his skin. Hiss! He looked down incredulously to find his arm corroded, his ashen gray skin almost entirely black already. You! He muttered as his fury built. Bayuma's eyes turned red in rage. His mana exploded outward powerfully. Black waves spread through the arena once more, destroying all extermination fluctuations present. Bayuma slammed his hand forward, and in response, a massive shadowy figure formed behind his back. It was a manifestation of his loss. Its eyes lit up like bloody moons, shedding their light all across the arena so Damien had no means of dodging. Damien couldn't avoid getting hit, and he couldn't ignore the pain either. Now that he was fighting the man, he understood why Su Ren had so much trouble with him. At their core, they both used the same type of mana. Every strike was filled with the pain of 1,000 cuts, yet the actual damage they did was negligible. It was the type of concept that would slowly drive one to the depths of madness in the midst of a fight. Damien thought with a grin. He maintained his outward wince as he traced the periphery of the arena with his movements and warily kept his eyes on Bayuma, whose expression was becoming more condescending with the passing of time. He might have achieved large success with this move, but he definitely doesn't expect it to kill me. If so, Damien turned a piece of his attention inward as he teleported back into battle and pressed Bayuma in melee combat. Mirage went in all directions, almost impossibly. It would leave Damien's hand and swivel around from behind Bayuma to attack his flank while Damien sent shots with Freya and Hell, and the longer it remained in battle, the stronger its spiritual intelligence and capabilities became. It was a mystical thing to see, almost like a sign of natural weapon evolution, but these signs were so preliminary that noting them was useless. Instead, Damien used the distraction Mirage provided to scan his internal situation and find the poison he allowed into his body. It truly was a fearsome energy. Even though Damien was fully controlling its movements and the effect it had on his body, the area it was allowed to contaminate was thoroughly poisoned. Even Damien wouldn't be safe from a force like this if he didn't have the void physique to clear it from his body. The void physique was a trusty companion, but whenever Damien faced a battle that was important for his future, it always took a back seat and forced him to do things on his own. It was a method of testing and also a method of training to make Damien worthy of its full power, and at this point, he didn't get angry at it anymore, because he was slowly acquiring the ability to control its facilities on his own. The same mysterious power of the void that swam through his body whenever the void physique interfered returned. But this time, its source was Damien himself. That mana encircled the contaminated area and trapped Bayuma's strange mana, devouring tiny pieces of it in curiosity. If Damien was correct, this energy was Bayuma's true trump card, and it wasn't so simple as an ordinary poison. So before Bayuma realized that he'd corralled that energy, he needed to devour it and comprehend its inner workings. Meanwhile, Chapter 1044 Bayuma. The previous set of events took place in a matter of seconds. Less than a minute passed into the battle before Bayuma summoned his manifestation and Damien began to barrage him. Their battle started at a far slower pace than Su Ren's previous one, and while they were also fighting fiercely, the difference in atmosphere could be felt. The reactions of the crowd could be assumed. Generally, they didn't have much complexity as they didn't hold many thoughts towards the battle. The only person who had extremely complex emotions towards it was Su Ren himself, who watched each collision from the edge of his seat. As time went on, the battle became fiercer as well. Damien and Bayuma stopped testing the waters and used greater and greater amounts of mana, infusing more complex concepts into their attacks by the second. The arena was already being torn apart at a rate quicker than in the previous battle, but Su Ren had a strange feeling. The Damien he fought was far more forward and far less caring about safety. He would charge in a battle with no thought of surviving unless he killed his enemy. His current cautious approach didn't feel right to Su Ren, and while the man himself didn't know it, his observation was spot on. Damien had been fighting against his usual characteristics for several reasons, but the need had already vanished, because now Damien had a thorough understanding of the kind of damage the Saint King could do to his body. The main thing Damien noticed after their first several thousand clashes was that Bayuma's mana capacity was massive, almost great enough to compete with him. Regardless of strength, if they kept fighting as they'd been, they wouldn't be finished for another day or two, and that was only if one of them ran out of mana. The Saint King has strength, but it's completely different from what I have. The thought made him frown, but Damien didn't lose his conviction. His eyes instantly sharpened, and his body vanished. Void Sword Art's 6th form, World Breaker BOOM. Bayuma had been standing steadily until this point. Despite Damien's harassment, he didn't lose his cool or lose ground in any way. Surprisingly enough, Bayuma was quite the skilled melee fighter. His fan became a blade unlike any other, slashing and piercing with a sharpness that would boggle one's mind. Even Damien wasn't safe from it. Just as he'd scratched and stabbed the Saint King several times, he had many gashes covering his own body. They healed rapidly, but the pain from them spread deeper and deeper, infecting Damien's spirit and dragging him down. However, when Damien's sword came down this time, it felt different. It exploded with power that swept past by Yuma and into the earth below, exploding outward in the next instant. Similar to what Su Rin previously did, Damien filled the ground with his energy and created countless geysers that spewed the terrifying force into the air. Where they contrasted was that Damien didn't use these geysers to attack, but below him. Another massive explosion went off as Damien used Worldbreaker again. Bayuma shot through the air, crashing against the arena wall as he was pushed away by the heavy mana waves. He shot to his feet and pushed forward again, but in that moment, a geyser opened up under his feet. Whap! The entire world shifted in by Yuma's perception. Before he could regain his senses, a swift wind passed by his shoulder. Shing! Damien appeared behind him with Mirage dripping in black blood. Bayuma's arm landed on the ground with a thump as the man himself stumbled out of the geyser he was standing on. Unexpectedly, it was on the complete opposite side of the arena from his original place. Bayuma was delirious from the abrupt travel through the chaotic spatial layers, something a normal person would be torn to shreds by, and he hardly felt the loss of his arm. Void Sword Art 5th Form. Dimensional Severance, a black line of light, approached him from behind, bent on cutting him into two perfectly even pieces, but in that final moment. Yuma's voice was different from before. It was filled with malice and unknown darkness. The pressure from that single word banished dimensional severance to non-existence. 3 streaks crawled up both of his cheeks, his sclerae were dyed black, and a pair of devilish horns appeared on his head. The arm he just lost regrew itself, painting a gruesome picture as Bayuma turned around to face Damien. Boom! An absolutely catastrophic mana pulse filled the arena. The corrosive energy the Saint King previously used as poison was now clouding the air, and the original Nox mana he used was suppressed under its shine. Damien frowned as he felt it invading his body. It was disgusting, especially since this energy was so familiar. That's what it felt like. His power suddenly jumped to another level, and the complexity of his laws was at a point where even Damien had to be wary. The main problem was his mana. That energy, Damien had felt it twice before. It was first inside the Void Corridor, when he was being transported to the Divine Realm, and second when he was in Ayin, coincidentally at the site of another Void Corridor. Damien's knowledge showed its strength here, allowing him to understand the nature of this energy instantly. The latent energy that made up the abyss and gave it its fearsome reputation was in the hands of the enemy. Damien's body was surrounded by several layers of spatial mana that functioned similarly to dimensional cages, except these were specialized in expelling external energies. He frowned when he saw how fast the layers were being destroyed, but there was nothing he could do about it. Until now, I've injured him a few times, but I've never struck him seriously. Damien teleported continuously and observed the Saint King, who was currently covered in a suit of domineering armor made of that black yet vibrantly colorful energy of the abyss. And by the looks of it, he was getting acclimated to the power boost he'd just received. Damien kicked a loose chunk of rock out of the ground and loaded it with mana before launching it at Bayuma's body. Just as he expected, the rock was immediately trapped in an incorporeal net that broke it down to its foundational elements and absorbed it. Damien didn't like being a masochist, so he also didn't like entertaining that side of him. But it seemed this time, there was no escaping fate, and as Bayuma exited his trance-like state and came back to reality, the battle between Damien Void and the Saint King could finally begin in full. Chapter 1045 Bayuma. Bayuma was certainly a character. If one only interacted with him a few times, they'd find him someone without much personality, a person who had nothing of his own aside from his arrogant manner of looking down on the world. However, Bayuma was hiding much more than he showed. The Saint King wasn't someone who could be ignored as just another young master with eyes on top of his head. His current appearance was that of a death god. He was doing nothing but standing in the middle of the arena floor, breathing slowly with his eyes lightly shut, but the air around him was filled with a sense of oppression that couldn't be ignored. Hugh! He let out a deep exhale, withdrawing the aura around him until the arena became uncannily still. All eyes were on him. Without fail, the entire population of the atrium was watching with bated breaths for his next move. And he vanished. Bang! Damien's eyes widened as he felt a fist impacting his face. His body rocked to the side as he took several steps to regain his balance. But before he could, another barrage of fists attacked his face and chest. Bang! 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 Blood flew from his lips as abyss energy surrounded his body and attacked him from all sides. Damien was suddenly thrown into what felt like a blender that was trying to tear him into tiny chunks. He exclaimed inwardly, internalizing the attack force and planting his feet deep into the ground. His arms went out instinctively, crossing before his face and taking the impact of Bayuma's punches. He finally had a chance to rationalize the situation. He's moving too fast. No, it truly was a hair faster than teleportation, which was incredulous to even think. How could one describe speed that was quicker than instant movement? The answer was that one didn't. Boom! Damien moved his arms away and allowed Bayuma's fist to hit him. He used the force to push himself away, teleporting as well to make distance. He drew Mirage without waiting a second and summoned his mana. Void Sword Art Third Form. Dance of the Void, his body became incorporeal. Thousands of altar images of him filled the arena floor, blocking Bayuma's vision and taking his attention away from Damien's main body. Bayuma slammed through the air and destroyed afterimage after afterimage, turning thousands into hundreds within a second. However, he didn't expect that each afterimage had the ability to attack on its own. His body was cut in several places despite the newly formed armor, a consequence of Damien's influence on space itself, but each injury healed instantly. Meanwhile, Damien's main body was flying across the arena, hidden with dimension, observing the changes in the situation solemnly. This transformation is influenced by his abyss energy. If I get too involved, I don't know how the void physique will react. Damien was a bit wary about it, since he had no intention of revealing his greatest secret in front of the entire universe. But he couldn't just sit back and do nothing because of this fear. He grabbed Hel and Freya in his hands and clutched their triggers without mercy. Bang! 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 Hundreds and thousands of black and white bullets filled the air, crashing down on the ground like meteorites and raising hell. The air was filled with life and death mana in spades, the concepts of samsara creating an isolated ecosystem within the arena that removed it from the control of those outside. Damien's hands clapped together as he called forth his samsara intent and pulled an extreme amount of mana into his attack. Boom! The life and death mana he let loose into the atmosphere swirled around the arena's periphery and formed a dome that traced the arena barrier. A set of laws was established regarding life and death. A set of laws that disallowed the concept of regeneration entirely. Damien sped through the air and approached Bayuma without fear, raising Mirage to chest level and pulling his arm back. Void Sword Art's second form. Horizon Break Bang. A hole was torn in by Yuma's armor. Black blood spilled into the arena as he roared in pain. The wound tried to heal. The Saint King's skin and bones squirmed like worms to reconnect, but another energy interfered with the process and burned anything born from that regeneration. This attack could be considered first blood, but it wasn't just Damien's win. His attack gave away his position, and Bayuma's eyes turned towards him like a beast who caught his prey. "You are good," he said coldly as his body vanished and appeared before Damien. He raised his arm above his head, gathering a ball of abyss energy, before slamming it down on Damien's chest. Damien twisted his body with gritted teeth, teleporting behind Bayuma before the attack could connect and slamming Mirage down into his neck. Boom! Mirage clashed against the Saint King's armor, screeching as it tore a gash in the thick material, but it wasn't the cause of the explosion. The abyss energy by Yuma summoned acted with a mind of its own, impossibly twisting its trajectory and hitting Damien at the same time he struck his enemy. The pain was horrible. It was like he was being swarmed by millions of ants made of poisonous mana. Damien's face twisted in pain, but he didn't let it disperse his momentum. He couldn't allow the Saint King to take any victories in this battle, whether big or small. Space and time were convoluted into something disgusting by Damien's influence. Time became inconsequential. The dimension was cut in half and then burned away, and the fabric of reality itself was torn open to consume the Saint King. Bayuma's eyes narrowed rapidly as the full force of Damien's attacks appeared in sparks of an instant. He put up a thick wall of abyss energy that swallowed the chaotic space-time and ground it to nothingness, but it wasn't something that could be done easily. He coughed out several mouthfuls of blood as he was forced to retreat to avoid taking more damage, but Damien wasn't ready to let him go yet. The void couldn't be shown, but void breathing was a technique that could be used with or without revealing such knowledge. Because the void was all things. If it wanted to, it could disguise itself as anything. Damien's eyes turned into orbs of rainbow light as a crown of energy manifested on his head. The energies of countless elements that he had no affinity for filled his body, giving him a sense of superiority that he didn't feel the last time he used the technique. It was like he grinned to himself as he charged back into combat. Once again, the entire arena became obscured to the eyes of those watching. But this time, it was because there were simply too many damn explosions. Chapter 1046 by Yuma. Yuma was more than a bit vexed at the moment. He pulled out a card that he'd never used before in Grand Heaven's Boundary. Yet Damien shone with a light that made it seem like nothing more than a natural progression of the battle. It was extremely annoying. To find out that there were geniuses in existence who could show such power was definitely a blow to the Saint King. He didn't know anything about Damien. If he did, maybe his shock would be even more pronounced. But it was because he didn't know Damien's reputation that he was able to view this battle the way he did. This was his stage, not the stage of some human who crawled out of the grapevine. Yet, his notion was thoroughly rejected by the terrifying multitude of explosions that surrounded him. His body was thrown from side to side by their force, and the combined effect of several elements impacted him in a way he'd never felt before. Searing pain came from all over his body, and the armor that he'd summoned so proudly. Crack! He growled as his eyes darted around in search of his enemy. The air clouded by mana was difficult to see through, but he didn't have to worry about that. His eyes shone with abyss energy, and all things returned to nothing more than particles in his eyes. His gaze panned as time seemed to slow, and he eventually found Damien's figure not far away at all. In fact, he was getting closer by the moment. Bayuma's eyes narrowed, and his hand shot out. He infused his own mana into the abyss energy to mimic its properties and spread his fingers, allowing it to naturally spread into the atmosphere. And as Damien neared, his body suddenly halted. The abyss energy in the air invaded his spiritual world and sent him into an illusion realm that mimicked the abyss itself. It was an environment many couldn't stand, but Damien wasn't the same. Crash! The illusion broke almost instantly. The abyss seemed like nothing more than a diluted version of the void, and the void could never hurt Damien. However, that split second his mind was gone was enough for Bayuma to approach and grip his face tightly. Boom! An explosion of abyss energy tore through Damien's head, ripping his skin and muscle to shreds and even cracking his skull. It was truly a deadly move. For a second, Bayuma even thought he'd won the battle. But how could it be so easy? Damien's body began to change, almost showing signs of similarity with the Saint King's transformation. He grew and his hair turned stark white like his skin. His scara were dyed black, and countless mystical runes covered his figure. Under Bayuma's shocked gaze, Damien's head healed, his lips curling into a grin as soon as they appeared. Damien taunted him and sent a kick into his stomach before he could respond. He charged several energies in his foot, imitating another attack he had. Boom! Shining light like a sun's splendor burned through the air and exploded into Bayuma's body, throwing him back and punching another hole in his figure. Damien gave chase to the receding figure, his blood runes shining as they gave him power. As he observed Bayuma's form, he realized that there were several similarities to his own demon transformation that had been neglected for so long. The reason for this neglect was its inability to support him in the battles he usually fought. But if he was able to glean answers from a fight against the Saint King, this ability would once again become a crucial part of his skill set. Damien and Bayuma were like shooting stars in the chaotic sky. While Damien observed him and made moves to counter, Bayuma did the same. The burning pain of the holes in his torso made his mind incredibly clear. At this moment, he was severely disadvantaged. As long as Damien could showcase such frightening healing capabilities, there was no such thing as a chance of winning. Bayuma gritted his teeth and put down his pride. This opponent was not someone he could limit himself in front of. He reached into his spatial ring and pulled out a certain device, watching as Damien approached with a blazing aura around his body. The time for the two to collide neared, and time slowed down. Seconds turned into infinite time spans of their own as the duo stared each other down, preparing their own methods to deal with each other once and for all, until they finally connected. Damien's fist slammed into Bayuma's face, crashing through his armor and cracking his skull. Meanwhile, Bayuma reached his hand out and pushed the object he held into Damien's chest. That object turned liquid and entered Damien's body immediately. And despite being thrown back with heavy injuries again, Bayuma was content. Because as Damien found out soon enough, his body was being altered in a way he couldn't stop. The void had always had a single restriction. Its energy could only control and devour other energies. When Damien was exposed to natural poison back in the cloud plane, he learned this the hard way. And now, the substance that clouded his veins and set itself in his heart was showing the same tendencies. He could feel the difference. Damien's shock was understandable. Even when his spatial abilities were blocked, transcendent regeneration never stopped working unless he had no mana. Whatever Bayuma put in his body was unseen in the universe, a treasure or material that couldn't be gauged by normal standards. If what those knocks had was a diluted version of the material, Bayuma had the source. What else could be expected from the son of the Saint Emperor? Damien frowned as he looked down at Bayuma, who was crawling out of the crushed ground. His injuries were far more severe. It looked like he was on the verge of death already. But as a Nox, death was a concept that didn't function the same for him. No matter how injured his body got, it wouldn't stop him from operating at full capacity. Damien was different. With his healing cut and no way of knowing how long it would take to get it back, Damien could no longer act rashly. It almost blew my head off a second ago. If that happens again, it was too dangerous. In this moment of respite, Damien's gaze unknowingly went to the Saint Emperor. That man was standing in the same position without any signs of movement, but the expression on his face was truly disgusting. It was slight, so slight that it couldn't be seen by others, but Damien saw it clearly, because he knew what the Saint Emperor wanted. That look was one of perversion and one of desire, an expression that was validated by Damien and Bayuma's battle. Damien's frown deepened. He knew he had to defeat Bayuma here, but the longer the fight went on, the less sure he became of the Saint Emperor's intentions. He had the feeling that even if he won here, he would eat a loss. It was extremely disconcerting. Chapter 1047 Bayuma. The battle between Damien and Bayuma had already gone on for far longer than the previous one with Surun. Despite the fact that each of their collisions was like a leaf floating on the river of time, so many leaves covered the river's surface that one would believe it had no depth whatsoever. Hundreds of thousands of clashes took place, with the momentum shifting back and forth between the human and Nox. Their battle power shone in the eyes of those watching and placed them at the peak of the universe. But there could only be one person in the top spot. After Damien lost the protection of transcendent regeneration, his battle style became far more cautious. He utilized long-range attacks and constantly teleported to make sure Bayuma couldn't affect him with the same severity as before. But just as he became more cautious, the Saint King became more daring. The demonic providence granted to him by his training was Abyss Controller. He could take portions of the Abyss natural energy and use them as if they were his own mana. But this wasn't just a matter of using a different form of mana. It meant he could truly control the operations of the Abyss to a certain extent. And Damien was forced to face that head-on. Damien rapidly teleported away, moving several hundred kilometers across the arena floor, but it didn't help. The surrounding space had become a net that trapped him. Its chaotic fluctuations made it impossible for him to move freely despite the reality of his abilities. After all, unless the strength difference was significant enough, the only thing that could combat a spatial practitioner was another spatial practitioner. By influencing space directly, Bayuma effectively cornered Damien in a way he couldn't before. And he wasn't finished with just this much. The Saint King's arms waved through space like he was conducting an orchestra. However, the result of his actions was cacophony. The spatial turbulence was only one of many mechanisms he abused in this battle. As Damien tried to evade and counter using Mirage, as he tried to use the Twin Moons to create openings for himself to approach Bayuma, Damien was always met with obstructions. His body streaked through the air, avoiding a section of collapsed and twisted space, only for him to enter a new area where all things were darker than black. Damien exclaimed with a frown, remembering his last experience in such a place. There was an absence of mana and laws that made it impossible for even someone of his caliber to maintain their mana capacity properly. Damien thought solemnly. He dragged his body through the dead zone, swerving to avoid the blasts of abyss energy that surrounded him from all sides. Damien's body was like an eel slithering through water, the terrain unable to affect his mobility much at all. But his mana capacity was finally beginning to see the negative effects. I need to get out of this dead zone to recuperate my mana, but it's hard. His mana was draining too rapidly for this destroyed area of space to be so simple, and realizing it, Damien's frown only deepened. Bayuma hadn't moved since the beginning of this new phase of the battle. While his expression made this seem like a taunting gesture or a show of arrogance, the reality was that it wasn't possible for him to move his body while controlling abyss energy so precisely. The state he was currently in was similar to Damien's elemental war god form. But because he didn't have the special physique that allowed him to easily control those elements he didn't have an affinity with, he needed to torture his body until his understanding of them was engraved deep in his soul. One day, when he was more powerful, perhaps he could effortlessly wield the forces of nature like his father. But this was a story for another time. Bayuma's eyes never left Damien, who was like a flying cockroach who refused to die. So when he saw the man come to a complete stop, his expression became somewhat serious. As he expected, Damien wasn't planning to run anymore. He summoned all the mana inside him and summoned his understanding of space-time in full. Damien's eyes were closed as he felt for those laws in the lawless space, and when they fluttered open again, a translucent silver color decorated his pupils, and his hands moved with the elegance of an emperor. He uttered a single word, and the dead zone around him shattered. A secure space was formed in its place, a semblance of order that displaced Bayuma's chaos. The battle changed again. Bayuma and Damien no longer moved or attacked each other in a frenzy. Their collision was a true battle of experts, where superior comprehension would take the victory. The laws of space-time and the energy of the abyss clashed fiercely. When these two forces were put against each other, abyss energy had a natural advantage since it was more all-encompassing. But when Damien added some Sara to the mix and used Elemental War God to imitate the addition of the 5 base elements, the same couldn't be said. It was a wave of black against a wave of silver, 2 waves of terrifying energy that clashed in the air and invaded each other's space to attack their casters. Bayuma was covered in gashes and had several chunks of his body missing, eaten by space and time themselves. Meanwhile, Damien wasn't untouched either. Abyss energy couldn't pollute his internals, but it absolutely worked on his physical body. His skin and muscles were corroded and burned away by the second, and even his bones started to feel the searing heat of the energy melting them into nothingness. Nevertheless, he stood tall. The laws he'd been comprehending were those that formed the universe's very foundation, and when he faced Abyss energy, he didn't feel fear or panic. He felt anticipation at what lay beyond the bounds of this small universe. He felt like if he could kidnap Bayuma and study that energy for a few years, the secrets of the universe would be his. It was a shame that such energy was in the hands of the enemy. Damien sighed to himself, wincing as he burned his wounds closed with flames and lightning. This is it. The decision was made instinctively. Damien could feel that if he didn't charge in and capitalize on the opportunity now, he'd lose his chance to sweep the victory in the future. His hands went to his sides, and the weapons he held disappeared from his grasp. The elemental war god state faded, and in the next second, the crown around Damien's head changed to a new form. Void-breathing second form. Absolute mastery last time, Damien used this ability on his sword skills, but not this time. This time, Damien's goal was to become a true god of space. Chapter 1048 by Yuma. The first time Damien used absolute mastery, the feeling of being a sword master was beautiful. It felt like he had an ultimate truth resting in his body, a truth that he wanted to hold on to. However, it was impossible to keep everything he gained from that state. At most, he could retain a few minor comprehensions. Still, the feeling that state gave him was something he'd never forget. And it wasn't something he could use often either. In his current estimates, he could at most use absolute mastery once a month. Regardless, it had been over a month since Damien and Surin fought, and absolute mastery activated perfectly. A feeling of godhood filled Damien's body again, extremely different from the last one. This time, it felt far more personal, far more indicative of Damien's future. But what did this feeling mean? Damien flexed his fingers and felt the folds of space abiding by his actions. It wasn't so simple, though, as this feeling equated to absolute control over their activities. Damien swung his arm out, and space responded, swinging out as well. The base structure of the spatial folds changed to fit his needs, and a few layers even deleted themselves to accommodate his motions. Damien grinned and clenched his fist powerfully. Boom! Space shattered entirely, banishing every bit of Bayuma's mana into the void. In the next instant, it reformed itself more solid and with different laws than before, containing the Saint King and attacking him from all sides. It was difficult for Bayuma to describe what he was experiencing. He was dodging on instinct and crushing any sense of hostility he felt in the environment, but he couldn't get rid of the sensation of being squeezed to death at all. Space was his enemy. His very existence in its folds was being disallowed. Damien didn't have to move. He flicked his fingers like a pianist and moved his arms freely, conducting the movements of space with nothing more than his thoughts. Gashes and ruptures filled the air, black holes and spatial collapses filled it too. Space stretched and shortened at the same time, making distance an irrelevant concept. No matter how far Bayuma moved, he couldn't make any distance. And no matter how much distance he made, space was always around to destroy him. Damien and he were both restricted from healing. So whoever held the momentum also held the key to victory. With Damien's current state, Bayuma had no chance of winning. Unless, I must unseal it. I never thought I would use this card against someone in my own generation. Bayuma took a second to mull it over and hesitated no longer. His body underwent a secondary transformation, becoming far more demonic than its previous state. His hair was pure white, and the armor that covered his body was reconstructed to look like the exoskeleton of a certain predator. His head was left uncovered, allowing others to witness the pristine handsomeness that it represented. The current form of the Saint King didn't just share similarities with Damien's demon transformation. It looked like a perfectly complete version of it. Bayuma's thoughts were utterly cold, but his movements were brutal. Bang! He slammed his arm to the side, shattering space itself and opening a hole into the chaotic void. He looked up at Damien with a grin and began to wildly attack the space around him. If it wasn't for the countless shattered spatial fragments falling to the ground and the revelation of the chaotic void, it would have looked like he'd gone mad. Damien frowned and tried to contain Bayuma in his spatial constraints, but the latter's physical strength had grown too much. Every time space existed around him, he destroyed its existence thoroughly. Damien stopped wasting his time immediately. He kicked off the air and shot forward, redirecting the energy of absolute mastery into his swordsmanship. Boom! Mirage crashed against the Saint King's heavy armor, sending sparks of light flying through the air. The duo began a fierce melee without a single care for their well-being. At this stage, whoever took the most damage would be the ultimate loser. As long as one of them was using their energy without care, the other didn't have any choice but to follow. Bang! 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 Boom! The scene was reminiscent of the previous fight. Bayuma didn't bring out his fan, but used his fists, and Damien only had a single sword, but their exchanges shared a frightening and almost intentional similarity to Su Ren's battle. The fight had grown to such proportions and become a matter of life or death, but Damien never forgot his original purpose. He was going to get revenge for his comrade and show the Nox that Grand Heaven's boundary couldn't be easily touched. His sword was like a blur of light as he wielded it with absolute perfection, infusing space-time mana into its blade to heighten its effects. Meanwhile, Bayuma used Abyss energy to its fullest, creating disastrous microcosms that attacked Damien's body and tore into his flesh and bones. Both men were taking extreme injuries. They were missing chunks of their bodies, and their limbs were destroyed to the point where it was curious how they were still functioning. Damien and Bayuma had the same thought at this moment, but Damien didn't plan to let his enemy entertain it. Boom! The laws of samsara in the atmosphere solidified further, and Damien used his new law controller trait to exponentially enhance its effects. At the same time, he sent his senses into his body and rapidly dissected the nature of the dark material within him. Damn it! Bayuma roared as he slammed his fist out. Cook! Damien responded, slashing Mirage into the Saint King's shoulder. They stared into each other's eyes with fiery determination and fighting spirit. Their killing intent soared into the heavens as they ripped each other apart. Damien sent void mana through his systems and encircled the dark material clogging his veins. He gathered the substance spread through his body into his heart, enduring extreme pain to the point where he almost lost his sanity. But he didn't stop. He put all his attention into this task, even ignoring the ongoing battle to a certain extent. In the outside world, Bayuma took the lead. Damien's resistance lessened, and he capitalized on the chance to let loose an all-out attack that utterly destroyed Damien's body. His legs and arms were blown to shreds, and a massive hole populated his stomach, turning it into a window. Damien and Bayuma were no more than a few hits away from death already. But now, it seemed like Damien would die without resistance. Until, found it. The voice that came out was barely a mutter as Damien's vocal cords were incinerated, but the grin on his face spoke 10,000 words. Damien slammed his head forward into Bayuma's forehead, completely surprising the Nox genius, and he coughed a mouthful of black blood onto his enemy's face. Before Bayuma's face could reel in disgust, his eyes widened in absolute shock. Because Damien... A sigh left his mouth. It really was good to be back. In just a second, Damien's mutilated body returned to its peak state, fast to the point where it seemed like a miracle. And without waiting a single instant, he slammed his fist out with every last bit of power remaining in his body, intent on destroying Bayuma's heart once and for all. Chapter 1049 Outcome. Chapter 1049 Outcome 1. Time nearly froze. This was that moment. It was the moment when Bayuma felt true death encroaching him at the hands of another for the first time in his life. Damien's strike truly was beautiful. It was a colorful mixture of several equal and opposite laws, a strangely ordered mix of chaos that was bound to explode at the slightest disruption. How was he able to control something like that? The amount of effort it'd take to so precisely handle mana, so these elements didn't prematurely connect, was mind-boggling, and Bayuma was sure he wouldn't be able to replicate it. This time, his loss was completely undisputable. His opponent might have had strength similar to his, but his control over not only his mana, but his laws and physical body made him someone Bayuma would lose to 9 out of 10 times no matter how much they fought. They said one's life would flash before their eyes on the verge of death, but Bayuma didn't see anything like that. What he saw in his final moments was a mountain. He was born at the foot of this mountain and had been so desperately trying to climb it his entire life. But it wasn't just difficult, it was impossible. No matter how hard he tried, no matter how much he grew, he could never make it more than a few hundred meters past its base. Now, with his chance to see the peak almost extinguished, he began to wonder. Why was he so obsessed with this mountain? Why did he allow it to control his life like so? His vision was shifting between blackness and a blurry view of the world. The closer Damien's fist came, the harder it was for him to stay conscious. And in that final moment, he saw that mountain again. Boom! A cold voice resounded before Damien's attack finally exploded. Waves of chaotic mana filled the space and, mysteriously enough, passed through the arena barrier like it didn't exist. Hush! Furious winds crashed through the atrium, accompanied by the panicked screams of the crowd. The demigods and supremes among them rapidly put up barriers to defend their juniors, marveling at the beautiful yet deadly impact of the explosion. It took several seconds for the storm to calm, and when the light and dust finally settled, gasp! A wave of gasps spread through the crowd. Standing in the middle of the arena, between Damien and Bayuma, was none other than the Saint Emperor. He held Damien's fist in his grasp, staring down at the human genius who coldly met his gaze. "Boy, release your hostility," he said calmly, ignoring the killing intent radiating off Damien's body in waves. Damien gritted his teeth as he felt the Saint Emperor's firm grip. This interruption was expected. There was no way the Saint Emperor would let his son die here. But he didn't seem the slightest bit angry about Damien's victory. He was even a bit happy about it. Damien sighed and retracted his killing intent, backing away as the Saint Emperor freed his fist. The Saint Emperor moved his hands behind his back and glanced at Damien. Not bad, he thought with a slight smile, feeling the barely noticeable burn mark on his palm. He didn't speak too many words from that point. He lifted Bayuma with his mana and flew out of the arena, turning to address the entire crowd in the atrium. This loss, this emperor will acknowledge it. His eyes turned to Lucille. 2 years, he said. This was perhaps the greatest shock of the Grand Assembly thus far. The Saint Emperor himself was offering such a thing? Not a single person believed it wasn't a trick. Lucille responded calculatively. Just like the rest, he was certain the Nox Emperor would propose extremely restrictive terms. However, I will guarantee that my Nox race will not attack the boundaries of Ion for the next 2 years, and those above 4th class stationed in your universe will be retrieved. Your people will also be retracted from Ion, and... The Saint Emperor smiled strangely as his eyes turned back to Damien. That man must be disallowed from participating in any plans your universe creates during these 2 years. It was natural that many gazes turned to Damien. They'd witnessed his great victory moments ago, but there had to be a greater reason for the Saint Emperor paying specific attention to him. Damien had a frown on his face as he received their suspicion and admiration. He didn't have much of an opinion on the Saint Emperor's terms, except Damien could find a million loopholes to abuse if he wanted to take part in the universe's matters, but the Saint Emperor's agenda continued to elude him. After all, the man's actions were too disordered. Nothing he did made sense in the grand scheme of things, and he seemed to help the universe just as much as he hurt it. The Marionette Lord was a confusing individual, but they had nothing on the Saint Emperor. Even among the Nox, he was an enigma. Lucille looked between Damien and the Saint Emperor several times as he tried to rationalize their connection with the information he had on Damien, and he paid attention to the reactions of his peers towards the Nox Emperor's proposition. If it was another emperor, nobody would trust their ability to speak for the entire Nox race. But the Saint Emperor truly held a special position among their race and showed several times in the past that he could control even those who shared his title. The terms were too good to be true, but if he was willing to seal this ceasefire with a mana oath, could it be doubted anymore? There were too many questions about intention or long-term benefits and disadvantages that made one hesitate when facing a deal like this. However, Lucille couldn't deny that this was the best course of action for the universe at the moment. He looked at Damien one more time, and Damien met his gaze with a helpless shrug. Lucille smiled slightly and nodded before turning his attention back to the enemy leader. Very well. His words were the start of something great, and also the signal that marked the start of the coming calamity. The Saint Emperor smiled with a hidden glint in his eyes. His expression was arrogant, as if he'd just achieved a victory under everyone's noses. And without hesitation, he summoned his mana and made an oath with the lives of his entire race on the line. All that was left was for the universe to return his sincerity. Chapter 1050 Outcome. Chapter 1050 Outcome 2. The ceasefire was signed and put into motion almost immediately, and results showed with the same haste. The Saint Emperor shared a few parting words, letting the universe remember that this loss didn't discount the threat the Nox represented, and left with his people. The expression on the Saint King's face as he was carried away was dull, almost void. It seemed there was a lot he needed to sort out in his head before he could return to his normal state. Or perhaps his normal state was something the universe would never see again. Reports came in within minutes of demigods fleeing infected source worlds and many hidden locations throughout the universe. While it felt prideful to watch them leave, it also alerted the denizens of Grand Heaven's boundary to just how deeply the Nox had infiltrated their homeland. While the Grand Assembly was winding down for the most part, Damien still had a load of trouble to deal with. Namely, explaining away the many mysteries he'd showcased over the past few months. Luckily, he had both explanations and alibis galore prepared for several days for this very moment. Firstly, the sanctuary was explained away as a god-rank spatial talisman. He claimed it had a limited number of uses, and when he teleported Schwerer in and out of Holy Light Star, or when he teleported Xiaoyu to safety, he'd used up almost all its energy. This story was backed by several factors. Firstly, Damien claimed this talisman as the reason he could move around the universe so fast. It was still unheard of for a spatial practitioner to have Damien's level of movement ability. So when he gave a rational reason for how he got from the Celestial Realm to Ion, or from Soul World to the Beast Domain, it was widely accepted by the Council of Experts that was judging him. Surin also spoke up, saying his master had arranged Xiaoyu's secret return, which, when considering his master's identity, wasn't actually that strange. The issue of the sanctuary was solved there, but Damien had to be careful when he used the ability in the future to avoid further suspicion. Once the first problem was passed, he had to explain many more things, the first of which were Riva and Schwerer herself. Riva was forgotten by most because of the negative presence she held and her early disappearance from relevance. But these experts still remembered her. As Damien was from the human domain, he was naturally asked about her. In this matter, feigning ignorance was easy since his interaction with Riva was hidden from their sight from the beginning. They asked everyone from the human domain about her, so he didn't have to worry about weaving a complicated history for her. As for Schwerer, was there need to lie about her identity? She was his precious little sister, nothing more, nothing less. The main issue was rationalizing abilities like Absolute Mastery and Elemental War God. He had to give an explanation for the great variety of natural forces and mysterious powers that he commanded. The experts of Grand Heaven's boundary definitely didn't doubt Damien's loyalty, as he wouldn't have shown so many cards if he was a traitor, but they did doubt how someone from a small planet in the human domain could grow so much and gain so many things that were unheard of for many. Damien could only entertain their suspicions and give them semi-reasonable excuses to satisfy their curiosity. Regardless of their status or the importance of this moment, Damien wasn't someone who'd bend to authority. Why should he give them so much information on him? Why would he let them hold power over him? Damien was always an independent genius, and he'd never truly given his allegiance to any force because of the disgust he felt working for others. So, while he did answer their questions, he didn't give them what he wanted. He blamed mysterious masters, heaven-defying lucky opportunities, and even the universe itself for his rise to power. And what could these experts do but accept it? There was no other logical explanation for his existence. The only ones who still held doubts in their hearts were Lucille, Lucifer, and a few experts who personally knew Damien, but they didn't comment on his lies for a variety of reasons. Nevertheless, the hellish interrogation lasted several hours before Damien was finally let go. His status in the universe now far surpassed Su-Ren's, and though he hadn't visited any mystic realms or challenge gates in the recent past, his name now sat crisply in the first-place position on the dimensional leaderboard. Damien Void was no longer someone who could move about the universe as he pleased, a stranger in every new land he visited. Within a few months of the Grand Assembly, he became a household name that could be recognized at first sight. He was the genius who defeated the Saint King, with the final event marked by Damien and by Yuma's battle, which led to something that surprised any and everyone who heard it. The Grand Assembly came to a close. Many forces had already left Luxurian when the conference started, since they didn't have the right to participate, and now that it was over, the rest made their way out as well. Chatter was vibrant among them as they made their exit, and despite the painful events that had taken place earlier and led to the loss of thousands of promising young talents, their atmosphere was jolly. The Grand Assembly gave them hope for the future, hope for victory. However, there were a few forces who didn't share their joy, mostly those who were aligned with Blood Azura Holy Land. Immortal Blood Azura spoke no words as he coldly led his people away from Luxurian, but anyone who saw the look in his eyes backed away in fear. He was absolutely furious. Damien would definitely face troubles from them in the future, but now that they were faced with such an outcome, it was impossible for them to openly hinder him without offending nearly every big force in the universe. Though, this only meant Immortal Blood Azura's revenge would be 10 or even 100-fold worse than it would have been. Damien himself didn't pay any mind to Blood Azura Holy Land at this time. While everyone else made their way back to their homes to prepare for the grand plans that would be enacted soon enough, he and 49 other geniuses who represented the younger generation's absolute peak were gathered together in the first banquet hall. Among them, all of the human domain's geniuses, Su-Ren, Atticus, and a few others were familiar. At the head of their group was Pandora, who stood with her fellows and the sect elders who accompanied them to Luxurian. This was the group Prismatic Sun Holy Land had invited to their lands, the first outsiders to gain this privilege for tens of thousands of years, if not more. Perhaps the Grand Assembly was over, but this was only the start. The true war between Grand Heaven's boundary and the Nox was just on the verge of entering its true stage, where war would envelop all of existence. Damien glanced at Pandora from his place in the crowd with a smile. He truly was anticipating this next step of his legend.